As soon as I opened my eyes, I found that I had traveled through time. Blue Star, Dacia, this world has the same technological level as my previous life, but there are more martial arts and exotic beasts. Looking at the various billboards around me, I finally confirmed that I really came to a brand new world. Martial arts, strange beasts, all these elements that once only existed in novels are now in front of me. To be honest, I am a little scared. After all, reading novels is one thing, and being in such a dangerous world is another. Who can guarantee that a strange beast will not suddenly appear and swallow me up in the next second? According to the original owner's memory, strange beasts are rampant and cities are not absolutely safe. There are many records of powerful strange beasts destroying cities in history. I must master the power of martial arts. I clenched my fists and made up my mind. In this world, martial arts is the only force to fight against the monsters. Only by mastering martial arts can we have the capital to survive. The original owner had excellent grades. During today's awakening ceremony, he might be able to awaken a good martial soul. The martial soul is the key to martial arts practice. Those with martial souls have achievements far beyond ordinary people. Generally, martial souls awaken around the age of 16. Major colleges and universities will hold awakening ceremonies in the third year of high school to determine the martial souls and levels of students, and then focus on training. I am studying at Qingyun No. 3 High School in Qingyun City. I am quite famous in the school. I have excellent grades in both liberal arts and martial arts. Everyone thinks that I can awaken a high-level martial soul. Arriving at school, the awakening ceremony was about to begin. Akiyu, here. A pleasant call came, and I looked over and saw the original owner's girlfriend, Xiaomei, one of the two most beautiful girls in Qingyun University, waving at me. She was bright and beautiful, holding my hand, which attracted many people's envy. Everyone discussed and guessed what kind of martial spirit I could awaken. Some people thought it would be at least B level, and some even expected me to awaken S level. I really didn't have any feelings for this girlfriend. After all, I just came here and I'm not familiar with her. Xiaomei asked me what kind of martial spirit I thought I could awaken. I responded perfunctorily. She then asked me pitifully if I would despise her if she awakened a low-level martial spirit. She also said that if I didn't awaken a martial spirit, she wouldn't despise me either and asked me to protect her in the future. I tried to ask her what if I didn't awaken a martial spirit, but she firmly believed that I would be able to awaken a powerful martial spirit. The principal took out the instrument and crystal ball and announced the start of the awakening ceremony. Li Ziang. A boy with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stepped forward and placed his hand on the crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball released white light, and a huge white wolf with a snow-white body emerged, and the temperature around it dropped sharply. It's the A-level beast spirit Snow Wolf King. The principal exclaimed, and everyone was amazed. Li Ziang's face was full of excitement, and he looked at me provocatively. It is said that he once pursued Xiaomei, but after failing, he turned against me. After that, no one awakened an A-level martial spirit, and some even failed to awaken, looking depressed. Next, Xiaomei. Xiaomei stepped forward nervously. As soon as her hand touched the crystal, a bright light shone, the instrument hummed, and a deep blue trident appeared in the light, with aquamarine light overflowing. S-level weapon martial spirit. The Sea King Trident. The principal exclaimed again. Everyone was envious and congratulated Xiaomei, thinking that she had a bright future. The principal also expected her to be on the Qingyun honor list in the future. Xiaomei walked off the stage excitedly and told me that she had awakened an S-level martial spirit, and she firmly believed that I could do it too. Finally it was my turn. Everyone was looking at me, expecting me to awaken a high-level martial spirit. I took a deep breath and placed my hand on the crystal stone. However, after more than 10 seconds, the crystal stone showed no reaction. Everyone looked strange and began to laugh at me. Standing on the stage, the corners of my mouth twitched, and I wondered if it was a waste of time to start. Just then, ding! The perfect life selection system is activated. System. I immediately became energetic. I was not afraid of not having a martial spirit. With the system, there was hope. The principal let me step down in disappointment, feeling that although I had a good character, it was difficult to become a strong person without a martial spirit. I walked off the stage and found that Xiaomei's eyes turned cold when she looked at me. Mayor, Suqiu, you should just call me Xiao Mei or classmate Xiao. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, which made me see her true colors. The original owner was really blind. At this time, a chill and whistling sound came from the high platform. A phantom of an ice phoenix covered in ice crystals flew out of the crystal ball, hovered in the air, and merged into the body of a cold woman. It's an SSS-level martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. The principal was shocked, and everyone gasped. I was also surprised that this woman was Luo Qingxue, one of the two most beautiful girls in Qingyun University, and also my rival, with grades second only to mine. Luo Qingxue walked off the stage and told me that even without a martial soul, I could still be a warrior. She encouraged me not to give up, and I smiled in response. Li Ziang came to laugh at me, but Luo Qingxue felt sorry for me and accused Xiao Mei of not being worthy of me. Xiao Mei wanted to break up with me after hearing this, and said that we were not destined to be on the same path. Everyone was watching the show, but I saw 3 choices appear on the system panel. Choice 1, kneel down and beg Xiao Mei not to break up, losing all my face, and the system will reward me with 10 slaps. How is this possible? How can I be so humble as a man? Option 2, calmly agree to break up, work hard to surpass her, and you will be rewarded with an S-level martial spirit, Stormhammer. This option seems good, but it is not enough. Choice 3, go up and slap her, announce that I dumped her, defend my dignity, and reward the top 10 fierce beast spirits. When I saw this option, I didn't hesitate. The top 10 fierce beast spirits, this is what I want. I walked up to Xiao Mei and slapped her. 1 year ago, you said your father was critically ill, so I sold the gene medicine that won the first place in the school competition to treat your father. 9 months ago, you failed to temper your body, and I worked for 3 months to buy you pulse-boosting pills. Half a year ago, I saved your brother single-handedly, but I was lying in bed for more than half a month, and you didn't come to see me once, and the clothes you are wearing were also bought by me while working part-time. I gave you extra lessons and explained the questions, and this is how you repay me. Now I slap you, it's a bargain for you. I listed all her actions, and felt helpless about the original owner's stupidity. Xiao Mei was stunned and screamed that she wanted to fight me to the death. She summoned the Sea King Trident and swung it at me. However, at this moment, a strong aura burst out from my body, and a divine light shot up into the sky. The terrifying aura blew Xiao Mei away. Above my head, 10 ferocious beasts were floating around, emitting monstrous evil spirits. Taotie, Kuanping, Thunder Dragon, Nether Phoenix, etc. appeared one by one. At this moment, countless strange beasts on the blue planet were crawling, and the martial spirits of the students in the school were also trembling with fear. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host for awakening the martial spirits of the 10 ferocious beasts. Because they are too terrifying, in order to protect the host, each time you advance to a level you can master the power of a ferocious beast. Currently you have mastered the power of Taotie, which allows you to devour everything and quickly improve your cultivation." The 10 ferocious beasts turned into streams of light and returned to my body. Everything returned to calm, but everyone was still in shock. Everyone was talking about it, suspecting that the test equipment was wrong. The principal was also confused and asked me to test it again. I walked to the crystal stone and just put my hand on it. The crystal ball trembled violently, and the light shot up into the sky, turning into the shadow of a ferocious beast. It was Taotie. It opened its bloody mouth and looked at everything greedily. Everyone was terrified. The next second, the crystal ball exploded directly. The principal was shocked and said, "This is the rumored SSS-level beast martial spirit Taotie. There are only a handful of awakened people in ancient and modern times, and it is also the top among SSS-level martial spirits." 2 SSS-level martial spirits appeared in this awakening ceremony. God bless Qingyun High School. Xiao Mei looked ashen, in disbelief, while Luo Qingxue walked up to me with a firm gaze. "I knew you wouldn't fall. In the past, present, and future, you are my opponent." Everyone looked at us, amazed, and even started to pair us up. Xiao Mei regretted it so much that her intestines turned green, but everything was irreversible. After the awakening ceremony, we were divided into classes. Luo Qingxue and I were assigned to a special class because our martial spirits were too high. The school would provide us with one-on-one tutoring. After school, Xiao Mei shamelessly asked for a reunion. I refused decisively, but she kept pestering me. I had to shout for everyone to come and see, and she covered her face and left. When I got home, my sister Su Xiaoshuang greeted me in a wheelchair. Although she was temporarily unable to move due to the car accident, she was still beautiful, but her face was a little pale. I told her about the breakup with Xiao Mei. She first thought that I had awakened a low-level martial spirit or had no martial spirit, and she comforted me. When she learned that I had awakened the SSS-level martial spirit Taotie, she was surprised and happy, and angry that I lied to her. I briefly explained what happened, and she said it was wonderful and regretted not being there. I prepared a simple meal, and Su Xiaoshuang complained about not celebrating. I reluctantly said I wanted to save money. She imagined the future, saying that when she awakens an SSS-level martial spirit, we will be on the Qingyun honor list together, and have a good time. I laughed at her wild imagination. After dinner, I went back to my room to feel the spirit. The dog upstairs kept barking, so I summoned the Taotie spirit. Its pressure was overwhelming, and the animals in the neighborhood were trembling with fear. The dog upstairs didn't dare to bark anymore. I tried to make it smaller, and it actually worked. Looking at the palm-sized Taotie spirit, I looked forward to mastering all the 10 fierce beast spirits in the future and becoming an invincible strongman. Then I fell asleep with longing. The next morning, I prepared breakfast, told Su Xiaoshuang who was still in bed, and went out to school. The bus was very crowded, and I saw a frivolous young man harassing the girl next to him. The system then gives you the choice. I will reward you 100 yuan for turning a blind eye. This is absolutely impossible. How can I condone such evil? In the past, if you replaced a girl, you would be rewarded with 1,000 yuan. Although it was a lot of money, there were better options. If you do something righteous, you will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan plus a bottle of healing potion. This is good, as it can punish evil and promote good, and you can also get generous rewards. I secretly filmed the young man's evil deeds, and then hit him when the bus braked. The young man cursed at me, and the girl bravely stood up to identify him. I took out my mobile phone to record and threatened to call the police. The young man wanted to grab the phone, but I easily subdued him. Everyone was surprised at my strength and guessed that I was a warrior. The young man begged for mercy and got off the bus in the chaos. I received a system reward and found that my strength increased greatly. I secretly guessed that it was related to the awakening of the martial spirit. When I arrived at school, I came to the special class. Luo Qingxue was reading by the window, like a beautiful painting. When she found me, she actually proposed arm wrestling. The system has a new choice: refuse and say, you don't have a fever, do you? And get a reward of 1,000 yuan, agree and say, you are overestimating yourself. You want to compete with me with your little arms and legs, and get a reward of 10,000 yuan. I naturally chose the latter and stretched out my hand to compete with her. As a result, she pressed my hand down in 1 second. I couldn't believe it. I tried again, but still couldn't last more than 3 seconds. She explained that awakening a combat-type martial spirit would improve physical fitness more. My Taotie martial spirit was more auxiliary, and the improvement effect was not obvious. I was not convinced and called her the Eternal Second. She was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Fortunately, teacher Mu Qingkong came in at this time. Mu Qingkong is a gold medal teacher sent by the Education Bureau and possesses an S-level martial spirit. She took out a precious martial arts meditation picture, Moonlight Sword Fairy picture, and asked us to memorize it and start meditating to feel the spiritual energy in order to advance to the level of a warrior. The principal of the 3rd middle school talked to her and was looking forward to our performance in the monthly warrior exam in a month, and believed that we had the potential to become first-level mid-level warriors. I entered a meditative state and quickly sensed the spiritual energy. When I was thinking about how to absorb it, the scarlet eyes of the Taotie martial spirit in my body opened its mouth wide, and madly swallowed the spiritual energy around me. After the spiritual energy entered my body, the moon sword fairy in my mind automatically waved the long sword and turned the spiritual energy into spiritual power. I absorbed the spiritual energy very quickly, forming a spiritual energy vortex, which not only sucked away the spiritual energy around Luo Qingxue, but also the spiritual energy of the entire Qingyun No. 3 middle school gathered towards me. Everyone talked about it, and the teachers and students came to the door of the special class. Luo Qingxue also looked at me in shock. I don't know how long it took, but I stopped meditating and opened my eyes to find people surrounding me. The principal of number 3 middle school said that I could not stay in school anymore. I thought I was going to be expelled. No, no, no. The principal of number 3 middle school quickly shook his head. How can I bear to expel you? He treats such a seedling as a treasure and treats it as such. The principal of number 3 middle school briefly recounted what had just happened. Suchio suddenly realized. I see. It turned out that it was because his efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy was so exaggerated that he absorbed all the spiritual energy of other people, which prevented him from staying in school. But if I don't stay in school, where can I go to practice? At home. There is no teacher to guide me at home. Suchio, the speed at which you absorb spiritual energy is too exaggerated. Regarding this matter, I will report it to the Education Bureau and let the director make the decision. Now, tell me how you feel after absorbing so much spiritual energy. Mu Qingkong asked. Suchio felt the strength in his body and smiled. I feel really good now. I feel full of energy. Principal, please ask someone to fetch a force detector. Good. Soon, an instrument similar to a weighing machine was brought over. Suchio stood up. A light flashed on the instrument, and then various data about Suchio's body appeared on the display screen. These include strength, bone density, muscle content, and most importantly, the level of true qi, and the comprehensive evaluation is First Level Warrior. Everyone gasped. Oh my god, Suchio has become a warrior. This is too fast. This is only the first day of training. We are still sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he has become a warrior straight away. Are you kidding me? God Su, this is too exaggerated. Everyone looked at Suchio with jealousy, envy, and hatred. Luo Qingxue was also a little confused. We both have an SSS level martial spirit, but why do I feel like you are so much more powerful than me? Mu Qingkong's eyes also revealed a hint of ecstasy. The Taotia martial spirit is indeed extraordinary. This martial spirit is too strong in terms of cultivation speed. Teacher Mu, Su's cultivation is so fast. This Taotia martial spirit is too abnormal. Is this really normal? The principal of number 3 middle school also felt that the speed of cultivation was too abnormal. It would take others several months to become a first-level warrior. Suchio achieved this in just 1 hour of practice. It's totally against common sense. I have read some records about the Taotia martial spirit. The most powerful effect of this martial spirit is reflected in the speed of cultivation. Especially in the early stage, it is far superior to the cultivators of the same level. Even the owners of SSS level martial spirits cannot compare to it. Then doesn't this make it the strongest SSS level martial spirit? No, for a warrior's training, besides speed, other aspects are also crucial, such as martial arts. The Taotia spirit does not have any special bonus in the practice of martial arts, and is no different from ordinary warriors. Moreover, the further you advance in martial arts, the more difficult it becomes to advance. Sometimes it's not the speed of absorbing spiritual energy that counts, but also the chance, comprehension, etc. Therefore, in history, even the owners of the Taotia martial spirit are often surpassed by others. Mu Qingkong said. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, although this Taotia martial spirit was abnormal, it was not so abnormal that it made people despair. Luo Qingxue on the side also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As the owner of an SSS level martial spirit, she was just hit hard. After listening to Mu Qingkong's words, I felt a little better. Only Suchio himself knows. The Taotia martial spirit is just a pervert in the early stages. Oh. Don't be afraid. You don't know that this level of martial spirit. He still has 9. When everyone wakes up one by one, it's so exaggerated and so despairing. Suchio became a first-level warrior in his first practice. Later, Mu Qingkong didn't dare let Suchio continue practicing. After all, once he started practicing, no one else in the school would be able to practice. Suchio didn't want to continue practicing. After all, the amount of spiritual energy a person can absorb at one time is limited. If you absorb too much, the body won't be able to hold it and it will dissipate. He has already absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy today, and it has reached the limit of his body's capacity. Only after refining all the spiritual energy can he continue to absorb it next time. And he believed that with the Taotia martial spirit, he would be able to complete the refining quickly. A first-level warrior must absorb spiritual energy for at least a whole day without sleep before reaching the limit of his body's ability to hold spiritual energy. But you, on the other hand, have reached the limit in less than an hour. Mu Qingkong couldn't help but sigh at the power of the Taotia martial spirit again. Suqiu touched his nose, glanced at Luo Qingxue who was meditating next to him, and then asked Mu Qingkong, "Teacher, I can't practice now. What do you think I should do next? You can't let me read books by myself, right? I can memorize everything in the book." There is a reason why Suqiu Yuan can be called the god of number 3 middle school. He tore all the books to pieces. I have almost memorized them all. Involution has reached its extreme. Mu Qingkong thought for a moment and said, "Well, let me teach you a martial art." Suqiu's eyes lit up. For a warrior, in addition to spiritual power cultivation, martial arts are also crucial. A warrior who does not know martial arts cannot be considered a real warrior. The martial spirit I awakened is the weapon martial spirit fiery fist gloves. Mu Qingkong's mind moved, and suddenly a raging fire erupted from her body. The flame condensed in her palms and then turned into a pair of steel boxing gloves. The fist glowed red and had ancient patterns imprinted on it. There is a sense of vicissitudes and majesty. This is a fire-attributed martial soul. So the martial arts I practice are mostly fire-attributed, but your Taotia martial soul is attributeless. So you can practice any martial arts, but don't think this is a good thing. Although being without attributes allows you to practice any martial arts, because you have no attributes, you will not get any bonus when practicing any attribute martial arts, and your efficiency is the same as that of ordinary people, so you will not make any rapid progress. Mu Qingkong said. Suqiu nodded, "I understand. Let's go outside." Mu Qingkong brought Suqiu to the playground and said, "The martial arts I'm going to teach you is a D-level martial arts called Fiery Fist. Watch carefully." As she spoke, she began to demonstrate in front of Suqiu. Waving fists. The fire is burning. Finally, she let out a delicate cry and threw a punch. Flames gushed out from her fist, turning it into a huge fireball. There was a loud bang and a hole several meters deep was created on the playground. Even more terrifying than the power of a grenade. Do you know how much force I put into this punch? Have no idea. Mu Qingkong stretched out a finger. Suqiu sucked in a breath of cold air. 1 point of force is so terrifying. If it's 10 points, won't the entire playground be blown up? If I give it my 100%, I can blow up the school. Mu Qingkong said lightly. Suqiu was confused. He thought the other party's full score was 10. I didn't expect the other party to use a 100-point system. Sky. How high is Mu Qingkong's cultivation level? As far as he knew, even a 6th-rank warrior was only this good, right? Is the other party 7th-level marquis? Hiss. Is this the value of the Education Bureau's Gold Medal Teacher Award? The purity is too high. Seeing Suqiu's admiring eyes, Mu Qingkong's vanity was satisfied. He reached out and patted the other person's shoulder, smiling and said, "Keep working hard. One day, you will reach my level." Suqiu began to practice the fiery fist taught by Mu Qingkong. Although this martial art is only a D-level martial art, it cannot be mastered in a short period of time. Suqiu practiced for an entire afternoon but only got a good grasp of it. The fist could only produce a spark. Even lighting a cigarette is difficult. Not to mention creating a big hole with one punch like Mu Qingkong did. But Mu Qingkong, who was watching from the side, was secretly shocked. "I didn't expect this kid to have such an understanding of martial arts. It only took one afternoon and I learned it quite well." If he had a fire-attributed martial spirit, he would have almost reached the minor success stage of martial arts by now. The level of martial arts is the same as the level of martial soul. But according to the proficiency of martial arts, it is divided into 5 levels: basic skills, minor skills, major skills, peak skills, and perfection. The higher the level, the more powerful the martial arts effect will be. Suqiu, haste makes waste, take a rest. Mu Qingkong stepped forward and said. Yes. Su Qiu nodded, took the towel handed over by Mu Qingkong and wiped his sweat, then asked curiously, Teacher Mu, how long did it take you to learn this martial art? 3 days. 3 days of minor accomplishments. No, it's the peak of 3 days. Su Qiu was a little shocked. I practiced for an entire afternoon but haven't even mastered the basics, while Mu Qingkong reached the peak level in just 3 days. There is really no comparison when comparing oneself with another. I have an S-level fire attribute martial spirit, so I can learn fire attribute martial spirits faster than you. You don't need to compare yourself with me. You are pretty good. I think you can achieve the results that I achieved in 3 days within a month. Thank you, I feel comforted. Su Qiu's mouth twitched slightly. Ding-a-ling. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. Su Qiu carried his school bag and said goodbye to Mu Qingkong and Luo Qingxue. Watching his departing figure, Mu Qingkong said with emotion, he's a good kid. Given time, he will definitely become something great. How long do you think it will take for him to become a king? Luo Qingxue asked. The fastest is 3 years, the slowest is 10 years. What about me? Luo Qingxue asked. It will take at least 10 years. Ah, we both have SSS-level spirits, am I that much worse than him? Luo Qingxue was a little unconvinced. His Taotie martial spirit is quite special. His cultivation speed in the early stage was extremely fast. It is normal for him to become a prince before you. Of course, I only said it based on normal cultivation. In addition to aptitude, cultivation also requires opportunities, resources, and even family support. Luo Qingxue, you are the daughter of the Luo family. If I'm not mistaken, your family should have already prepared a variety of martial arts resources for you to use. With the support of your family, you may be able to advance to the rank of prince faster than him. After all, as far as I know, he is just a little guy with no background. Mu Qingkong told the story slowly and leisurely, telling the cruel truth in the cultivation world. Sometimes, in addition to qualifications, family background is also crucial. Without these, no matter how good your qualifications are, you may be constrained. An SSS-level martial spirit is enough to make him a target for recruitment by various parties. As long as he is willing, some forces are willing to support him. Luo Qingxue said. Oh, what a pity that this kind of funding is conditional. It depends on what he chooses. Mu Qingkong said lightly as he looked at Su Qiu's departing back. As Su Qiu walked out of the school gate, he saw an extended luxury car parked in front of him and a man in a suit walked out of the car. He came to Su Qiu with a smile and took out a business card. Hello, Su, I am the chairman of Sanseng Group. We would like to talk to you about your future studies. As long as you are willing, our Sanseng Group is willing to sponsor you to complete your studies, and all expenses in the process will be sponsored by us. You just need to join our Sanseng Group after completing your studies and work for us for at least 3 years. Su Qiu took the business card and quickly figured out everything. The fact that he had an SSS-level martial spirit could not be concealed, so it was normal for major companies to recruit him. Su Qiu also knew that once he accepted sponsorship from a certain force, it would mean that he would be bound to it. It won't be so easy to leave in the future. Without any hesitation, he rejected the men in front of him. But before he could leave, several more cars blocked his way. Men in suits and ties got out of the car one after another. There were dignified old men, fashionable urban beauties, and high-ranking corporate bosses. They all walked up to Su Qiu and handed out their business cards. Mr. Su, we are from Zhao Yuan Enterprise. Student Su, we are from Tianjin Gene Engineering. As long as you join us, we will take care of all your genetic potions in the future. What kind of genetic potion? How can it be better than the elixir from Laojuan Pharmaceutical? Student Su, we are willing to provide you with various elixirs for your future practice. My Tianlei Martial Arts School can provide you with various martial arts secrets. One after another, famous companies extended olive branches to Su Qiu. This scene filled the other students' eyes with envy. The ranking of SSS-level martial spirits is just great. Any of these companies are well known in Qingyun City. They are all here to recruit Su Shen. When everyone was amazed, There was a loud roar above everyone's head. A helicopter flew over the crowd, and then a figure suddenly jumped down from the helicopter. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, it was 100 meters high. The figure fell to the ground with a bang, creating a hole in the ground, but he himself stood firmly on the ground. He was a young man in his early 20s. With a crew cut and wearing a white shirt, he looks energetic and capable. He walked towards Suqiu and said with a smile, "Student Su, let me introduce myself. I am from Zixiao Martial Arts School. I specially come to invite you to join us." When the words Zixiao Martial Arts School came out, everyone was shocked. Martial arts schools are one of the most common organizations in this martial arts society, and the top martial arts schools can even influence a city or even a country. And Zixiao Martial Arts School is such a martial arts school. They are the top-ranked martial arts school in Qingyun City, with many experts. The owner of the martial arts school is one of the rare 7th-level Marquis Masters in Daxia. Known as Marquis Zixiao. He is an existence that can make the entire Qingyun City tremble with just a stomp of his feet. Joining his martial arts school can only be described in 4 words. That is, rapid rise to the top. Even Zixiao Ho has sent people to recruit Sushen. Now there's no hope for others. Who dares to compete with Zixiao Ho for people? It would be great if I could join Zixiao Martial Arts School. It is said that to join Zixiao Martial Arts School, the examination is extremely strict. One of the requirements is to become a 3rd-level warrior before the age of 25. This requirement alone is enough to eliminate a large number of warriors. Isn't Sushen a 3rd-level warrior yet? Aren't you talking nonsense? Sushen has just started practicing, how could he become a 3rd-level warrior so quickly? But he has an SSS-level martial spirit, and becoming a 3rd-level warrior before the age of 25 is like a piece of cake. Even people from Zixiao Martial Arts School are here. There was a hint of surprise in Suqiu's eyes. The young man with the flat head looked at Suqiu and continued, "Our martial arts master said that as long as you join our martial arts hall, he can accept you as his personal disciple." Hiss. When these words came out, others took a deep breath. Being accepted as a personal disciple by a powerful marquis, Suqiu will have no problem walking around Qingyun City as he pleases. To be honest, Suqiu felt a little moved. At this time, suddenly, new options appeared in front of him. Faced with Zixiao Martial Arts School's solicitation, you have the following options. First, agree to join Zixiao Martial Arts School and be deeply bound to Zixiao Martial Arts School from now on, and you will be rewarded with 1 million yuan. Second, reject Zixiao Martial Arts School and use your own strength to forge your own martial arts path. You will be rewarded with the early awakening of one of the 10 fierce beast spirits. Seeing this choice, Suqiu's eyes lit up. He was very excited about the 1 million, and he was also excited about joining Zixiao Martial Arts School. But the reward for refusing made him even more excited. Awaken a beast spirit in advance. You know, everything he has now was brought to him by the Taotie martial spirit. If I could awaken a spirit that was no weaker than the Taotie spirit. He couldn't even imagine how awesome he was. Suqiu didn't hesitate and chose the second one directly. He smiled apologetically to the flat-headed brother and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to join the forces for the time being. I just want to finish my studies first. I'm sorry that you made this trip in vain." The flat-headed brother was stunned. He never expected that he would be rejected. You have to know that he represents Zixiao Martial Arts School, and he is representing Zixiao Ho, one of the top martial artists in Daxia, to issue the invitation. Can this be rejected? Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want after awakening your SSS martial spirit? Ignore everything. Without resources and guidance from famous teachers, even the most powerful martial spirit cannot be fully utilized. Do you understand this principle? Student Su, please think about it again. Sorry, I'm in a hurry to get back. Suqiu squeezed out of the crowd, got on a bus not far away and left. At the school gate, there were a large group of luxury cars and a helicopter hovering overhead, but in Suqiu's eyes, they were not as important as the bus going home. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. No one expected this to be the result. Mu Qingkong, who was not far away, witnessed everything that happened and couldn't help but laugh while holding his stomach. Haha, interesting, this little guy is really interesting. Zi Xiaohe would never have thought that he would be rejected by a teenager. No, I have to go to Zixiao martial arts school tomorrow to see how ugly that guy's face is. After the bus arrived at the station, Suqiu got off and walked towards the community. And along the way, he was also experiencing a new power that suddenly emerged in his body. That is, another martial soul. He was keenly aware that it was a martial spirit power that was no less powerful than that of Tao Tia. But we don't know which martial spirit it is yet. You'll know when you get home and call him out. Woof woof woof. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, he heard the damn dog barking from upstairs. Suqiu was speechless for a while. This stinky dog is really restless. He once went upstairs to argue with someone. But the answer I got was, the property management doesn't care about it, so why should you? He was so angry that his teeth itched. After returning home, Su Xiaoshuang was lying on the bed playing games. The meal had been cooked in advance and the vegetables were waiting for him to come back to cook. Suqiu knocked on the door and said, Su Xiaoshuang, you didn't play games all day, did you? How is that possible? I've finished my homework. Su Xiaoshuang said. He used his crutches to take out the homework book from the drawer and showed it to Suqiu for inspection. Suqiu took a look and found it was true. You've become so self-conscious. Suqiu was a little surprised. Of course, my brother has an SSS-level martial spirit, so of course I have to work harder, otherwise what if I can't keep up with you in the future? Hearing this, Suqiu touched the other person's head and said, not bad, very self-aware. Then he went to cook. After cooking, the brother and sister ate and chatted at the table. When talking about Suqiu's refusal to be recruited by Zixiao Martial Arts School, Su Xiaoshuang's expression was calm and she was not surprised at all. Suqiu was a little surprised and asked, Xiaoshuang, if I had agreed to Zixiao Martial Arts School, our lives would definitely be much better than they are now. If I rejected them, you won't blame me, right? Brother, what are you talking about? This is your decision, why should I blame you? No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Su Xiaoshuang said, and then snorted, besides, isn't it just a small Zixiao martial arts hall? When this female emperor awakens her martial soul and practices for 2 or 3 years, I can destroy them with a slap. Why should they accept my brother? Boom. Suqiu knocked Su Xiaoshuang's head hard. What are you talking about here again? Come back to me, the queen, and stop reading some cool novels. No, I'm proud of reading exciting stories. Su Xiaoshuang raised her little head and said proudly. Suqiu was helpless. In fact, he himself often reads pornographic novels secretly, so what qualifications does he have to criticize others? Then he thought of something and took out a bottle of potion. This is for you, drink it after dinner. What's this? Healing potion. Brother Shi, when did you have the money to buy something like this? Don't worry about that. Suqiu smiled slightly. He couldn't say that this was the result of his choice today. Ding dong. There was a ring at the door. Who is it? I ordered takeout. Suqiu said. He went out and brought back a whole baked chicken. I was afraid you wouldn't be full, so I ordered a baked chicken. Suqiu said. Su Xiaoshuang gasped, actually, it was a prostitute. Brother, you didn't go to rob a bank, did you? Brother, let's go and turn ourselves in. You have an SSS-level martial spirit, they will go easy on you. What are you thinking about? Suqiu slapped Su Xiaoshuang on the head again. Brother, if you hit me on the head again, I'm going to become stupid. Su Xiaoshuang said aggrievedly. Do you want to eat this kiln chicken? Eat. Su Xiaoshuang couldn't beat Suqiu, so she could only turn her grief and anger into appetite and finished most of the kiln chicken. Suqiu only ate a little and then went back to the house. Before leaving, he reminded Su Xiaoshuang to remember to drink the healing potion. Inside the house, Suqiu sat cross-legged on the bed, eager to summon a new martial spirit. Woof woof woof. There was another sound of a dog barking upstairs. Suqiu was so angry that his teeth itched. One day I will turn you into dog meat stew. Then, he ignored it and summoned his second martial soul. Next second, a snow-white tiger appeared in front of him. This white tiger has a graceful and elegant figure, its entire body is white, and there is a word, King, on its forehead. While it is elegant, it also exudes an incomparable fierce aura. It was like an almighty beast that controlled the killing of heaven and earth. And the information about this martial soul instantly flooded into Su Qiu's mind. White tiger. One of the 10 fierce beasts, SSS-level martial spirit. Controls the power of killing. It can add murderous attacks to the owner's martial arts, doubling the power. It can also be summoned to fight, killing the world, with unparalleled combat power. White tiger. Master the ultimate killing power. I didn't expect it to be this martial spirit. Like the Taotia martial soul, the white tiger martial soul has also appeared in the history of Blue Star, and its owner once suppressed an era. Known as the Supreme White Tiger. He is still one of the most famous and strongest warriors in the history of Blue Star. The Taotia spirit devours spiritual energy to help me practice, while the white tiger spirit focuses on killing. The two complement each other, which is simply amazing. The corners of Su Qiu's mouth rose slightly. The more I look at the white tiger martial spirit, the more I like it. And he suddenly discovered that the dog upstairs stopped barking. I think he felt the momentum of the white tiger martial soul. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, allowing the white tiger martial soul to release some more momentum. Suddenly, a murderous aura surged out. Ordinary people cannot feel this breath, but some animals can detect it. That night, people in the community found that the entire community was unusually quiet. The dog stopped barking and the cat stopped jumping. Even the mosquitoes disappeared. At this moment, a scream came from outside the living room. It came from Su Xiaoshuang. Su Qiu hurried out to check, and saw Su Xiaoshuang standing up from the wheelchair, throwing her crutches aside, and jumping up and down excitedly. Su Qiu glanced at the empty medicine bottle on the table. Knowing that the other party has drunk the healing potion. But he didn't expect that the effect of this potion was so great. Not long after Su Xiaoshuang finished drinking it, he was able to jump up and down on the spot. He quickly walked over and held Su Xiaoshuang down. "My little aunt, you have just recovered, please don't bump into me again." "Brother, I'm fine, I'm completely fine." Su Xiaoshuang removed the bandage on her leg, revealing her intact, flawless white feet, and stretched them in front of Su Qiu. Su Qiu slapped him away and said, "Stop making trouble. Now that you are fine, go to school tomorrow. It's been a long time since you went to school." "Ah. Ouch, why do I feel like my foot is still a little numb, as if it hasn't fully healed yet? I may need to rest for another 2 days." "Don't give me that. Go to school tomorrow." Su Qiu snorted softly. The next day, Su Qiu got up, made breakfast, and then took Su Xiaoshuang out. In the corridor, he saw a family from the upstairs floor walking down with a dog in their arms, and they were crying while holding the dog. "Oh my Dabai, why did you just leave like this? Woo, woo, how can I live without you?" Su Qiu glanced at the dog. "Oh my god, isn't that the dog that often barks on their floor? How come it disappeared out of nowhere?" Etc. Could it be that he was frightened to death by the white tiger's aura yesterday? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He looked at the family with a guilty conscience and hurried away with Su Xiaoshuang. It is said that people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Su Xiaoshuang seemed to be gloating. "This stinky dog barks all day long, and the owner doesn't care. It deserves it. Now, my world is much quieter." Although Su Xiaoshuang didn't want to go to school, she had been staying at home since she injured her foot. Now that she went out to breathe some fresh air, she seemed quite excited. Whenever she saw a flower on the road, she would stop to smell it. "Ah, this is the breath of freedom." Su Xiaoshuang sighed. Su Qiu took her onto the bus and personally sent her to class. On the way, he saw 2 tall students surrounding a junior girl wearing glasses in the corridor. The junior girl was timid and looked very scared. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshuang rushed up directly. "You 2 guys are bullying Xiaoyu again, right? Don't you know that I am protecting her?" Su Xiaoshuang said loudly. The two college students were also stunned when they saw Su Xiaoshuang appear, but one of them sneered, "Su Xiaoshuang, don't meddle in other people's business. We are just borrowing her homework to copy. Get out of here. Don't you see she doesn't want to?" Su Xiaoshuang was still standing in front of the girl with glasses. And Su Qiu also faced a choice. When faced with school bullying, you have the following choices. 1. Turn a blind eye. No reward. 2. Support your sister. Reward, a martial arts enlightenment card. Seeing this, Su Qiu of course chose the second option. He walked to Su Xiaoshuang, looked at the two tall boys in front of him, and said calmly, "What do you want to do with my sister? Are you God Su?" A boy recognized Su Qiu and his expression changed slightly. Su Qiu is too famous in school now. The owner of SSS-level martial spirit. This name alone is enough to deter countless people. Go, go, go. The two of them didn't want to stay any longer and left quickly. Bite. Martial Skills Enlightenment card has been issued. Reward received. Su Qiu made a "yeah" gesture in his heart. He looked at Su Xiaoshuang and said, "Study hard." I know, brother, go to class by yourself." Su Qiu left straight away. The girl with glasses next to Su Xiaoshuang looked at Su Qiu's departing back with stars in her eyes. "Xiaoshuang, your brother is so handsome." "Hey, that's right, don't you see whose brother it is? Can you give me his WeChat?" "No way." "Why?" "Xiaoyu, didn't you hear what my brother said? Study hard and don't think about those messy things." Su Xiaoshuang said righteously. The other side. Su Qiu came to the special class, and Luo Qingxue came early. She was meditating on her own. After noticing Su Qiu coming, he opened his eyes and looked at him, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. "Su Qiu, why did you reject Zixiao Martial Arts School yesterday?" "Oh, if you want to refuse, just refuse. Why are there so many reasons? You know, after you left yesterday, the people from Zixiao Martial Arts School did not leave, but instead accepted a few disciples from number 3 middle school before leaving." "Oh, who did you accept?" "Xiao Mei, and Li Ziang." "Xiao Mei has an S-level martial spirit, so it's understandable that Zixiao Martial Arts School accepted her. But would Zixiao Martial Arts School also accept Li Ziang, who has an A-level martial spirit? The Li family has a partnership with Zixiao Martial Arts School. It's normal to accept Li Ziang for the sake of the Li family's reputation. Besides, an A-level martial spirit is not bad. A-level martial spirit is the top martial spirit that ordinary people dream of. SSS-level martial spirits like Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue. It is extremely rare in the entire world. So that's how it is." Su Qiu ignored Xiao Mei and Li Ziang's affairs and continued to practice. "As soon as I sat down to meditate, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth surged like a raging wave, converging towards him." Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched, again. The students in other classrooms also noticed the loss of spiritual energy, and naturally knew that this was Su Qiu practicing. They were no match for the other party in terms of spiritual energy, so they gave up practicing one after another. The principal of number 3 middle school glanced in the direction of the special class, shook his head helplessly, and then went to the broadcasting room to start announcing to the entire school. "Student Su Qiu is practicing. Please stop absorbing spiritual energy for now and wait until he finishes absorbing it before continuing. I'll repeat, classmate Su Qiu is practicing, please." Everyone was speechless. To absorb spiritual energy, the whole school must be informed and others must temporarily stop practicing. This is unique. In Class 1, Grade 2. Su Xiaoshuang also heard the school announcement. With a look of pride on her face, she said to the students around her, "Do you know who Su Qiu is? He's my brother." Others looked at her enviously. "Xiaoshuang, your brother is so awesome. I really envy you for having such a brother. You have an SSS-level martial spirit, this is really amazing." Many people looked at Su Xiaoshuang and secretly decided to build a good relationship with her in the future. Even the teacher's gaze towards Su Xiaoshuang became much softer. Time passes. Suchio practiced for more than an hour and stopped only when he felt the spiritual energy in his body was saturated. The spiritual energy of the entire school became much thinner because of his devouring. Several teachers sensed it and couldn't help but curse him as a monster in their hearts. "Have you finished your training?" Luo Qingxue said quietly from the side. Suchio touched his nose and said, "It's okay, you can practice. By the way, why hasn't Teacher Mu come today?" "Have no idea." Luo Qingxue shook her head, and then said, "But she said yesterday that she wanted to go to Zixiao Martial Arts Hall to see how Zixiao Ho would look after being rejected." "Ah, this." Suchio was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Mu Qingkong to be so bold as to go and watch the joke of a powerful marquis. Since Mu Qingkong didn't come, Suchio went to the side to practice martial arts by himself. He sensed the spiritual power in his body and found that it was still at the lower level of the first order. But it was no wonder. It was impossible for his realm to rise so quickly after just 2 days of practice. That would be too abnormal. He went to the playground to practice the D-level martial art, Fiery Fist. However, there was no progress after practicing for half an hour. It seems that his talent in martial arts is not very outstanding. But then he thought of the martial arts epiphany card he had just obtained. With a thought, he took out the enlightenment card. This is a silver-white transparent card with nothing on it. System, how do I use this card? System, just crush it. Suchio crushed the card directly. The next second, the card turned into a star point and was injected into his body. He felt nothing. Maybe I need to practice martial arts to see the effect. He practiced the Fiery Fist again. This time, he clearly felt the difference, and he quickly comprehended the subtlety of the Fiery Fist. From the beginning, to small success, to big success, to the peak. Reach perfection with one last breath. In just a short while, he had comprehended the Fiery Fist to perfection. He threw a punch, flames gathered on his fist, and it hit the ground, creating flames and creating a hole in the ground. The principal of No. 3 Middle School, who was passing by not far away, immediately gasped. How could this guy's martial arts be so powerful? The power of Suchio's punch is already very close to the first-grade top grade. But the problem is that the opponent just became a first-rank lower-grade warrior yesterday. Is it martial arts perfection? But where did he learn this martial art? The principal of No. 3 Middle School was a little confused. Unless they were disciples of martial arts schools or children of aristocratic families, the martial arts of ordinary students were provided by the school. Now everyone is still in the stage of meditating and refining spiritual energy, and there is still a long way to go before learning martial arts. But Suchio has already mastered a martial art to perfection. The gap is too big. I taught him his martial arts. At this time, Mu Qingkong slowly walked up and looked at Suchio with a complicated look in his eyes. I just taught you yesterday. She was shocked. I just taught it yesterday, and it's completed today. Do you have to be so rebellious? She walked up to Suchio and said, Suchio, try punching me. Ah, isn't this bad? Don't worry, with your current level of cultivation, you won't be able to hurt me. Come on, hit me with all your strength. Then Teacher Mu is offended. Suchio was not polite anymore and punched towards Mu Qingkong with all his strength. Bang. The punch hit the opponent's chest, and flames burned wildly. But Mu Qingkong stood there, motionless, and nodded slightly. It is indeed the power of perfect martial arts. Besides, where are you going to hit, little guy? Her body shook slightly, and Suchio was knocked back 2 steps. In a trance, he seemed to see the other person's chest shaking, and the elasticity of it surprised him greatly. I can't imagine if this. He quickly shook his head to get rid of the beautiful thoughts in his mind. Although the Fiery Fist is a D-level martial art, you have mastered it to perfection in just 1 day. It's incredible. How did you do it? I just kept practicing, and then suddenly I got it. Suchio said that the system matter was his biggest secret and could not be exposed. Mu Qingkong seemed to be thinking about something, and then his eyes lit up. I understand, you must have had an epiphany. Epiphany? Oh yes, that's right, epiphany. I did use the epiphany card. Nothing wrong. It is said that some people can have a sudden enlightenment when practicing martial arts, and their martial arts proficiency will improve by leaps and bounds. However, such opportunities are very rare. Even I have only had a sudden enlightenment once. Mu Qingkong was amazed. You can enter the state of enlightenment the first time you practice martial arts. This is really lucky. Yes. In addition, there is one more thing I want to inform you. Due to the special nature of your Taotie martial spirit, the Education Bureau has specially prepared a martial arts spiritual weapon for you. Mu Qingkong said as he took out a necklace. The necklace was silver-white in color and inlaid with a blue gem. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. A martial arts spiritual weapon, as the name suggests, is a device specifically used for martial arts. There are ones for attack, defense, and assistance. This necklace should be an auxiliary martial arts spiritual weapon. Even the most common martial arts spiritual weapon has an extremely high price, starting at tens of millions. The Education Bureau actually equipped him with this thing. This is a martial arts spiritual tool, the Blue Spirit Necklace. It stores a large amount of spiritual energy. When you practice in the future, you can directly absorb the spiritual energy in this Blue Spirit Necklace. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this necklace can be replenished by itself while it is consumed. This spiritual weapon should be enough for you until you advance to the third level. Mu Qingkong handed the necklace to Su Qiu. The principal of the third middle school standing by was a little envious. Even he couldn't be equipped with such an auxiliary spiritual weapon. The Education Bureau actually equipped a student with a spiritual weapon. This is the first time I've seen this. It seems that the higher-ups attach great importance to SSS-level martial spirits. I will not let the school board down. Su Qiu took a deep breath and put on the necklace. Very good, then let's start today's lesson. What are you learning today? Actual combat. Mu Qingkong said calmly, and then punched Su Qiu in the head. Su Qiu was unable to dodge and was hit directly. He screamed and felt like a bump on his forehead. Actual combat is the most important course for a warrior. Only in the process of actual combat can a warrior put what he has learned into practice. A warrior who has not experienced actual combat is nothing but waste no matter how high his cultivation is. Mu Qingkong continued to attack Su Qiu as he spoke. Su Qiu was beaten and had to hide here and there. Is that all you can do? Teacher Mu, you are bullying the weak. Nonsense, my cultivation has been suppressed to the first level, we are now in the same realm. Then teacher, watch out. Su Qiu used the newly learned fiery fist to attack Mu Qingkong. But unfortunately, although his martial arts skills were perfect, his practical experience was weak. He was suppressed by Mu Qingkong after just a few resistances. Your fist is too slow. Who told you to punch like that? Your middle door is wide open. You're looking for death. Lift your legs higher. TSK, didn't you have breakfast? Why are your fists so limp? On the playground, Mu Qingkong was training Su Qiu. It was Su Qiu's first actual combat and he was beaten to a pulp. The opponent was too cruel. A student passing by and seeing this shuddered. God, Su was beaten so badly, if we go up here, won't we be beaten half paralyzed? Su Qiu was tortured for the whole morning. It also caused many students to have psychological trauma in practical courses. But later they found out that only Su Qiu's practical classes were so strict, and they had not reached that level yet. After all, a genius like Su Qiu naturally needs to be held to higher standards than others, otherwise his talent would be wasted. A day passed. Su Qiu just felt sore all over, and he even grimaced when he walked. After school, Su Xiaoshuang came to the playground. Seeing Su Qiu being beaten to a pulp, she couldn't help but feel distressed. She glared at Mu Qingkong fiercely and said, "Teacher, you are too cruel. If anything happens to my brother, I will never forgive you." Mu Qingkong raised his eyebrows. How dare a little girl talk to her like that? Interesting. She walked up to Su Qiu and took out a bottle of potion. This is a healing potion that can help you recover quickly. Let's continue practicing tomorrow. She raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a charming smile. But Su Qiu couldn't help but shudder. Good job. A big stick and a sweet date. Ding. Facing the rigorous practical course, you have the following choices. 1. Reject. I won't take this torturous practical class anymore. Whoever likes it can take it. Reward, 100,000 yuan plus a box of fat otaku happy water. 2. Face it calmly. The sharpness of a sword comes from grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. How can you become a strongman without experiencing the torture of actual combat? Reward, combat experience card. Experience card. Of course Suchio chose the second option. For the sake of the future, there is no way I can give up easily. See you tomorrow. Mu Qingkong smiled and patted Suchio on the shoulder. Back home. Suchio swallowed the potion. Suddenly, the fatigue of the body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bruises disappeared. This healing potion is extremely effective, so it must be of a fairly high level. Plus the martial arts spirit weapon I got today. The Education Bureau has put a lot of effort into him. Come to think of it, there are only a few SSS-level martial spirits in the entire Blue Star. Once they grow up, they will be the backbone of Daxia. Can you not spend so much effort? He took out the combat experience card and crushed it. Suddenly, today's actual combat process replayed in his mind, and his actual combat experience was also growing exponentially. In just a short while, he seemed to have become a battle-hardened warrior. I see. If this punch is thrown like this, Mr. Mu will have no way to counterattack. The best he can do is block it. Well, Teacher Mu is right. This kick was really well done. That's a good move. Suchio replayed today's actual combat process in his mind. After his actual combat experience increased, he felt that his moves were indeed childish. The next day, he continued to come to school. Mu Qingkong had been waiting for him and rubbed his fists. Are you ready to get spanked? Suchio smiled slightly. Teacher Mu, you have to be careful. I am not the same person I was yesterday. I have grown up. Oh, how much can it grow? Mu Qingkong shook his head. It's only been one day, and the other party thinks he's capable. Looks like I have to work harder today. Let him know how powerful his teacher is. Whoosh. She rushed out and threw a punch. This punch was extremely tricky, but the next second, it was blocked by Suchio with his crossed hands. Mu Qingkong couldn't help but be surprised. Blocked, blocked. Immediately afterwards, Suchio began to fight back. His fists and feet were swung out with great force and power, and he displayed a set of fiery punches to the fullest extent. The actual combat experience was a world apart from yesterday. After more than a dozen moves, Mu Qingkong was still unable to gain the upper hand. How come this guy's combat experience has improved so quickly? Did you see a ghost? Mu Qingkong was shocked. The other party practiced the fiery fist to perfection in one day. Now another day has passed, and the practical experience has been improved by several levels. This. Genius. No. This is a monster. An absolute monster. Mu Qingkong was extremely shocked, but also extremely happy. In a few years, Daxia would have another powerful king. No. Even a 9th-rank emperor. As for the 10th Order Supreme, Mu Qingkong had thought about it, but such people were extremely rare in history. She didn't think the other party could grow to that level in a short period of time. At least there was basically no possibility in the next 20 years. Okay, Suchio, continue. Mu Qingkong praised and continued to attack Suchio. At the entrance of the special class, Luo Qingxue looked at Suchio who was fighting with Mu Qingkong, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. There is admiration, envy, and also unwillingness to accept oneself. I didn't expect him to improve so quickly. If I practice step by step, I'm afraid I will still be left behind by him like before, Luo Qingxue murmured. She picked up her phone and made a call. Miss, do you have any instructions? A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. I heard that Laojuan Pharmaceuticals' latest yuan-making pill is ready to be launched on the market. Please help me order a batch. The more the better. Miss, the latest yuan-creating pill costs at least 1 million each. Money is not a problem. My Luo family doesn't lack this little money. Yes. Luo Qingxue turned off her phone and looked at Suqiu on the playground, with a hint of fighting spirit in her eyes. Suqiu, I won't always be the runner-up. Let me show you the power of money. Time passes. Suqiu and Mu Qingkong fought for another whole day. In the next half-month, he went to school during the day to practice with Mu Qingkong, and went home at night to practice with the blue spirit necklace. Very fast progress. In just half a month, he reached the level of a first-level intermediate warrior. This day, Suqiu took the bus home as usual. Suddenly the bus braked suddenly, and everyone on the bus fell forward due to inertia. Suqiu subconsciously hugged Su Xiaoshuang in his arms to protect her. Damn. Driver, how do you drive like that? Master, what's wrong with you? The people in the car were thrown all over the place. But then they had no time to blame the driver, because they saw a giant black rat with a pitch-black body crawling out from the ground not far away. The giant rat was several meters tall, with bloodshot eyes and a strong murderous aura emanating from it. It directly knocked the bus to the ground. It's a first-level alien beast, the blood demon rat. Hurry, run! The passengers on the bus were horrified and wanted to leave, but because the bus was hit and the door was crushed, everyone could only leave from the other side. Moreover, there were quite a few people on the bus. Everyone was crowded together and rushed towards the door in a panic, which actually shortened the time for everyone to leave. Suqiu punched the window, breaking it, picked up Su Xiaoshuang, let her go out first, and he followed closely behind. The brother and sister jumped out of the car and ran away. Someone please save my child. A woman's voice was heard from inside the bus, and her child was pinned down by a seat and couldn't break free for a while. Not only her, but also some elderly, weak, women and children were trapped in the car. And looking again, the blood demon rat was getting closer and closer to the bus. Suqiu was in a dilemma. Brother, what are you standing there for? Run. You have just become a warrior, how can you possibly defeat a strange beast? Don't try to be brave now. Su Xiaoshuang said quickly. She is not a cold-blooded person who is indifferent to the lives on the bus. But compared with my brother who I depend on for life. Of course she chose her brother without hesitation. Ding. When facing the imminent death at the hands of a strange beast, you have the following choices. 1. Just sit there and do nothing and run away. A bottle of healing potion as a reward. 2. Warriors like us fight against the strong and help the weak. As a warrior, how can we be timid? Stand up and lead the beast away. 10 bottles of healing potion as a reward. 3. A mere rat demon. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Let him know how powerful I am. Kill the blood demon rat. I will reward you with a bottle of advanced gene potion. 3 choices, 3 rewards. The one who gained the most was naturally the last one, who obtained a high-level genetic potion. This kind of thing was said to be worth at least 10 million. After taking it, it can improve your genes and enhance your cultivation. Treat illness if you have it. Staying healthy and fit can help you live longer. Suqiu swallowed his saliva, looked at the blood demon rat again, took a deep breath, and it didn't matter whether there was a reward or not. The key point is that he can't just stand by and watch someone die. If he didn't have the ability, he could just leave. But now he is a warrior and has the ability. Of course we can't just sit back and watch. As warriors, we should take it as our responsibility to eradicate strange beasts and protect the people. He took a step forward resolutely. Su Xiaoshuang became anxious when she saw this. Brother. Xiaoshuang, leave first, I will definitely come back. Suqiu ran towards the blood demon rat. Looking at his back, Su Xiaoshuang had tears in her eyes. Why are you always like this? Dad is like this, and you are like this too. Why don't you think about me? In front of the bus, the blood demon rat gradually approached, saliva flowing from its bloody mouth. It looked at the people in the bus as if they were delicious dishes. It's over, it's over. I'm dead. Woo woo woo, Mom, I'm scared. Inside the car, the sound of people crying and shouting could be heard continuously. Everyone was almost in despair. Just as the blood demon rat rushed towards the bus, a figure blocked his way. He lowered his waist, clenched his 5 fingers into fists, and blasted out with flames burning. It's the fiery fist. Get out of my way, you beast. The fist was burning with flames as it blasted towards the blood demon rat. Boom. The punch hit blood magic right in the chest. The opponent howled miserably, flew backwards, and rolled on the ground for several times. Seeing this, hope appeared in the eyes of the people on the bus. It's a warrior. A warrior has come to rescue us. Their eyes lit up and they looked delighted. But then the blood demon rat that was blown away slowly crawled up from the ground and growled towards Suchio. Suchio's eyes narrowed, as expected of an exotic beast. Even the most common exotic beasts have such tough skin and flesh. Exotic beasts, like warriors, are divided into levels 1 to 10. But even the most common first-level monsters have strong bodies, and their power and speed are far superior to those of ordinary first-level warriors. Generally speaking, in the same realm, strange beasts have the upper hand. Only a second-level warrior can kill a first-level monster alone without any pressure. A first-level warrior would definitely suffer a loss against a first-level monster. And according to what Suchio knew, the blood demon rat in front of him was a first-grade intermediate-quality exotic beast. To kill it, one must have at least a first-grade upper-quality beast. Suchio just advanced to the first-level intermediate grade. Although the Taotia martial spirit is powerful, it is more effective in assisting training and does not have much advantage in attack. But I don't just have the Taotia spirit. Suchio took a deep breath. He is not a reckless person. If he is not absolutely sure, how can he easily make a move? He still has a trump card in his hand. White Tiger martial spirit, it's up to you. Suchio's mind moved, and he communicated with the power of the White Tiger martial spirit in his body. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura burst out from him. This aura filled his whole body, making him look like a humanoid beast. The blood demon rat sensed the threat and did not dare to move forward for a moment. But if he doesn't take action, Suchio will not be polite. You beast, I'm going to kill you. He rushed towards the blood demon rat and used the fiery fist again. His fists were filled with domineering flames. But this time the attack power is different from before. With the blessing of the White Tiger's murderous aura, it is at least twice as powerful. Boom. When this punch was thrown, the blood demon rat's 2 claws blocked in front of him, but they were broken off abruptly, and the terrifying force then hit his chest. With a bang. A huge bloody hole was blasted in the blood demon rat's chest. A hint of joy flashed in Suchio's eyes. So strong. But the next second, the blood demon rat's body exploded and turned into blood mist. Broken limbs and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The blood fell on Suchio's body, staining his clean and tidy white school uniform into a bloody mess. Suchio couldn't help but gasp. This punch not only pierced the chest of the blood demon rat. Instead, he blew up the opponent's entire body. The power of the White Tiger martial spirit is so terrifying. Suchio looked at his fist, shocked and excited. I am only a first-level mid-level 1 now. With the help of the White Tiger martial spirit, I can burst out such power. If I can level up again. How can that be possible? Strength. This is what it feels like to have power. Elder brother. Su Xiaoshuang's voice came from not far away. The girl was worried about Suchio and did not walk far. When she saw Suchio killing the blood demon rat with 1 punch, she was dumbfounded. When Suchio, who was covered in blood, heard the voice, he turned around and grinned at the other party, saying, Xiaoshuang, isn't this punch of mine cool? There was a sound of hurried footsteps. I saw a figure rushing to the scene at a very fast speed. She was wearing a white shirt and had a slim figure. Her wheat-colored skin was bulging with muscles, giving her a bodybuilding look. In her hand, she was holding a black stick that was taller than a person. Where is the strange beast? The men said loudly, looking around. Then he saw Suchio standing in blood, and went forward to check. Young man, where are you injured? Hey, something is wrong. She realized something, and a strange look appeared on her face. This is not human blood, it is the blood of an alien beast. Did you kill the alien beast? Suchio nodded, yes. Which hunting team are you from? The hunting team, as the name suggests, is a team that specializes in hunting exotic beasts and maintaining public order, and every city has one. According to what Suchio knew, Qingyun City had 20 hunting teams, scattered in various areas of Qingyun City, to maintain public security in various places. I'm not from the hunting team. Suchio shook his head. I'm a student of number 3 middle school. Student. The woman was a little surprised and looked at Suchio strangely. Are all students nowadays so powerful? Can they kill strange beasts alone? Big sister, since your hunting team is here, I will leave first. After killing the blood demon rat, Suchio felt that there was no need for him to stay. Take Su Xiaoshuang away. The main theme is to leave after the work is done, hiding oneself and name. The woman touched her head and looked at Suchio's back. What a strange little guy, but it doesn't matter. We will meet again. She looked at the blood demon rat's broken limbs on the ground and smiled playfully. If this little guy really did it, it would be really interesting. Suchio took Su Xiaoshuang and was about to leave. A woman came up with a child in her arms and bowed to Suchio. Thank you for saving us. Thank you, big brother. I want to be as good as you in the future. The child said in a baby voice. Suchio wanted to reach out and touch the other person's head, but when he saw that he was covered in blood, he withdrew his hand and said with a smile, study hard. Come on. After killing the strange beast, Suchio took Su Xiaoshuang away. Leave a handsome back view. It feels like the job is done and I'm leaving, hiding my body and name. However, on the way back, Su Xiaoshuang remained silent and seemed to be still in shock. After Suchio came back and took a shower, he saw her sitting on the sofa and secretly wiping tears. He immediately went forward to comfort her. Xiaoshuang, what's wrong? Are you still scared? No, I just thought of Dad. Suchio was slightly stunned. Father Su passed away several years ago. The other party was also a warrior like Suchio now. Later, when facing the strange beast, he stepped forward to save people, but eventually died accidentally at the hands of the strange beast. Suchio was silent for a moment. I know that it was my behavior today that made Su Xiaoshuang recall the past. Brother is just like Dad, both are idiots. Why do you care about others? What if something happens to you? Are you going to leave me alone? You didn't even think about me. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Suchio with red eyes. Suchio touched the other person's head and said seriously, how could I not miss you, Xiaoshuang? Whether it is me or Dad, we always put family first, but in a situation like today, I have to take action. Those people, like Xiaoshuang, also have brothers and sisters and families. Behind them are families. What does that have to do with us? Xiaoshuang, if everyone thought this way, mankind would have perished long ago. Suchio said solemnly, the reason why we can still live safely in Qingyun City is all because of the blood and flesh of our ancestors. We do not seek to be as selfless and fearless as our ancestors. But at least, for the disaster happening in front of us, we should solve it if we can. If everyone doesn't care about it, humans will be completely wiped out by the monsters sooner or later. Eradicating the monsters is everyone's responsibility. This is something that is closely related to every warrior, and even everyone. Su Xiaoshuang paused and was speechless. She also knows that she is selfish. But she just didn't want Suchio to take risks. She was afraid that one day, Suchio would die in the hands of a monster like his father. The other party is her only relative. Suchio touched Su Xiaoshuang's head and said with a smile, Xiaoshuang, you are a good child, you must understand what your brother said, and I also know that you are worried about me. I promise you that I will never put myself in danger. No matter what happens, I always put my own safety first. Look at this blood demon rat today, it was no match for me at all, I could defeat it with just one punch, how could there be any danger? I only took action because I knew my own abilities. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang finally reacted and looked at Suchio with a trace of admiration in her eyes. Brother, you are really amazing today. You have only been a warrior for a few days, and you can kill the blood demon rat in seconds. Is the SSS level martial spirit so powerful? That is. Suchio smiled complacently. It seems that the other party's emotions have been almost calmed down. Next, he took out the genetic medicine. This is a bottle of light blue potion in a test tube. It is crystal clear and contains a substance similar to stardust. It looks quite mysterious. This is the first time I use advanced genetic medicine. I hope it won't disappoint me. Suqiu thought to himself. He did not use it himself, but poured half of the potion to Su Shaoshuang. Although Su Shaoshuang has not yet awakened her martial soul and become a warrior. However, this advanced genetic medicine can also strengthen the body and prolong life for ordinary people. Of course, this good thing should be given to the other party to try. Su Shaoshuang had no idea about the genetic medicine in her hand, and Suqiu just told her that it was a supplement he bought himself. There are many similar oral solutions on the market. She had no doubts either. Drink it together with Suqiu. After the genetic potion entered his body, Suqiu immediately felt that the spiritual power in his body began to slowly increase, which was more effective than 10 days of practice. This is a huge step towards becoming a top-grade first-class warrior. Shaoshuang, how do you feel? Suqiu looked at Su Shaoshuang and asked. The other person smacked his lips twice. It tastes good. Any more? Well, besides the taste, do you feel that your body has become stronger? Suqiu's mouth twitched. This is an advanced genetic potion. One bottle costs at least 10 million. It's not a drink. I don't feel anything about this. Su Shaoshuang shook her head and said. Suqiu was stunned when he heard this. What was going on? Why does the other party have no effect at all? Is it only effective against warriors? Suqiu was a little confused, but Su Shaoshuang didn't feel any discomfort, so he just thought that the genetic potion would subtly change the other person's genes. It will not take effect immediately. After all, the other party is not a warrior. Unlike him, he is not able to keenly sense the changes in the spiritual power in his body. Night. The brother and sister ordered takeout. For Suqiu, who now has tens of thousands of dollars in his pocket, ordering takeout is no big deal. It is convenient and saves effort. After all, Suqiu had just experienced an attack by a strange beast and had no mood to cook. After dinner, the brother and sister went back to their rooms. Suqiu continued to meditate and practice. Although the speed at which Tao Ye devoured spiritual energy was terrifying, he had learned to gradually control it. It won't make too much noise and attract other people's attention. As for Su Shaoshuang, she felt sleepy after eating and went back to sleep. In the middle of the night, Su Shaoshuang was dreaming again. Just like before, in the dream she is still the Empress who dominates the universe, but this time, the Empress encountered a fatal crisis. She was besieged. Being besieged by several other terrifying beings who were at the same emperor level as themselves, they fought fiercely in this battle. Even many stars were shattered. The Empress suffered unprecedented trauma and was dying. At the last moment of her life, the Empress chose to self-destruct. The terrifying energy was like a star exploding, lighting up the cold and silent universe. The people who besieged the Empress were severely damaged one by this power, and some even died on the spot. And in the midst of the violent energy, the self-destructive Empress used up her last bit of strength and cast some secret method to send a wisp of her soul to somewhere in the universe. The Empress's residual soul was shrouded in the light of the secret method, like a stream of light, crossing countless galaxies, and finally landed on above the blue and white stars. That's right, blue star. Su Shaoshuang was awakened by the amazing battle. She stood up and touched the sweat on her forehead, muttering, "So that's how it is. In my previous life, I was besieged to death. When I return to the top, I will definitely take revenge. When I have cultivated for another 18 years, I will send the emperor to hell. Just wait for me." Just as Su Shaoshuang was looking forward to the future and burning with fighting spirit, an indifferent voice came from beside her, "The person you dreamed of was me, not your past life. Besides, let alone 18 years, even if it were 1800 years, you would not be able to cultivate to the Emperor realm. No, you might not even be able to leave Blue Star." Su Shaoshuang turned around and took a breath. Only the Empress in her dream. Surprisingly, he appeared beside her bed. What the hell? Isn't that my past life? My past life is alive. How did you get out of my dream? Su Xiaoshuang's little head was full of question marks. The moonlight shines through the window and falls on the beautiful woman standing by the window. Her hair is as black as a waterfall, her skin is as white as cream, and her facial features are so delicate that they seem to be carefully carved by the world's top master. Her pair of phoenix eyes are filled with a hint of pride. The moonlight fell on her, making her look even more noble and cool. Su Xiaoshuang swore that the other person was definitely the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Those stars on TV are far inferior to her. Even she herself feels inferior to them. No, no, no. I am only a few years old and haven't fully grown up yet. When I grow a few more years older, I will definitely be no worse than the other person. Confident as she is, Su Xiaoshuang quickly regained her confidence. The woman looked at Su Xiaoshuang and said calmly, I am the person in your dream. You can call me Queen Qiongxiao. Empress Qiongxiao. Why are you here? Just as you dreamed, I was besieged and blew myself up. I used a secret method to preserve this remnant soul, which landed on this blue planet and merged with you when you were just born. The reason you dreamed about my life during this period is because I was awakening, and the gene potion you drank at night became the last bit of energy for my awakening, so that I could appear in front of you. Qiongxiao said lightly. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang took a breath. You won't take over my body, will you? She has read quite a few novels. Some of the villains in the film have the means to possess other people's bodies. Am I going to fall to that level? When she thought about the other party taking over her body and taking away everything she had, especially her brother's love for her, she felt angry and unwilling. Qiongxiao rolled his eyes and said, You should stop reading novels. I won't take over your body, but you and I are indeed one. What do you mean? I have become your martial spirit now. Su Xiaoshuang was stunned for a moment. She has heard of weapon spirits, beast spirits, and plant spirits. But this is the first time I've heard of human martial spirits. Moreover, the other party was once the empress who dominated countless galaxies. Although human martial spirits are rare, they do exist in the vast universe. You don't need to be surprised by them. Qiongxiao said lightly. Well, since you have become my martial soul, what can you bring to me? Su Xiaoshuang asked. She is a very realistic person. Since she has the spirit of an empress, the other party is like her cheat. Of course, you have to use it well. Qiongxiao looked at Su Xiaoshuang and smiled. Although you are immature and have no self-awareness, and you are ambitious, your ability to accept things is still acceptable. Well, it turns out that reading so many novels is not in vain. Now that I have become your martial soul, I will naturally help you reach the pinnacle of martial arts. After all, the martial soul and its master are one. Only when you grow can I grow. Originally, without me, it would be basically impossible for you to become an emperor with your qualifications, but now with my help, you have a chance. At least in the future, leaving the blue planet won't be a problem. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang asked curiously. What kind of cultivation is needed to get out of Blue Star? According to the classification of levels on your Blue Star, you need to be at least at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. And only the 10th level Supreme is qualified to explore the Milky Way galaxy. The 11th level Semi-Saint can barely be considered a master, but to truly gain a foothold and dominate the Milky Way galaxy, you need at least the 12th level of Saint realm. Qiongxiao told the story slowly and leisurely. Su Xiaoshuang was overwhelmed by what she heard. From what she learned in school, the 10th rank Supreme was the most powerful being in the history of Blue Star. I didn't expect there are 11th and 12th levels. And it seems there is a higher realm. There must be at least one Emperor level. After all, Qiongxiao is an Emperor level being. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoshuang was a little excited. Great, with you and my brother's SSS level martial spirit, I wonder who will dare to bully us in the future. Blue Star, we brothers and sisters will have the final say in the future. Wow, 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 wow. Thinking of this, Su Xiaoshuang supported her waist and let out a villain-like laugh. Your brother's natural talent is pretty good. If he has the chance, he may still be able to leave the blue planet. However, the Milky Way galaxy is vast and boundless, and there are many geniuses. Compared with them, your brother is still far behind. Don't underestimate my brother. My brother is the strongest. Su Xiaoshuang glared at Qiong Xiao and said, I'm just telling the truth. Humph, whatever. I don't like to hear it even if it's the truth. Forget it. Qiong Xiao shook his head helplessly. It was because he and this brother Khan were one and the same. He was too lazy to argue with him. I will now send you a meditation diagram. You should use it to meditate in the future. I promise that within 3 months, you will completely surpass your brother. Qiong Xiao said. She wants to prove it with practical actions. She, the queen of Qiong Xiao, speaks the truth and never lies. Then she pointed a finger at Su Xiaoshuang's head, and Su Xiaoshuang suddenly felt a mysterious meditation picture emerge in his mind. This meditation picture is a magnificent galaxy scene. One look at it and you'll feel your mind being sucked in. This meditation map is a supreme meditation map. According to the blue star level, it is a 10th level meditation map. It is enough for a 10th level supreme being. It is also the highest level meditation map you can use now. I don't think there is any meditation picture on Blue Planet that is more advanced than this one. You use it to meditate, and then use my power to absorb and refine spiritual energy. Even the owner of an SSS level martial spirit cannot be as efficient as you in cultivation. Qiong Xiao said lightly. So awesome. Let me try. Su Xiaoshuang sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Suddenly, I felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was converging towards me. The other side. Su Qiu was practicing when he suddenly felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was moving differently and was actually converging in another direction. He was slightly surprised. Someone is practicing nearby and trying to steal my spiritual energy. Ding. You are the owner of the Taotia martial spirit, how can you let others snatch your spiritual energy? In the face of such provocative behavior, you have the following choices. 1. Turn a blind eye and allow the spiritual energy to be snatched away. The reward is a bottle of genetic potion that is of no use at most and can only be used to cure a cold. 2. Fight with her. But don't take too much, give her some face. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced gene potion. 3. You want to steal my spiritual energy. You're still young. Use all your strength to show your opponent who is the king of devouring spiritual energy. Reward, 11th level meditation map. Su Qiu looked at the options, especially the last one, and was stunned for a moment. 11th level meditation diagram. As far as he knew, Blue Star's meditation diagrams were divided into levels 1 to 10. Among them, there are only a few meditation diagrams of the 10th level. The Moonlight Sword Immortal meditation diagram that he is practicing now is a 7th level meditation diagram, which is already the highest level meditation diagram in Qingyun City. What is the 11th level meditation diagram? Su Qiu didn't dare to think about it. It must be stronger than the Moonlight Sword Immortal meditation map. Choose 3. Su Qiu didn't hesitate at all. Taotia martial spirit burst out with all its strength. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire community and even several nearby streets gathered towards him frantically, even forming a vortex. In another room, Empress Qiong Xiao sensed Su Qiu, who was madly absorbing spiritual energy, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. With such a terrifying spiritual energy swallowing efficiency, he is worthy of being called a glutton. But unfortunately, no matter how powerful the Taotia is, it has not yet grown up. And I am the Empress who has traveled across countless galaxies. My martial arts experience is not something you can compare to. Give me the spiritual energy. She also began to fight for spiritual energy with all her strength. Qiong Xiao was mobilizing his own strength, and Su Xiaoshuang was also meditating with all his strength. She didn't know that she was competing with Su Qiu for spiritual energy. The brother and sister began to compete. The terrifying efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy made their building a place where spiritual energy gathered, and the spiritual energy from several nearby streets was sucked away by them. Their movements also attracted the attention of some warriors nearby. Shit! Who is absorbing spiritual energy? My spiritual energy has been stolen. Who is so perverted? The warriors in the nearby streets were unable to practice properly. Su Qiu, who was meditating, also sensed that there was someone next to him who was competing with him for spiritual energy. That was Su Xiaoshuang's room. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What's going on? How could Xiaoshuang absorb spiritual energy? And it's so scary. This is no worse than his own Taotia martial spirit. Hee, no matter what, you are so brave to snatch spiritual energy from your brother. I will let you know how powerful your brother is. Su Qiu smiled slightly. A completely new meditation picture suddenly emerged in his mind. In the picture, there is a fairy in white sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, holding the scorching sun in one hand and the bright moon in the other. His divine power is vast and majestic. That's a system reward. Picture of the sun and the moon held by immortals. It's an 11th level meditation diagram. Su Qiu observed the meditation diagram and imprinted them in his mind one by one. Since this was a system reward, it was directly imprinted in his mind. So he learned very quickly and got the hang of it right away. With the help of the immortal sun and moon diagram, Su Qiu's efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy skyrocketed. This time, it was not just a few nearby streets. No warrior in the dozen or so streets nearby can compete with him for spiritual energy. Inside a martial arts hall, a martial arts gym owner was practicing when he suddenly discovered that all the spiritual energy around him had been devoured by other people. He was completely stunned. He tried desperately to gain spiritual energy, but to no avail. There is no way to win. How terrifying. Who is absorbing the spiritual energy? To be able to cause such a big commotion, could this be a 7th rank marquis level expert? The martial arts gym owner swallowed. He is a 6th level warrior. It can make him unable to compete with a single bit of spiritual energy. It is estimated that only a 7th level marquis or even an 8th level king can do it. Is there such a strong person near me? The martial arts gym owner was a little confused. This night, the Su brothers and sisters joined forces to devour spiritual energy, shaking the area for miles around. And inside the room, Empress Qiong Shao opened her eyes and looked towards the room beside her. There was a hint of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. My spiritual energy has been gradually sucked away. I can't even defeat a mere first-rank warrior. Even if it's a Taotia spirit, it's still a bit too abnormal. Could it be that he has a meditation diagram of level 10 or above? Impossible, there can't be such a treasure on Blue Star. She looked at Su Qiu's room with a strange look on her face. At this moment, she felt that this little man was shrouded in a layer of mystery. Su Xiaoshuang, who was unable to absorb spiritual energy, gradually opened her eyes and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why can't I absorb spiritual energy?" "Your brother sucked them all away," Qiong Shao said lightly. "Ah." Su Xiaoshuang was stunned at first, then raised her chin slightly. "I told you my brother is awesome, you can't beat him." The corner of Qiong Zhao's mouth twitched. For a moment, there was no way to refute it. She secretly swore that she would let Su Xiaoshuang know. I am much better than her brother. Otherwise, there will be no way to convince this little girl in the future. Empress Qiong Shao then thought of something, shook her head and smiled bitterly. I never thought that I, the great Qiong Shao, would be reduced to being angry with a girl, a mere first-level warrior. Thinking of this, she became a little bored, and her body turned into points of light and flew back into Su Xiaoshuang's body. Su Qiu had almost absorbed all the spiritual energy. The body has been filled with spiritual energy and can no longer eat. He stretched and touched the blue spirit necklace on his neck. This martial arts spiritual weapon was emitting a faint spiritual light and automatically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Just now, Su Qiu not only absorbed the spiritual energy from the surroundings, it also absorbed most of the spiritual energy in the necklace. If Mu Qingkong knew this, he would probably be terrified. You know, the spiritual energy that this blue spirit necklace can store at one time is enough for a first-level warrior to absorb continuously for a month. Su Qiu sucked most of it at once. This absorption efficiency is exaggerated. And Su Qiu also felt that after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, his cultivation had steadily entered the first-class upper level. It's only one step away from the second level. The power of the 11th level meditation diagram is astonishing. When paired with the Taotia martial spirit, it is even more exaggerated. Su Qiu was very satisfied with the improvement in his cultivation, but he cared more about what happened to Su Xiaoshuang. How could she suddenly absorb spiritual energy? He immediately went to the other person's room. Su Xiaoshuang was not at all surprised by his arrival. Su Qiu looked at her seriously. Su Xiaoshuang, what happened to you just now? Did you awaken your martial spirit? Generally, one can only practice after awakening the martial soul. Before the awakening ceremony, some geniuses awakened on their own. Could it be that Su Xiaoshuang is such a genius? Brother, do you remember the dream I told you about? Su Xiaoshuang said. Remember, what's wrong? It turns out that was not a dream, it was real. Su Xiaoshuang did not hide the story of Empress Qiongxiao and told it in detail. Su Qiu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Empress Qiongxiao. Humanoid martial spirit. What the hell is this? You ask her to come out and see me. Su Qiu said. Qiongxiao, come out and see my brother. No, I'm tired and need to rest. The voice of Empress Qiongxiao sounded in Su Xiaoshuang's mind. Hey, stop being so pretentious and come out. But no matter how she called, Empress Qiongxiao did not respond. Su Xiaoshuang scratched his head. Brother, she seems to be hit by you. How did I hit her? Nonsense, if a dignified empress can't beat a first-level warrior, I would be too ashamed to see anyone. Su Xiaoshuang curled her lips. In the martial soul space, Empress Qiongxiao gritted her teeth. So angry. Is there anyone who describes his martial spirit like this? Damn it, how could I have such a brother Khan? Empress Qiongxiao thought angrily. Su Qiu looked at Su Xiaoshuang and hesitated for a while. He knew that she would not lie to him, so he said, be careful. If she behaves strangely, tell me anytime. I will help you beat her up. Beat me. Empress Qiongxiao became even angrier. He was furious in the spirit space. If I hadn't just woken up and Su Xiaoshuang was still a brother complex, I would like to see who beats who. Damn it. A first-level warrior wants to beat me. Am I, the Empress, shameless? Ignoring the angry Empress Qiongxiao in the spirit space, Su Xiaoshuang patted her chest and said, Brother, don't worry. I can feel that she and I are indeed one. She won't harm me. And with her here, I believe it won't be long before I catch up with you. When the time comes, I will protect my brother. Su Xiaoshuang said seriously. Although she often quarreled with Su Qiu over the years, she knew that she was able to grow up safely thanks to the fact that he took care of her like a father and a mother. In her heart, she always wanted to grow up. I want to protect my brother in return. And now, Empress Qiongxiao is her chance. Hearing Su Xiaoshuang's words, Su Qiu touched the other's head with some satisfaction. Not bad, brother, I will wait for you to grow up. Don't worry, when I become the Empress of the universe, I will give this blue planet to you. Su Xiaoshuang said proudly. Okay. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. By the time you become the Empress, he probably won't be too bad. Do I need you to deliver the blue star? Of course, he did not undermine the other party's confidence. Su Qiu yawned and went back to his room to sleep. After he left, Empress Qiongxiao reappeared, looked at Su Xiaoshuang and said admiringly, very good, it's a good thing that you have ambition. However, if you want to protect your brother, you should at least be stronger than him, right? Otherwise, how can you protect him? From now on, as long as you listen to me and practice hard, I promise that you will surpass your brother. By that time, I wonder if that little man dares to say he wants to beat me up. The petty-minded Empress Qiongxiao thought to herself. Su Xiaoshuang didn't know that Qiongxiao was in conflict with her brother. She only knew that she had to grow up to be able to protect her brother. Yes. Master Empress, please train me well. Su Xiaoshuang is full of fighting spirit. The next day, Su Qiu came to the school and came to the classroom. He found Luo Qingxue sitting cross-legged, looking like she had just finished practicing. Su Qiu, now that you are here, come and spar with me. When Luo Qingxue saw Su Qiu coming, she spoke directly. You want to spar with me so early in the morning? No, go find someone else. Su Qiu refused. Others are no match for me. That is true. In the entire number 3 middle school, there are only 2 SSS-level students, Suqiu and Luo Qingxue. The other students can't beat them at all, so it's boring to compete with them. Compared with the teachers, they are far behind. Then I won't. Suqiu stretched and was about to refuse again. Suddenly, the system options appeared in front of him again. Faced with Luo Qingxue's request for a sparring match, you have the following choices. 1. Reject. Reward, a bottle of advanced gene potion. 2. Promise her to defeat him and let her know who is the true king of the 3. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced gene potion. 3. Agree to her, but let her give you a shoulder pat first, and then defeat her. Reward, a charm fruit. Charm fruit. What is this? Is it used to enhance charm? It seems quite interesting. Suqiu, who was about to refuse, smiled and said to Luo Qingxue, "It's not impossible for me to spar with you, but my shoulder was pressed when I was sleeping yesterday, and I'm afraid it won't work well when we fight later. I wish someone could give me a pinch." Student Luo, you don't want to win unfairly, do you? Hearing the title of Eternal Second, Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched and she clenched her fists. Suqiu, don't go too far. Hey, I'm not forcing you. If you don't want to, forget it. Suqiu shrugged, it's good to be the eternal runner-up. It's okay for a person to be second occasionally, but if he is second every time, that's pretty impressive. Luo Qingxue was stimulated. She rubbed her fists and walked up to Suqiu. What do you want to do? Give me a seat, okay. Luo Qingxue said word by word, putting her hand on Suqiu's shoulder. I actually pinched him. Suqiu felt the soft, boneless little hands pinching his shoulders, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a look of enjoyment. A little higher up. A little harder. Oh yes, yes, it feels so good. Looking at Suqiu who looked like he was enjoying himself, Luo Qingxue felt both embarrassed and annoyed. This is my first time giving someone a shoulder massage. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, when has she ever done such a thing? However, when she thought that she would be able to defeat Suqiu and get rid of the title of eternal runner-up, a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Suqiu, let you be proud of yourself for a while first. I'll let you know how powerful it is soon. Okay. After kneading for about 10 minutes, Luo Qingxue said. Suqiu hadn't enjoyed it enough, pinch it for a while longer. Luo Qingxue was furious and pinched the soft flesh on his shoulder. He gasped in pain, it hurts, it hurts. There were footsteps at the door. Mu Qingkong walked in, looking at Luo Qingxue who was pinching Suqiu's shoulders, with a playful smile on his face. Oh, the young couple started flirting early in the morning. TSK, this is youth. Youth is a bummer, Teacher Mu, she plotted against me. Stop talking nonsense, let's compete or not. Compete. I'll let you know that as long as I'm still in number 3 middle school, you'll always be the runner-up. Suqiu said proudly. Now that we have come this far, how can we not compare? You guys want to spar? Right. Well, then let's go to the playground. I've been teaching you for more than half a month. It's a good opportunity to see the difference in your strength. Mu Qingkong said with a smile. Took the two of them to the playground. The news that 2 SSS-level warriors from 3 middle schools were going to compete spread like wildfire. The students who were still in class leaned out of the window to watch. The teachers also wanted to maintain order. But later, they also walked out of the classroom and watched. They also want to know, these 2 SSS-level martial spirit owners. Who is more powerful? Who is more powerful, Goddess Luo or Goddess Su? Needless to say, it must be God Su. You all saw that when he was practicing, the spiritual energy of the entire school was sucked away. Yeah, how can anyone compare to him? No, I think Luotian has a better chance of winning. Don't forget that Sushin's martial spirit is a martial spirit that assists in cultivation, while Luotian's martial spirit is an offensive type of martial spirit. If they really fight, she will definitely have the advantage. But now it should be that God Su's cultivation is higher, right? Hey, you guys don't know this, right? I heard that not long ago, the Luo family bought a batch of Laojuan Pharmaceuticals' latest yuan-making pills. Each one costs 1 million. Think about it, who used those pills? Hey, I almost forgot, in addition to having an SSS-level martial soul, Luotian also has money. His cultivation is not necessarily worse than Su Shen's. That's right, so overall, Luotian has a greater chance of winning. Everyone was talking about it. Su Xiaoshuang also heard the words of the classmates around her and felt a little unhappy. She actually thought her brother would lose. She immediately shouted, "Brother, come on." When Su Qiu heard the voice, he looked up at Su Xiaoshuang upstairs, made an okay gesture, and looked full of confidence. Luo Qingxue was no longer polite. She took a step forward, her spiritual power burst out, and cold air poured out, freezing the ground with a layer of frost. Mu Qingkong, who was not far away, saw this and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. This aura is of the first grade upper grade. What a big improvement. She originally thought that it would be good enough for Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu to advance to the first level intermediate grade within a month, and that the potential of their SSS level martial spirits would not be wasted. But I didn't expect that Luo Qingxue could be promoted to the first class upper level in less than a month. The progress was beyond her imagination. TSK, the Luo family really spent a lot of money on them. Mu Qingkong was amazed. Looking at Su Qiu again, he felt that the other party had little chance of winning. Although the other party was surprised, he still looked calm. Could it be that the other party has some hidden card that she doesn't know about? Luo Qingxue looked at Su Qiu proudly. "Su Qiu, I admit that you are very talented, and your grades in school have always been better than mine. But that's all in the past. From now on, I am the best in the third middle school. Come and see my true power." After she finished speaking, she quickly rushed towards Su Qiu. A palm struck out, bringing with it cold ice crystals. The cold air swirled around her palm, faintly forming a spiral. Seeing this, Mu Qingkong recognized the martial arts that the other party was performing and said, "This is an A-level ice attribute martial arts, the ice spiral palm. First grade superior quality, plus A-level martial arts. No matter how you look at it, Su Qiu has no chance of winning." After Su Qiu dodged the opponent's palm, he was also a little surprised at Luo Qingxue's progress. "No wonder she challenged me today, she has become stronger. And her cultivation and martial arts skills are amazing, she has great money." Naturally, he could guess that the other party could make such rapid progress because the Luo family had spent a lot of money on him. At least this A-level martial arts was not something that ordinary people could learn. In some top martial arts schools, only the most core disciples have the opportunity to learn this level of martial arts. As for students, don't even think about it. It would be good enough to learn the D-level martial arts assigned by the school. TSK, Su Qiu is bound to lose. A-level martial arts, first grade upper grade cultivation, I don't know how Luotian can lose. But then again, Su Qiu only lost because of his family background. Yes, if Su Qiu also had the support of a behemoth like the Luo family, his cultivation would definitely be much stronger than it is now. At least there should be an A-level martial art. Facing Luo Qingxue's attack, Su Qiu dodged left and right. At the same time, he clenched his fists and a blazing fist burst out. A punch was thrown out and collided with Luo Qingxue's palm. Flames and ice burst out. Luo Qingxue laughed and said, "Your fiery fist is only a D-level martial art, how can it be compared with my ice spiral palm?" Su Qiu smiled slightly when he heard this, "Really?" After saying this, power burst out from his body. First level superior cultivation, display it. Immediately afterwards, he unleashed a series of flaming fists, each of which was mixed with overbearing flames, which was no less powerful than Luo Qingxue's ice. What? He has actually reached the first grade upper level of cultivation. Why can his fiery fist compete with A-level martial arts? Everyone was puzzled. Mu Qingkong smiled and explained, "It's proficiency. Martial arts have different levels, but proficiency is also crucial." Luo Qingxue's ice spiral palm was indeed powerful. It was an A-level martial art that few people in Qingyun City could learn. She was able to master it in such a short time. It could only be said that she was extremely talented. However, her martial arts proficiency was only at the surface. But Su Qiu's fiery fist has already been completed. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized. Let's look at the battle between the two geniuses on the playground. The flames and ice collided with each other continuously, making the playground seem to have formed a strange scene of ice and fire. This scene made everyone fascinated. So strong. We are not even on the same level as them. We are still meditating and absorbing spiritual energy to advance to the next level, but they are already first-level superior warriors. TSK, genius, what a genius. Some people are envious, some people are jealous. Luo Qingxue on the playground was also surprised to see Su Qiu not losing out. He can actually compete with me now. You know, she used the power of her family to cultivate to this level. But what about Su Qiu? No background. Reached the same heights as her through pure talent. Evildoer. The other party is the real monster. Bang, bang, bang. After several rounds of fist and palm clashes, Luo Qingxue felt that she was being suppressed and couldn't help but wonder, am I going to lose? Mu Qingkong, who was not far away, saw the clue and smiled slightly. It's practical experience. Su Qiu's practical experience is better than Luo Qingxue's. When their cultivation and martial arts skills are almost the same, the difference lies in their actual combat experience. Obviously, Su Qiu has more actual combat experience. So, Su Qiu is going to win. The principal of number 3 middle school laughed. But Mu Qingkong shook his head. No, his chances of winning are still slim. Upstairs. Su Shaoxuan looked at Su Qiu, who was suppressing Luo Qingxue, and waved his fist excitedly. My brother is a cowboy, come on, brother. The chances of him winning are slim. At this moment, the voice of Empress Qiongxiao sounded in her mind. Su Shaoxuan was stunned for a moment. Why? For a warrior, martial arts skills, cultivation, and practical experience are certainly important, but the most important thing is the martial soul. My brother also has an SSS-level martial spirit. Yes, your brother does have an SSS-level martial soul, but his martial soul is more of an auxiliary type. In actual combat, it is not very useful. On the other hand, the little girl's martial soul is an ice-attributed strong attacking martial soul. Once she uses her martial spirit, your brother will be defeated. Empress Qiongxiao said calmly. Su Shaoxuan was still a little unconvinced. My brother must have a way. But reason told her. The Empress is right. But she doesn't care about that and she insists on supporting her brother. Bang. Su Qiu threw a punch. Luo Qingxue's middle door opened wide, and was hit in the chest, retreating several steps. Su Qiu rubbed his fist and said, it's quite elastic. Luo Qingxue was angry, her face flushed. Rogue. She just let out a low roar, and cold air burst out of her body. A blue light flew out of her body and transformed into a gorgeous phoenix in the air. It is Luo Qingxue's martial spirit. SSS-level Ice Phoenix. Go. Luo Qingxue shouted coldly, and the Ice Phoenix flew above Su Qiu, opened its mouth and spit out a breath of ice, and Su Qiu quickly dodged it. The ground where he was originally standing was instantly frozen. He gasped, if this gets hit, won't it turn into an ice sculpture? Luo Qingxue, you are committing murder. Don't worry. Even if we freeze you into an ice sculpture, our Luo family can still rescue you. Why, do you need me to show mercy? Luo Qingxue smiled. Su Qiu grinned, that's not necessary. After saying that, he rushed towards the other party. Luo Qingxue controlled the Ice Phoenix and continuously attacked Su Qiu. At the same time, she also rushed forward and performed the Ice Spiral Palm. This is 2-on-1. Su Shaoxuan was furious, this is not fair. How is it unfair? The martial spirit and the warrior are one and the same. Empress Qiongxiao curled her lips. Looking at the frustrated Su Qiu, he felt happy. Oh. Let this kid say he wants to beat himself up. But suddenly, she noticed something, and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. This kind of aura, could it be that this kid? Su Qiu, who was originally at a disadvantage, rushed to Luo Qingxue, clenched his 5 fingers into fists and punched out, with violent flames gushing out from his fists. It actually formed a huge fire fist. Luo Qingshue's face changed and she summoned the Ice Phoenix to stand in front of her to resist. But even a powerful SSS-level martial spirit was blown away. Luo Qingxue looked at the approaching flaming fist and felt as if she was being stared at by a flaming beast. Her body froze in place. But in the next second, the fire fist disappeared with a bang. Su Qiu's fist stopped in front of Luo Qingshue's forehead, and he just stretched out a finger and flicked her smooth forehead. "Are you giving up?" Su Qiu grinned, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. At this moment, Luo Qingxue suddenly felt moved. Her face turned red and she took back the Frost Phoenix. "I lost." Luo Qingxue admitted defeat, and Su Qiu smiled slightly. The opponent's strength is indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that he has two martial spirits in his body, he might not be able to deal with it. That's right. At the last moment, he used the power of the White Tiger martial spirit. White Tiger's murderous aura blesses the fiery fist. It was this punch that completely defeated Luo Qingxue. Mock-up. With two SSS-level martial spirits, are you afraid that they can't deal with you alone? Su Qiu laughed secretly in his heart. The Empress Qiongxiao in Su Xiaoshuang's body witnessed the battle and said to her, "Your brother is not a simple person. I'm afraid he is more than just a Taotie spirit." "Hey, that's my brother," Su Xiaoshuang said proudly. "Humph, you're obsessed with your brother." Empress Qiongxiao snorted and ignored him. Mu Qingkong on the playground also noticed something. This little guy seems to be hiding some other secrets. But she didn't ask any further questions. After all, it's normal for a monster of this level to have one or two secrets. I really won. God, Su is so mighty. TSK, worthy of being Master Su, that last punch was so cool. Everyone was amazed and talked about it. He looked at Su Qiu with admiration in his eyes. After returning to class, Luo Qingxue did not dwell on her failure, but continued to practice, hoping to surpass Su Qiu as soon as possible. I won't always be the runner-up. Luo Qingxue took a deep breath and said to Su Qiu. He looks full of fighting spirit. Su Qiu yawned, then you should work hard. To be honest, Luo Qingxue's talent is definitely top-notch. After all, SSS-level martial spirits have only appeared a few times in the history of Daxia. Even if the other party practices step by step, he will be the backbone of Daxia in the future. It's a pity that the opponent she chose was Su Qiu. A cheating man. 10 at least SSS-level martial spirits in one body. Throughout history, there is only one like this. Student Su Qiu, please come to the principal's office. The broadcast sounded. Su Qiu was a little surprised. Why did the principal want him to do something? He went there curiously, knocked on the office door and went in. In the quaint office, besides the principal, there was also a heroic woman wearing a white shirt and sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. The woman had a ponytail and was tall with obvious muscle lines. Her abs were faintly visible under her shirt, making her look heroic. And Su Qiu had seen this person before. It was the hunting team member he met yesterday after killing the blood demon rat. Haha, little classmate, we meet again. Seeing Su Qiu, the woman stood up, walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Su Qiu looked at the principal with some confusion. The principal smiled faintly and said, Su Qiu, let me introduce you, this is the captain of the 16th District Bull Hunting Team, Olay. Did you kill a blood demon rat yesterday? Right. Yes, that's right. Captain Olay is here to give you a reward. There's a reward. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Olay took out a banner with the words, Brave and Righteous, Young Hero, written on it. Here, take this banner. That's it. Su Qiu was stunned for a moment. Where is the money? What is the use of this banner? It can be eaten as a meal. Of course there's more than that, there's also 100,000 yuan in cash. Su Qiu's eyes lit up, that's right. He immediately smiled and said, Thank you, Captain O. Little guy, are you interested in working in my hunting team? Olay suddenly extended an olive branch. The principal of the 3rd middle school frowned and said, Captain O, Su Qiu is still studying. Isn't it too early to let him join the hunting team? The hunting team is responsible for hunting exotic beasts, which is a dangerous profession. A genius like Suchio is still in the starting stage. If anything happens to the hunting team, it will be a loss for the entire dacia. Of course I know, but forgive me for being blunt, I have seen the video of Suchio killing the blood demon rat. It is a waste of his talent to let him practice in school step by step. The strongest warrior can only be born on the cruelest battlefield. School is a greenhouse, it can't cultivate any strong people. Ole said bluntly. After hearing this, the principal of number 3 middle school twitched his lips and said, Ole, don't forget that you also graduated from number 3 middle school. How can you slander your alma mater like this? Haha, to be honest, I just think that with Suchio's talent, he shouldn't continue wasting time in school. Ole laughed, then patted Suchio on the shoulder and said, in 3 days, our bull hunting team will have an interview. If you are interested, you can come and participate. Hearing this, Suchio asked solemnly, how are the benefits? 80,000 yuan a month. Food and lodging included, bonuses for weekends and holidays, and at least 3 opportunities to travel every year. Most importantly, there are several big sisters in my bull hunting team. Ole took out her cell phone and opened the photo album. Show the members to Suchio. One of them was wearing priest's clothes, with a holy glow on her face, and her breasts were so beautiful that Suchio couldn't help but be dazzled. Go, 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 you're here to recruit people, right? The principal of number 3 middle school was so angry that he gritted his teeth and immediately kicked the people out. But Ole still didn't give up. At this time, Muchinkong walked into the office. After seeing Ole, he summoned out the fiery boxing gloves without saying a word and punched her directly. Bang. Ole was caught off guard and punched, flying out of the office window. Suchio swallowed. This is the 6th floor. He won't fall to death, will he? When he ran to the window, he saw Ole rubbing his shoulders, standing steadily on the playground, grinning at Muchinkong. Oh, Muchinkong, so you are in number 3 middle school, how are you? Ole. You want to steal my students? Have you asked me? Hey, Suchio is your student, so I really want him to be your student. If you are a half-baked person and teach him, won't it be a waste of his talent? Who are you calling half-baked? Muchinkong's forehead veins popped out, and then he jumped down from the 6th floor, raised his fist, and smashed it hard at Ole. Boom. I saw Ole summon a mace and smash it over. The 2 martial spirits collide head-on. With a loud bang, flames swept through, almost splitting the entire playground apart. Principal, do they know each other? Well, they were both students of the same class and graduated from Budo University with the 1st and 2nd place. I heard that they were always competitors when they were in school. The principal said, holding his forehead. Watching the 2 women fighting more and more fiercely. Gradually, the situation was spreading from the playground to other places. He could no longer sit still and hurried down to stop it. Oh my God, stop it. You guys are going to tear down my number 3 middle school. The 2 girls stopped fighting, and Ole smiled at Suchio and said, Suchio, think about it carefully. Your real stage is on the battlefield. She put away her mace, turned around and left, leaving everyone with a dashing back view. Suchio seemed to be thinking about something. Ding. Facing Ole's recruitment, you have the following options. 1. Reject the other party, learn and grow slowly in school, and survive is the best way. Reward, 2 bottles of advanced gene potion. 2. Go for the interview, but if you don't pass, you'll just have to play. Reward, 10 bottles of advanced gene potion. 3. Go to the interview and pass it, join the hunting team, and show yourself on the battlefield. Grow quickly. Reward, A-level martial art Thunder King Spear. A-level martial arts Thunder King Spear. Suchio's eyes lit up. He had already seen the power of A-level martial arts from Luo Qingxue. The key is that the other party has only mastered the basics. But this A-level martial arts, which has only mastered the basics, can compete with his own D-level martial arts, which shows the power of A-level martial arts. If I could also master an A-level martial art, my strength would definitely improve a lot, but martial arts of this level are very rare. In Qingyun City, an A-level martial art requires at least 100 million. Only a family background like Luo Qingshue's could get it. After all, the Luo family is the #1 family in Qingyun City. Su Qiu did not make his choice immediately. He returned to the classroom and pondered. Mu Qingkong saw his dilemma and said, "Have you been persuaded by Olay to join the hunting team?" "I'm thinking about it." "Teacher, can you give me some advice?" Mu Qingkong took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Although Olay is rude and violent, his strength is indeed beyond doubt. If you go to her, you can indeed learn a lot. Moreover, with your current strength, you are 80% sure that you can pass the Wuhan University examination. You will not learn anything if you continue to stay in #3 middle school. Joining the hunting team is indeed a good choice. Olay knows that you have an SSS-level martial spirit, so I'm sure she will take good care of you." Unexpected. Mu Qingkong actually didn't object to Su Qiu joining the hunting team. When Su Qiu heard her words, he had already made a decision in his heart. "I'm going to the hunting party." "Well, I'm not surprised that you made this decision, but the martial arts rookie competition will be held in a while. This time the martial arts rookie competition is a little different from the previous ones. It will not be held by each high school. It is a joint event held by 13 high schools in Qingyun City. All high school students who have awakened their martial spirits will compete on the same stage. The first place in the competition will receive a set of advanced gene potions." Mu Qingkong said slowly. "A set of advanced genetic potions. One set is 12 bottles." Su Qiu couldn't help but be surprised. A bottle of advanced genetic potion costs hundreds of millions, and he knew that a set would cost at least 100 million. The prizes for this martial arts newcomer competition are actually this generous. With your current strength, you have a good chance of winning. Remember to come back and participate in the finals." Mu Qingkong said. "Finals? Yes, you are strong enough that you don't need to compete with other ordinary students. I can apply to the higher-ups to send you directly to the quarterfinals." Su Qiu was amazed. Is there such a thing? But it's okay this way. It can save him a lot of effort. Night. Back home. After dinner, Su Qiu asked Su Xiaoshuang to wash the dishes and went back to his room. On a whim, he took out the reward he had chosen to get today. A charming fruit. The fruit is bright red, the size of a baby's fist, and looks like a small tomato. He put it directly into his mouth and chewed it twice. Sweet and sour. The taste is similar to tomato. Then, he looked at himself in the mirror. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that he looked more handsome. But other than that, not much has changed. This thing doesn't look like it's of any use. Su Qiu scratched his head. After practicing for a while, he just lay down and went to sleep. The next day, he got up yawning, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and made breakfast. Su Xiaoshuang also got up. Looking at Su Qiu, who was making breakfast in the kitchen, she was suddenly stunned and rubbed her eyes. She looked at Su Qiu, who was wearing an apron and frying eggs. The sunlight shining on him seemed to pass a filter through him. It makes him look soft and handsome. There is a sense of charm. "Brother, what skin care products have you used recently? I feel that your skin has become better and you have become more handsome," Su Xiaoshuang asked, touching his chin. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. "I never use those things." In the past, the brother and sister lived frugally to make a living. Where is the spare money to buy those things? Tisk, can practicing make people more handsome? Su Xiaoshuang touched her chin and said in distress, "I am already naturally beautiful. I will become even more charming after practicing. Oh, what should I do if too many people chase me in the future?" Empress Qiongxiao rolled her eyes in the martial spirit space. Then she looked at Su Qiu, and there was a hint of strangeness in her eyes. This boy does look handsome. And there is a unique charm about her. Is this the family cook? Finish breakfast. Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang went to take the bus. As soon as Su Qiu got on the bus, many women on the bus were delighted and sat up straight. Some girls even boldly patted the empty seat next to them and said, "Handsome guy, I have an empty seat here, sit down." Su Qiu walked over and asked Su Xiaoshuang to sit down. He was just about to sit down when he saw a white-haired old man get on the bus and stand up to offer him his seat. The girl who was sitting with Tsuchiyo was a little disappointed. "Handsome boy, come and sit in my seat." An old lady stood up and gave her seat to Tsuchiyo. Tsuchiyo was shocked. "This is the first time I've encountered such a thing." "No need, auntie. I can just stand." "Don't be polite, young man. Judging from your age, you should be a student. Students are the future flowers of the motherland. Come, sit down quickly." Tsuchiyo was almost pushed into his seat. Then the old lady chatted with him all the way, laughing from time to time. The other girls gnashed their teeth when they saw this. This old lady wants to eat young grass. Depend on. So angry. I also want to chat with handsome guys. After arriving at school, Tsuchiru dropped Su Xiaoshuang off at her class as usual, and along the way, many schoolgirls looked at him with stars in their eyes. It's God Su. He's so handsome. Why do I feel that Sushin is more handsome than before? It can't be my illusion. Ah, I'm so envious of Su Xiaoshuang. Living with such a handsome guy, enjoying the sight every day, will help me live at least 10 years longer. Return to your class. He didn't know if he was overthinking it, but Tsuchiyo always felt that Luo Qingxue was absent-minded in class and was always secretly looking at him. You looking at me again? Tsuchiyo suddenly turned around and looked over. After looking at Luo Qingxue, the other person blushed and turned his head away. Why do you keep peeking at me? Nonsense. Where did I peek at you? You've peeked at me a dozen times. If you don't peek at me, how do you know I'm peeking at you? You. The corner of Tsuchiyo's mouth twitched. There was no way to refute this. Mu Qingkong, who was in class, had veins throbbing on his forehead and crushed the chalk in his hand into powder. I told you to attend class, not to flirt. Who flirted with him? Luo Qingxue snorted and turned her head away. Mu Qingkong rubbed his head and said, this class can't be taught anymore. You two don't need to come from tomorrow. Study at home. Ah. Teacher, we were wrong. Tsuchiyo was stunned for a moment, then quickly admitted his mistake. But Mu Qingkong shook his head and said, this is not your problem, it's not right. To be honest, your progress is beyond my imagination. You have fully mastered what other high school students need a year to learn in less than a month. I have nothing more to teach you. Improving your skills, gaining combat experience, and developing martial arts skills are all up to you to explore on your own. After listening to Mu Qingkong's words, Tsuchiyo seemed to be thinking about something. Indeed. A warrior's true practice depends on himself. After all, everyone's martial spirit and martial arts are different. Only by taking the initiative to explore can you find your own way. What we learn in school is just basic knowledge. At least in high school. As for Wuhan University, Tsuchiyo was not sure. But it should be pretty much the same. I understand, Teacher Mu, thank you for your care during this period. Tsuchiyo stood up and bowed to Mu Qingkong. Luo Qingxue also bowed in the same manner. Mu Qingkong smiled slightly, then his expression became serious. You two have good talents, but remember, martial arts talent is not everything. In Daxia, although S-level and SS-level martial spirits are rare, they do exist. Your martial spirit talent may be stronger than theirs. But fighting does not only rely on martial arts, practical experience, cultivation, attributes, spiritual weapons, terrain, weather, strategy, and mentality. There are so many factors that go into deciding a battle. Since ancient times, there have been countless examples of weak martial spirits defeating strong martial spirits. You must never become proud and complacent. And as far as I know, you are not the only ones in Daxia who have SSS-level martial spirits, not to mention the entire Blue Star. There are too many hidden geniuses. Hearing this, Tsuchiyo and the others nodded solemnly. We understand. Okay, as this is your last class, I plan to have a real fight with you. You two, fight me together. Mu Qingkong smiled slightly and led the two of them out of the classroom. When they arrived at the playground, she hooked her finger at the two of them. The two of them didn't waste any time and rushed forward. The battle begins. However, the gap between the two and Mu Qingkong was too big, and the opponent beat them black and blue without even summoning his martial spirit. Soon the two of them were lying on the ground. Looking at Mu Qingkong again, he was unharmed and didn't even breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Suqiu and the other person lying on the ground, Mu Qingkong laughed. How cool. Who told you two to flirt with each other in front of me all the time? Suqiu said weakly. I didn't. Me too. Luo Qingxue also retorted. You two are just being stubborn. Forget it. I'm too lazy to say anything more to you two. Goodbye. Mu Qingkong smiled, then turned around and left gracefully. Only a powerful back was left for the two of them. I don't know if I can see the teacher again. As long as we continue to make progress in martial arts, one day we will reach the same level as our teacher and will be able to see her again. Suqiu said firmly. And he felt that such a day would not be far away. After Mu Qingkong left, Suqiu never went to school again. Just as the other party said. He could no longer learn anything in number 3 middle school. After making an appointment with Luo Qingxue to meet again at the martial arts competition, Suqiu prepared breakfast for Su Shaoshuang and left home 2 days later on a weekend morning. Qingyun City. A building was packed with people. These people are here to interview for the bull hunting group. Suqiu also came here. He submitted his application early, received his interview number tag, and found a corner to sit down. He glanced at the crowd. There are really a lot of people. Most of them are older warriors, mostly young and strong, followed by middle-aged people, and there are even a few white-haired old men. As for a young man like him, after a quick glance, he was the only one there. In fact, most people of his age stay in school to study and certainly would not think of joining a hunting group to fight against strange beasts. Look, that guy has a number plate in his hand. Is he here to interview for the bull hunting group as well? Tisk, has this kid's hair grown out yet? You won't be so scared that you pee your pants when you see a strange beast, will you? Yeah, I don't understand what the young people nowadays are thinking. Why are they coming here to join in the fun instead of studying hard? Everyone looked at Suqiu and whispered to each other. Suqiu still stood in the corner, ignoring everything. Gradually, people stopped paying attention to him. Number 66. Suqiu glanced at his number plate. It's your turn. He stood up and walked into the interview room. The others began to discuss in low voices upon seeing this. He's in. How long do you think it will take for him to be kicked out? 5 minutes at most. If you can last more than 3 minutes, I lose. In the room. The person in charge of the interview was a handsome man wearing glasses. He looked up at Suqiu and was stunned for a moment, so young. Suqiu smiled slightly. Yeah. Show me your martial spirit first. Good. Suqiu summoned out the Taotia martial spirit. The moment the martial spirit appeared, an instrument in the room that was specifically used to detect martial spirits began to emit a sharp alarm. The young man stood up suddenly and looked at Suqiu in shock. SSS level martial spirit. Right. You passed. The young man swallowed and spoke directly. So soon, no need to ask anything else. No need, you passed the interview, you just wait outside first, and I'll have someone notify you whether you're admitted or not, said the young man. Oh, I'll go out first then. Suqiu said, standing up and walking out of the room. Outside, everyone was surprised when they saw him come out. So soon. It's been less than a minute, and he was really kicked out. TSK, I was wondering how a young boy like him could possibly pass the interview of the bull hunting group. Suqiu still ignored everyone and walked to the corner to wait for notification. The young man also walked out of the room, glanced at Suqiu, and said to everyone, the interview is suspended. Please wait for a moment. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Why did it suddenly stop? What's going on? Everyone looked at Suqiu strangely. It can't be related to the other party, right? Boy, do you know why the interview was suspended? Someone walked up to Suqiu and asked. Have no idea. So when you went in just now, what did the interviewer ask you? Let me show you my martial spirit, and then let me come out and wait for notification. That's it. Right. What kind of martial spirit are you? SSS level. Tsuchiyo said calmly. Everyone was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Little guy, you are such a joker. Haha, little brother, you are so funny. You should tell a decent lie. Do you know how rare SSS level martial spirits are? In the past 1,000 years, there have been no more than 10 SSS level martial spirits in Dacia. That's so funny. No one believed what Tsuchiyo said. They all thought he was joking. Tsuchiyo also knew that these people would not believe it, so he did not continue to explain. The other side. The young man with glasses ran into an office and shouted to Olay, who was sleeping on the table, "Captain, something big has happened." Olay woke up dazedly and wiped her saliva. What happened? Why are you so panicked? Is there a monster attacking us? No, there is an SSS level martial spirit coming for the interview. SSS level. Is his name Tsuchiyo? Olay's eyes lit up. Hey, how did you know? Haha, I knew I was right. This kid is destined to shine on the battlefield. Olay laughed. Shaolin, there's no need for an interview. Just take this kid into our Bulls group. No need for interview, directly join the Baonyo group. This is the charm of SSS level martial spirit. And Olay believes that Tsuchiyo will not let her down. Inside the building, many people were waiting to continue the interview, and the young man with glasses walked up to the crowd and said calmly, "Everyone, the interview is over." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The interview hasn't even finished yet, how come it's over? Is this the end? Who did you guys accept from the Bulls? Someone asked curiously. The young man with glasses looked at Tsuchiyo in the corner. Number 66, you're accepted. Everyone looked at it and gasped. It's this kid. Are you kidding me? Wait, is what this kid said true? Is he really an SSS level warrior? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, shocked. Number 66, follow me. The young man with glasses said. Tsuchiyo nodded slightly and followed the other party away. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Selection completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level martial art Thunder King Spear. An extremely mysterious set of shooting techniques emerged in his mind. Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up and he felt a little itchy. Since this was a direct reward from the system, Tsuchiyo mastered the Thunder King Spear without much study. And he reached the peak in one breath. Only one step away from perfection. Give him a gun, and he now dares to directly challenge a second-level warrior. Following the young man with glasses to the office, he saw Olay, who laughed and patted his shoulder. I knew you would come. Well, Captain O, how are you? Lin Jian, you will be the one taking care of Tsuchiyo during this period of time. Captain Shi, he has an SSS level martial spirit. Should I lead him? Is it appropriate? The bespectacled young man Lin Jian was stunned. It's okay, the captain believes in you. Tsuchiyo glanced at Lin Jian. The other person was wearing glasses and looked very gentle. He extended his hand to him and said, Brother Lin, please give me more guidance in the future. You can just call me by my name. Lin Jian shook hands with Tsuchiyo and then took him to familiarize himself with the bulls. By the way, tell him some rules of the hunting group. We in the bull hunting group don't have that many rules. Generally speaking, unless there is a big riot, members of the bull hunting group rarely gather together. Everyone has their own life. If a strange beast appears, we will arrange appropriate team members to deal with it. In addition, the bull group will hold an assessment every month. If you fail, you have two choices. One is to accept the captain's training, and the other is to be expelled from the bull group, Lin Jian said. I don't know if it's an illusion. When talking about receiving captain training, Lin Jian shuddered. After listening to it, Tsuchiyo felt that this bulls group was quite free. By the way, how many people are there in our bull group? Tsuchiyo asked. Compared to other hunting groups, our bull rage group has the fewest members. There are only 20 of us registered, including you. Suchio was stunned for a moment when he heard this. I remember that the hunting group was formed with at least 20 people. We have exactly 20 people. Yes, if a team member hadn't retired some time ago, the captain wouldn't have planned to recruit new members. Lin Jian nodded slightly. Among the 20 hunting groups in Qingyun City, the bull hunting group has the fewest members. That's right. Suchio always felt like he was on a pirate ship. 20 people are needed to protect the public security of the entire District 16. TSK. Wouldn't the people in the bulls group be extremely busy? Perhaps, this is what Olay intended. If there are fewer people, they should work harder and fight more monsters. This way, they can prevent team members from slacking off. It can also ensure that every team member fights more monsters and grows quickly. By the way, the captain said that I will be your guide during this period of time, so let me introduce myself to you first. My martial spirit is the A-level martial spirit, the Storm Sword. Lin Jian said, and then he spread out his hands, and accompanied by a gust of breeze, a two-handed sword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal clear, emitting a green glow and surrounded by a whirlwind. Also, I just advanced to the 4th-level warrior not long ago. 4th-level warrior. He is considered a master in Qingyun City. At least much stronger than Suchio now. After learning about the bulls with Lin Jian, Suchio planned to go back. Before leaving, Lin Jian thought of something and took out a medal. It was a black bullhead medal. It is the logo of the bulls. This is the bull's badge. You can wear it when you go on missions. In addition, this badge can also be used for positioning and communication. Good. Suchio took the medal and weighed it. It was heavier than it looked, made of some kind of metal. Before going home, Suchio went to buy groceries first. After returning, he saw Su Xiaoshuang practicing in the house. He couldn't help but wonder, she's not playing games. Su Xiaoshuang opened her eyes and rolled her eyes after hearing his words. Brother, in your opinion, am I the kind of person who idles around all day long? Isn't it? I'm ignoring you. Su Xiaoshuang puffed up her lips and said angrily. But when it was time to eat, she still happily found a chair and sat at the table to eat, saying, Brother, I'm not going to school anymore. Why? Suchio frowned. Because there is no need. I can practice now, and I have Empress Qiongxiao as my teacher. I don't want to waste my time on those boring courses. Su Xiaoshuang said, looking at Suchio's face. Unexpectedly, Suchio nodded and agreed, well, I'll talk to the principal tomorrow and apply for you to study at home. Brother, did you agree? Well, what you said makes sense. Since you can practice now, then practice well at home. However, you cannot fall behind in the basic courses. Suchio is not an unreasonable person. Going to school is important. But at this time, practicing martial arts is more important. If a strange beast attacks, only force can protect yourself. He also hoped that Su Xiaoshuang could master the ability to protect herself as soon as possible. After dinner, Suchio went online and opened a shopping website and typed in the word weapon and gun. Soon there were a bunch of related pages. Suchio took a quick look and saw that even the most ordinary steel spear cost several thousand yuan, and the better alloy spears cost several times more. He looked at his savings, which was about 110,000 or 120,000 yuan. Most of it is gained by choice. I can earn money later. After all, I am now a member of the bull group and I earn 80,000 yuan a month, but I can't be careless about weapons. Suchio murmured. After taking a look around, he gritted his teeth and chose the best one. A special alloy spear worth $180,000. Place your order and pay directly. Seeing that his balance of more than 100,000 yuan was gone in an instant, the corner of his mouth twitched. Warrior is indeed a profession that burns money. The next day, the alloy rifle he purchased was delivered to his door. After getting the spear, Suchio couldn't wait to assemble it. Soon, a nearly 2-meter-long, majestic spear gradually formed in his hand. The key point is that this gun can be disassembled freely and is easy to carry. Nice gun. After Suchio got the spear, he performed 2 gun tricks. There was actually a feeling of being at ease. The man and the gun seemed to become one. He knew that this was the effect brought about by the A-level martial art Thunder King Spear. He has already reached the pinnacle level in this martial art. Although he has never touched a gun, it does not prevent him from being able to master it easily once he gets a gun. Brother, be careful, we still need the chandelier. Su Xiaoshuang saw Su Qiu playing with the gun, and then looked at the chandelier that was almost hit by the tip of the gun and said hurriedly. She walked up to Su Qiu, looked at the big gun, and said in amazement, Brother, why did you suddenly buy a gun? Why, do you want to use a gun as a weapon in the future? Right. Su Qiu nodded slightly. So what kind of shooting skills do you want to learn? Why don't I ask Empress Qiongshao? She must have many good shooting skills. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up and said. As a former empress, she must have a lot of good things in her mind. It would be a waste of resources if we don't explore it properly. Don't think about it. I do know a lot of gun techniques, but this is your brother's first time using a gun, right? Without a solid foundation, it's useless to learn any gun techniques. A tall building is built from the ground up. Even elementary school students understand this principle. Empress Qiongshao said in Su Xiaoshuang's mind. And Su Qiu smiled faintly. No need to trouble the empress, just accompany me to the garden downstairs to practice first. Okay. Su Xiaoshuang nodded, and answered in her mind, my brother is a natural talent. Even if he has no basic skills, he will definitely learn the gun method very quickly. Haha, do you really think your brother is omnipotent? Empress Qiongshao curled her lips. There is a process of getting used to any weapon. She just didn't believe that there were people in this world who were born with knowledge. How can you learn to use a weapon you have never used before in just one go? Who are you kidding? She was the empress, but she had never seen anyone like that. Even for her, it took her more than half a year to learn sword and lay the foundation. Come to the garden downstairs. There are a few old men doing boxing here. There are many retired warriors among these uncles. Although they are old, their punches are still powerful and stronger than many young warriors. In the past, Su Qiu would always watch for a while whenever he had nothing to do. Over time, I became familiar with these uncles. Now, when these uncles saw Su Qiu coming with a gun, they couldn't help but become curious and came forward to ask. Why, Xiao Qiu is planning to practice shooting. The gun, the king of all weapons, is not so easy to practice. Practice boxing before you practice spear, or learn boxing from me first. All right, stop disturbing Xiao Qiu. Come on, Xiao Qiu, practice with us. Let's see how good your shooting skills are. An old man in white clothes stroked his beard and smiled. Su Qiu scratched his head and said, this is my first time practicing with a gun, too. If you have any suggestions, just don't laugh at me. Haha, no problem. The old men smiled and nodded. They both planned to give each other some advice. As for guns, I have practiced them a few times before. I will give Xiao Qiu some pointers later. An old man thought to himself. Su Qiu took a stance, holding the spear in his hand, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his aura suddenly changed, like a sleeping lion awakening. When the old men saw this, their faces changed slightly. This momentum is not right. Is this Xiao Qiu's first time practicing with a gun? Su Qiu held the spear in his hand and began to practice the moves of the Thunder King spear. The spear stretched out like a dragon emerging from the sea. The gun shadows were everywhere and the gun flowers were dazzling. An alloy spear flipped in his hand. Stab, poke, chop, sweep, tap, smash, turn, cut, pick. He demonstrated various uses of the spear one by one. The silver-white spear seemed to turn into a swimming dragon in Su Qiu's hand. And this is just a simple move. He hasn't used his spiritual power yet, otherwise his power would be even more domineering. The uncles around were stunned. Great shooting skills. What a domineering and swift shooting. Is this your first time practicing with a gun? Who are you trying to fool? The corners of the mouths of those uncles who were thinking of giving instructions to Su Qiu twitched. Good guy. They even asked Su Qiu for advice. Brother is awesome. Su Xiaoshuang cheered Su Qiu on from the side. The corner of Empress Qiongxiao's mouth twitched in her martial spirit space. Are you sure this is your brother's first time practicing with a spear? That should be the case. He has never practiced at home before. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Empress Qiongxiao took a deep breath. This kind of spear technique cannot be used even by some masters. Doesn't that mean my brother is awesome? Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. Empress Qiongxiao was speechless for a moment. How could there be such a monster in this world? He has never practiced with a gun, but he has reached a level that even some masters may not be able to achieve. This is no longer a question of whether it is awesome or not. This is a question of existence. How could such an extraordinary monster exist on such a small blue planet? If his martial soul was a high-level spear martial soul, I could barely accept it, but his martial soul is clearly a beast martial soul. It has nothing to do with the spear. Empress Qiongxiao murmured. She looked deeply at Su Qiu inside Su Xiaoshuang. This guy, how many surprises does he have that she doesn't know about? After finishing a set of spear training, Su Qiu wiped the sweat off his forehead and bowed to the uncles around him. Uncles, how am I doing? The old men looked at each other. How about it? Don't you have any idea, kid? The old man in white coughed twice and said, not bad, it has the style of my past. The old man in black rolled his eyes and said, bullshit. If you had a third of Xiao Qiu's charm back then, you were already amazing. Damn it, don't ruin the show. Don't agree, want to have a fight? Am I afraid of you? The two uncles were competing with each other. Su Qiu shook his head and smiled. It seems that his shooting skills are not bad. Buzz. At this moment, the bowl metal in Su Qiu's pocket began to vibrate. He picked it up and looked at it, and found a small button on it. After pressing it, Lin Jian's voice came from the metal. Su Qiu, it's time to go on a mission. Su Qiu was stunned. It was so fast. Where? The location is sent to your phone, come as soon as possible. Yes. Su Qiu nodded, put the metal on his chest, picked up his mobile phone, looked at the location, which was not far from him, so he rushed over immediately. An old man saw the metal on Su Qiu's chest and couldn't help but stand in awe. That's the bull metal. Xiao Qiu, have you joined the hunting team? How old is he? Ah, Xiao Qiu is exactly like his father, but his father failed to join the hunting team, but he did at such a young age. Hearing what the old men said, Su Xiaoshuang showed a trace of anxiety on her face. Hunting team. How could I join such a dangerous place without telling you? No, I need to grow up as quickly as possible. I want to fight alongside my brother. Queen Qiongxiao, is there any way I can improve faster? Su Xiaoshuang asked in her mind. Yes. I can give you a secret recipe for elixirs. As long as you follow the recipe, I can make an elixir that will help you improve quickly. The pills will cost a lot of money, right? Alchemy costs money, of course. Your family can't afford it. Hey, you probably haven't read enough novels. There are many ways to make money. Do you have many so-called secret recipes? Quite a few, you want to. That's right. If you sell the secret recipe, are you still worried about not having enough money? Su Xiaoshuang said with a smile, her eyes shining. It was as if I saw endless amounts of money throwing towards me. After receiving the news from Lin Jian, Su Qiu quickly rushed to the scene of the strange beast incident. A cordon has been set up around a shopping mall. When Su Qiu arrived here, he did not see Lin Jian. He only saw patrol policemen maintaining law and order. He walked up to them and wanted to ask. But the patrolman spoke first. Kid, this is not the place for you, leave here quickly and don't join in the fun. Su Qiu pointed to the medal on his chest and said calmly, I am from the Bull Group. Where is Lin Jian? The patrolman was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Qiu to have joined the hunting group at this age. He then replied, Lin Wuzhe has already gone in. He said that if someone named Su Qiu comes, let him in. Who are you? I am Su Qiu. After saying that, he pushed aside the cordon and walked into the mall. The mall was empty, with a lot of merchandise scattered around. The shopping mall was not small, and he couldn't find Lin Jian for a while. He took out the spear, assembled it, and held it in his hand. With the spear in hand, he immediately felt more secure. This was his first mission, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. But things like this will definitely happen again in the future. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and began to search for traces of strange beasts. Generally speaking, strange beasts are mostly carnivorous creatures. In this mall, it is most likely to appear in the raw meat section. It happened that he had been to this mall several times and knew the location. When he arrived at the raw meat area, he found that all kinds of meat products were scattered all over the floor. A lot of the raw meat had signs of being eaten, with blood mixed with meat foam flowing. At this moment, the metal on his chest vibrated. He pressed the button and Lin Jian's voice came. "Suqiu, have you arrived yet?" "I'm already in the mall, Brother Lin, where are you?" "I'm in the cold storage." TSK, all the frozen meat here has been eaten up. It looks like a big monster. You have to be careful. If you encounter it and can't beat it, just run away and leave it to me. Lin Jian said. Good. Suqiu responded. In the surveillance room of the shopping mall, Ole was sitting with her legs crossed, looking at the surveillance screen. "Suqiu, let me see your potential." She picked up a bag of potato chips and ate it while looking at the screen. There was expectation in his eyes. Inside the mall, Suqiu was patrolling with a gun in hand, looking for strange animals, when he suddenly heard a scream coming from a clothing store not far away. A woman ran out with 7 or 8 bags in her hands. Behind her was a black dog as big as a cow, with a dark body. The black dog was drooling, and the saliva dripped onto the ground, making a sizzling sound, just like sulfuric acid. As the god of the 3rd grade, Suqiu recognized the origin of the black dog at a glance: 2nd-level monster. Venomous Fang Dog. As the name suggests, the venomous dog has fangs like those of a venomous snake. Once bitten, an ordinary person will die within 10 seconds. The most important thing is that this is a 2nd-level monster. Whether in speed or strength, it is far superior to a 1st-level warrior. Logically speaking, Suqiu, a 1st-level warrior, would have almost no chance of winning against a 2nd-level monster. At this time, he should listen to Lin Jian's advice. Run now. But the woman being chased by the fang dog suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing the venomous dog pouncing towards her, Suqiu no longer hesitated, rushed out quickly, and stabbed directly out with the spear in his hand. The spear pierced the fang dog's jaw and sent it flying. "You go first," Suqiu said to the woman. The other party should be civilians who have not had time to evacuate. He looked at the trembling spear in his hand, feeling the touch of the spear, and exclaimed in amazement, as expected of a 2nd-level alien beast, "Its skin is as hard as iron." The previous shot didn't penetrate it. Roar. The fang dog growled and pounced towards Suqiu. But Suqiu showed no sign of weakness. With a spear in his hand, he was like a swimming dragon. The spiritual power circulated and poured into the spear, instantly emitting dense arcs of electricity. It was the A-level martial art Thunder King spear. Bang. The spear hit the fang dog and knocked it away. But the other party quickly stood up again and continued to pounce on Suqiu, spitting out streams of poisonous water from his ferocious bloody mouth. Suqiu was startled and dodged quickly. At the same time, the Thunder King spear was used at full strength, continuously hitting the venomous fang dog. The opponents were knocked out by him one after another. He was actually suppressing a 2nd-level alien beast. In the monitoring room, Ole couldn't help but applaud. Great marksmanship. This should be an A-level martial arts skill. Suqiu, you've given me a lot of surprises. Inside the mall, Suqiu was beating the venomous dog, but the opponent didn't suffer much damage due to its thick skin and flesh. We must attack his vital points, Suqiu thought to himself. Just when the fang dog opened its mouth and wanted to spit out the poisonous water again, Suqiu stabbed it out like a dragon emerging from the sea. Puff. Pierce directly into the opponent's mouth and penetrate from the back of the head. One shot to kill. This ordinary 2nd-level beast has no pressure on me. I haven't even used the power of the white tiger yet, Suqiu thought to himself. After killing the poison fang dog, not far away, Lin Jian, who heard the noise, came up and applauded and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to kill the poison Fang dog alone, that's awesome." Suchio rolled her eyes and looked at the camera above her head. "Captain, you've seen enough, why don't you come out and meet me?" Ole in the monitoring room was stunned for a moment, he actually saw it. She turned on the communicator and asked, "Hey boy, how did you know I was here?" "Guess." Suchio smiled slightly. "Just now when I was fighting, I noticed that the camera was watching me. In addition, I always felt that I joined the bulls too smoothly. This should be my second interview. In addition, the most important thing is, Captain, the actors you found are too fake. How can a civilian be chased by a Fang dog and still hold a bunch of clothes and bags?" Suchio pointed at the woman who had been chased by the Fang dog before. She was holding 7 or 8 bags filled with various clothes and bags. Even when being chased by venomous dogs, no one was left behind. "Wang Yan. What's wrong with you?" Ole asked through gritted teeth. Wang Yan curled her lips and said, "Captain, you can't blame me. These clothes and bags cost me a month's salary. Of course I can't throw them away. Be careful or I'll tear those things of yours apart." "No, Captain, you can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame the new guy for being too observant. Who would notice this in that situation?" Wang Yan said. "Okay, Suchio, congratulations on officially becoming a member of the bulls," Ole said, holding her forehead. Then he left the monitoring room. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. "Interesting. I feel like I haven't really seen his abilities in this test. Never mind. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." In the mall, Lin Jian smiled at Suchio and said, "Welcome to join us." "Welcome, handsome boy. Come on, add me on WeChat. When you have time, I'll treat you to dinner and a movie." Wang Yan took out her cell phone and smiled at Suchio. "Thank you, sister. Are you also a member of the bulls?" "Yes, my sister's name is Wang Yan. I originally came here to shop, but was called by the captain to give you a test." Wang Yan shrugged. "I see. What about this Fang dog?" "Captured from the captain's pet base." Pet base. Suchio was stunned. Whose pet base raises exotic animals? After dealing with the Fang dog and truly joining the bulls, Suchio said goodbye to Lin Jian and Wang Yan, bought some things at the mall and went home. When I got home, I found Su Xiaoshuang copying something. He stepped forward and took a look. It says things like Reminia root, Cotinopsis pilosula, ginseng, etc. Like the names of some medicinal herbs. He asked curiously, "Why are you copying these?" "Secret." Su Xiaoshuang smiled. Hearing this, Suchio rubbed the other person's head vigorously and said, "Alas, my sister has grown up and now has secrets with her brother. Don't rub my head. I have worked so hard to style my hair." Su Xiaoshuang muttered. Suchio smiled and did not ask any further questions. In his opinion, even relatives should maintain a certain distance. It's normal to have secrets. He has it too. He didn't plan to tell anyone about the system. Ignoring what Su Xiaoshuang was doing, Suchio went to practice on his own. There are still 3 days until the martial arts newcomer competition. Strive to get one step closer within these 3 days. Suchio encouraged himself. Logically speaking, with his current strength, he should be unique among the newcomers, but he has always believed that there is always someone better than you. No matter how strong you are, you must always be prepared for danger. There are many geniuses in the world. Moreover, some geniuses, in addition to natural talent, are also blessed with opportunities, family background, etc., such as Luo Qingxue. He was far from relaxing. While Suchio was practicing hard, Su Xiaoshuang also started his own action and went out with the copied secret recipe. Laojuan Pharmaceuticals. The largest pharmaceutical company in Qingyun City. Specializing in the development of various genetic potions and elixirs. It is also the goal of Su Xiaoshuang's trip. Given her current status and position, it is naturally unrealistic for her to directly meet the chairman or senior management of Laojuan Pharmaceutical. So she forged a resume and came for the interview. When the interviewer saw her, the corner of his mouth twitched. Little sister, how old are you? You want to interview for a researcher position in our pharmaceutical company. He took a look at the other party's resume. You can tell it's fake at first glance. This is the secret recipe for the elixir I developed. You can take a look at it first. The effect is twice as good as the yuan-forming pill you are currently issuing. Su Xiaoshuang said. But the interviewer didn't take it seriously at all. What use could a pill recipe developed by a little kid have? Okay, little sister, stop messing around here and leave now. You'd better take a look. There's no loss to you. Here's my contact number. Su Xiaoshuang left a note with a phone number on it. The interviewer took a look at it and threw it aside. A morning passed. The interviewer stretched his body and said, "It's really hard to recruit a researcher these days. There are fewer and fewer people willing to stay in the laboratory." At this time, an old man in a white coat walked in, and the interviewer quickly stood up to greet him. "Mr. Bai, why are you here in person?" "I've been in the lab for a long time, come out and get some fresh air." Bai Lao smiled faintly. "How is it, have you recruited the right person?" "No, these people are either too ambitious or not qualified enough, and there is even a little girl who comes here to fish in troubled waters." The interviewer complained. Old Bai casually picked up a piece of paper on the table, on which were written a lot of medicinal herbs. He was slightly surprised and asked, "Prescription?" "It should be left by someone who came for an interview." The interviewer said casually. Old Bai became interested and started to read it. Gradually, his expression became serious. "Who left this recipe?" "It looks like it was left by a little girl." The interviewer took it and took a look. After all, other people, even when leaving the prescription, used formal A4 paper. The only pill recipe left by Su Xiaoshuang was a piece of homework paper. It was torn from a homework book. "Little girl." Bai Lao was stunned for a moment, then said solemnly, "No matter what method you use, you must find this little girl for me." "Ah, Mr. Bai, is there anything special about this recipe?" "This recipe can double the effect of our newly developed yuan-forming pill." "Isn't it special?" "So awesome," the interviewer was shocked. What that little girl said was actually true. He quickly ran to the trash can nearby and started looking for it. "What are you doing?" "Found it." The interviewer found a small note in the trash can. This was the contact information left by Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang is on her way home. But before she got home, her cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She didn't even look at it and just turned it off. "Is it possible that this call is important?" Empress Qiongxiao said calmly. "What's so important about harassing phone calls? Is it possible that it was the interviewer who called?" "Ah, I almost forgot about this." Su Xiaoshuang slapped her head in annoyance. "How about fighting back? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" The other side. The interviewer felt like crying as he watched the phone being hung up. "Why doesn't my aunt answer the phone?" "Hit again," Bai Lao said from the side. He had no choice but to continue calling, and this time the call was connected. He quickly said, "Little girl, we at Laojuan Pharmaceuticals want to discuss an interview with you. I wonder where you are now." "Okay, I got it, you wait where you are and we will send someone to pick you up immediately." Su Xiaoshuang hung up the phone, went to a shopping mall and bought a cup of milk tea. While drinking it, she waited for someone from Laojuan Pharmaceutical to pick her up. Suddenly a voice came from beside her, "Xiaoshuang." She turned around and saw that it was a woman. "The other party is Xiao Mei, my brother's ex-girlfriend. And the other person is now with a man, as if they are on a date." Su Xiaoshuang took a glance and found that the man was not as handsome as her brother. She didn't want to pay attention to the other person and turned to leave. But Xiao Mei said calmly, "Xiaoshuang, I am your brother's ex after all, why don't you say hello when you meet me? It's just a fart greeting. It's good enough that I didn't hit you." Su Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. She didn't have any good feelings towards him. Xiao Mei frowned when she heard this. "You are still so uneducated." Su Xiaoshuang got angry when she heard that, and rushed forward and kicked him. "You are the one with no manners, your whole family has no manners." Her parents died young, and one of the things she hated most was that people said she was uneducated. Su Xiaoshuang, are you crazy? Xiao Mei was agile and dodged. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshuang threw the milk tea in her hand directly over. Xiao Mei and the men next to her were unable to dodge and were splashed all over. The man's face suddenly darkened. You're asking for a fight. I can't do anything to Su Qiu, so how can I be bullied by a girl like you? Heh, Li Ziang, am I afraid of you? Su Xiaoshuang also recognized the men. It was Li Ziang who had a conflict with his elder brother in number 3 middle school. Not only are you not as handsome as my brother, your grades are not as good as my brother, and your cultivation is not as high as my brother, but now you have a girlfriend who is unwanted by my brother. You are really miserable. Su Xiaoshuang said sarcastically. It's extremely insulting. Li Ziang and Xiao Mei were shaking with anger. Just when they were about to teach Su Xiaoshuang a lesson, a rumbling sound was heard not far away. Everyone looked up and saw a helicopter slowly landing on the lawn. The helicopter landed on the lawn, attracting a lot of attention. Li Ziang was also attracted by Xiao Mei, who originally wanted to hit someone. Li Ziang was especially stunned. That's the helicopter of Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company. Why are they here? Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company, the number 1 pharmaceutical company in Qingyun City, has a very high status in Qingyun City. The Lin family is considered a well-known family in Qingyun City. But it is still inferior to Laojuan Pharmaceutical. Laojuan Pharmaceuticals. Why did they fly a helicopter here? Are you going to pick up some important person? Pick up by helicopter? It can't be a major shareholder. TSK, could it be that he's the chairman of a pharmaceutical company? Everyone was talking about it. A man in a suit and tie walked down from the helicopter. When Su Xiaoshuang saw the other party, her eyes lit up and she waved her hand. Here. Xiao Mei, Li Ziang was startled. What the hell is wrong with you, little girl? That's someone from Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company. You little bitch, you spilled milk tea all over me and I haven't come to you to settle the score yet. Li Ziang snorted coldly, grabbed Su Xiaoshuang's hand and was about to attack. A loud shout came, stop it. The man in a suit and leather shoes walked up quickly, pulled Li Ziang's hand away, and said to Su Xiaoshuang, Miss Su, I'm here to pick you up. Well, let's go. Su Xiaoshuang glanced at the stunned Xiao Mei and Li Ziang, then walked towards the helicopter with a proud and confident stride. Everyone else was stunned. Who is this little girl? Tisk, Laojuan Pharmaceuticals actually used a helicopter to pick her up. Could she be the daughter of the pharmaceutical company's chairman? Not likely, and I haven't heard that Chairman Laojuan has a daughter. Could it be an illegitimate daughter? In short, this little girl must be extraordinary. Xiao Mei, who knew Su Xiaoshuang's identity, looked at her with a change of expression. What's going on? How is this girl related to Laojuan Pharmaceuticals? She suddenly felt that since she left Su Qiu, the Su siblings had changed, and one of them had an SSS-level martial spirit. One is related to Laojuan Pharmaceutical, and it seems that the relationship is very close. The helicopter took off and left under the envious gazes of everyone. Su Xiaoshuang, who was riding in a helicopter for the first time, was also a little excited. She thought the other party would drive a luxury car to pick her up. I didn't expect that he would fly a helicopter directly. What a nice show. Empress Qiongxiao curled her lips, isn't it just a helicopter? What's there to be proud of? I have even flown space battleships before. Su Xiaoshuang was too lazy to compare herself with others. She arrived at Laojuan Pharmaceutical by helicopter. This time, in addition to the previous interviewer, there was also an old man who met her. The other party took out the pill recipe and asked Su Xiaoshuang some questions. Su Xiaoshuang had the help of Queen Qiongxiao and answered questions fluently. Bai Lao's gaze gradually changed as he looked at Su Xiaoshuang, with eagerness in his eyes. Genius, you are truly a genius. It's just SOSO. Little girl, are you willing to come to work at my Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company? You can ask for any conditions you want. Old Bai said solemnly. He saw Su Xiaoshuang's potential in alchemy. Just the pill recipe that the other party provided was enough to increase the profits of Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company to a higher level, not to mention that once the other party joined the pharmaceutical company, the pills that they would continue to research in the future would be enough to make their pharmaceutical company stand at the top of the industry. It is even possible to go beyond Daxia and dominate the global pharmaceutical industry. It's impossible to go to work. I will never go to work in my life. Su Xiaoshuang said, but we can cooperate. I will sell this recipe to you for 10 million. I only want 10% of the profits from the pills. If I develop any pills in the future, I will give priority to Laojuan Pharmaceuticals. Bai Lao hesitated for a moment and said, deal. He holds a high position in Laojuan Pharmaceutical and has the power to make decisions. Then he discussed some cooperation matters with Su Xiaoshuang. I was surprised to find that although Su Xiaoshuang looked young, she was very experienced. If you try to take advantage of her because of her youth, you will end up suffering. Of course. Su Xiaoshuang is young. But Empress Qiongxiao is different. Want to take advantage of her? Not to mention Laojuan Pharmaceuticals, few of the powerful forces in the former Milky Way galaxy could do it. Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company opened a card for Su Xiaoshuang in the name of the company and transferred the money into it. Su Xiaoshuang was so excited when she got the card. 10 million. Is this the 10 million you got? This money comes too easily. Now I can buy the medicinal herbs you mentioned. Su Xiaoshuang said to Empress Qiongxiao in her heart. Well, it's barely okay. Hey, my brother's birthday is coming soon, so I can prepare a gift for him. What should I buy? Su Xiaoshuang thought happily. Achio. It seems like someone is thinking about me. Su Qiu touched his nose, then glanced at Su Xiaoshuang's room. Where did this girl go? She hasn't been seen all day. He didn't think much about it and prepared to go out to buy groceries. The takeaway was delicious though. But if possible, he still prefers to buy groceries and cook by himself. After all, he can do it alone, but he also has to consider Su Xiaoshuang. The other person is still young and can't always eat takeout. Boss, give me 2 pounds of fried chicken. The wealthy Su Xiaoshuang walked to the fried chicken shop at the entrance of the community and said. The fried chicken shop owner looked at Su Xiaoshuang and laughed. Oh, Xiaoshuang, you're so generous today. Did your brother give you some pocket money? No, from today on, it's my brother who's going to ask me for pocket money. Su Xiaoshuang said proudly. Oh, you won the lottery. A faint voice came from behind Su Xiaoshuang. She shuddered, turned around and saw Su Qiu with a cold face, swallowed her saliva, and said, Brother, why are you walking without making any sound? Is the fried chicken good? It's not delicious, boss, I don't want any more fried chicken. Su Xiaoshuang shook her head like a rattle and quickly ran towards the community. The boss, who had just put the chicken nuggets in the frying pan, twitched his mouth. Su Qiu shook his head helplessly. I want the fried chicken. Okay. The boss immediately smiled. Boss, fry them first, I'll go buy some vegetables. Su Qiu said, and then walked to the nearby vegetable market. But halfway through, I saw a lot of people running out of a pier near the vegetable market in a panic. Strange beast, there is a strange beast. Su Qiu's expression straightened when he heard this. I hurried over to check, and saw a sharkman with a shark head grabbing a fishmonger and trying to kill him. Su Qiu subconsciously wanted to take the gun, but found that the gun was left at home. Ding! Facing the chaos caused by strange beasts, you who forgot to bring your weapons have the following options. 1. Unarmed, the best strategy is to run away. Reward, none. 2nd, even if you are unarmed, as a warrior, you should take the lead. How can you stand by and watch someone die without helping? Kill the beast, and the reward is 100 million. Su Qiu was stunned on the spot. Not 100,000, 10. 10 million, or 10 million. It's 100 million. He swallowed his saliva, his eyes sparkled, and he rushed forward. 100 million, let that boss go. 100 million, let go of that boss. Come at me. The strange beast and the boss were both stunned. What 100 million? Boss, the monsters looked at each other. Boss, you want 100 million? Alien beast, I'll give you 100 million. Although the strange beast was not very intelligent, it roared angrily and threw its boss out when it heard Suchio's provocation. Then he rushed towards Suchio, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from his body, and streams of water swirled around him. Suchio's eyes narrowed, a water-attributed second-level beast. This Sharkman is no less powerful than the venomous dog we encountered before. Even stronger. But he was not at all weak. Although he had no weapon in his hand, his fiery fist was not practiced in vain, so he went straight forward to meet the enemy's attack. A punch was thrown, and fire raged. The impact of water and fire evaporated a large amount of white mist. The Sharkman was knocked several steps away. Suchio continued to attack, his fists dancing wildly, using the fiery fist to the fullest extent, mixed with White Tiger murderous aura. With the help of the murderous aura of the White Tiger, its power is astonishing. The Sharkman was losing ground. As if realizing that Suchio was not easy to deal with, the strange beast turned around and tried to escape. Suchio's eyes widened. 100 million. That's 100 million. How can we let the other party get away like this? Since this is a dock and there is water connected to the ocean nearby, Suchio became anxious when he saw that the Sharkman was about to jump into the sea. If he let the other party run away, he would have to get up in the middle of the night and slap his thigh. In a moment of desperation, Suchio saw a harpoon not far away. His eyes lit up, he picked it up, poured spiritual power into it, and threw it out fiercely. Go away. Whoosh. The harpoon flashed with electric light, broke through the air and pierced into the Sharkman from behind. The men let out a howl and fell to the ground. Suchio rushed forward and smashed down with a flaming fist. The flames burned the Sharkman's body, emitting waves of fish aroma. Suchio was amazed. I wonder if this is edible. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million. The system prompt sounded. Suchio's eyes lit up and he picked up his phone to check his balance. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, Gulu, it really is 100 million. It's rich, it's rich. Suchio swallowed and became a little excited. He said to his boss who was not far away, call the people in the Alien Beast Disaster Management Department and ask them to come and collect the alien beast corpses. The Monster Disaster Post-Processing Department is a department that complements the hunting team. The hunting team is responsible for hunting exotic beasts, while the processing department is responsible for handling the corpses of exotic beasts, recovering useful exotic beast materials for research, etc. After dealing with the strange beast, Suchio walked into the nearby vegetable market and started buying vegetables. A market owner who was familiar with him was shocked to see him covered in blood. Xiaoqiu, did you fight with someone? No, a strange beast appeared nearby and I just killed it. This is his blood. Suchio said with a grin. The boss was confused. Kill strange beasts. Can you kill strange beasts at such a young age? Is this true or false? The fishmonger came up with 2 fresh groupers in his hands. Little brother, thank you so much for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the hands of the monster. It's okay. This is what our hunting group members should do. Hiss, little brother, you are from the hunting group. You are young and promising. I wish my brat was half as capable as you. The fishmonger sighed. It's really true that one can't compare with another. The brat in my family is not younger than Suchio, but he just knows how to fool around. His total test scores barely add up to 3 digits. Thinking of this, the fishmonger decided to give the other person a good beating when he got back. Suchio held the grouper in his hand, looked at the boss's face which suddenly darkened, and observed a 3-second silence for the unknown boy. When other people in the vegetable market knew that Suchio had just killed the strange beast and still had the leisure to buy vegetables, they couldn't help but respect him. After buying groceries, Suchio went home and brought some fried chicken back with him. Su Xiaoshuang was studying in her room when she suddenly smelled the aroma of fried chicken and rushed out, "My fried chicken! Brother, I love you so much." Suchio curled his lips and said, "Eat less, we still have to eat later." Okay. After Suchio finished cooking, he looked at the empty fried chicken and ice cream can on the table, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Su Xiaoshuang, your pocket money for this month is gone. Ah. Su Xiaoshuang, who had just finished licking her fingers, wailed, but suddenly she thought of something and said with a smile, "It's gone, it doesn't matter." Su Qiu was stunned for a moment. There was something wrong with this guy. Su Xiaoshuang, you didn't really win the lottery, did you? I won't tell you. Su Xiaoshuang smiled and asked, "Brother, your birthday is coming soon, do you want any gift? If you behave yourself and study hard, that will be the best gift." "Brother, when have I ever disobeyed you?" "Forget it, I'll think of the gifts myself," Su Xiaoshuang said. With 10 million in hand, she is now full of confidence. Be sure to give your brother a satisfying gift. Su Qiu didn't have any expectations for the gifts. After all, in his opinion, what kind of gifts could a little girl like Su Xiaoshuang prepare? But even if the other party gave him a greeting card, he would be happy to accept it. It's the intention that matters. Compared to this, he is more concerned about how to spend the 100 million yuan in his hand. Buy a house. Buy a car. This is possible. After all, he and Su Xiaoshuang always took the bus when they traveled. It would be much more convenient to have a car. There was a motorcycle at home before. Su Qiu used to drive it frequently, but after his parents passed away, he sold the motorcycle to supplement the family income. Should I buy another one? Forget it, there's no rush for these things. The martial arts newcomer competition will be held in 2 days, so let's pass this level first. Su Qiu was eager to try. The prize for the martial arts newcomer competition is a set of advanced genetic potions. Rounding it off, it's another 100 million. Must get it. Inside an abandoned building, Su Qiu was guarding a door with a spear in his hand. At this moment, Lin Jian's voice came from the bull medal on his shoulder. "Su Qiu, be careful, the strange beast is rushing towards you." "Okay, leave it to me," Su Qiu said calmly, tightening the spear in his hand. Whoosh! Inside the building, a pitch-black beast that looked like a werewolf rushed out, and pounced on Su Qiu when it saw him at the door. The sharp claws grabbed out, making a shrill whistling sound. Su Qiu thrust out the spear in his hand suddenly, and a shot like lightning pierced directly through the werewolf's throat, killing it with one shot. Lin Jian came over from not far away and exclaimed in amazement, "Su Qiu, your spear skills are getting more and more exquisite, awesome." "Not bad." Su Qiu smiled slightly, and then said, "By the way, Brother Lin, I have to participate in the martial arts newcomer competition tomorrow, and I want to take a day off." Martial arts newcomer competition. "Oh, I almost forgot, you are still a student." Lin Jian shook his head and smiled. The other party's strength always makes him forget that the other party is still a student. He smiled and said, "No problem, just compete well and don't embarrass my bulls group. I will come to cheer you up then." When he got home, Su Qiu suddenly smelled the scent of medicinal herbs. He saw Su Xiaoshuang cooking something next to the induction cooker with 2 paper balls stuffed in her nose. A pungent smell of medicinal herbs gushed out. Su Qiu's mouth twitched. "What are you doing?" "To make an elixir," Su Xiaoshuang replied. Su Qiu was confused. He took a closer look at the other party's equipment. You use an induction cooker to make pills. A true master can make elixirs with his bare hands. It's already good to have an induction cooker, and the temperature is easy to control," Su Xiaoshuang said. She makes a lot of sense. But he still felt weird watching the other party using the induction cooker to make the elixir. What is this? Scientific alchemy. Is this also what the Empress taught you? Yes. But how can I cook if you do this? I ordered takeout for you. You are so thoughtful, Su Qiu said, holding his forehead. After finishing the takeaway, Su Qiu glanced at Su Xiaoshuang, who was still refining medicine in the kitchen, shook his head, ignored her, and went back to take a shower and go to bed. The next day, he got up early and saw Su Xiaoshuang sleeping on the table. Looking at the induction cooker again, there were a few gray pills among a pile of medicine residue. You actually managed to refine it. Su Qiu gave him a strange look. Can this thing be eaten? He put the pills away, carried the sleeping Su Xiaoshuang back to the house, then tidied up the messy kitchen, made some breakfast before going out. Not long after he left, a stream of light flew out of Su Xiaoshuang's body and she transformed into the Queen of Qiongshao. She glanced at the tidy kitchen and the breakfast on the table, and couldn't help muttering, "This little guy really loves his sister." She glanced at Su Xiaoshuang, who was sleeping soundly in the room, with a hint of envy in her eyes. "I wish I had a brother like this before." She was born into a poor family. In order to make a living, her parents sold her when she was 3 years old. She has never enjoyed the warmth of family love. After merging with Su Xiaoshuang, she empathized with some of Su Xiaoshuang's experiences. Although her parents died early, she had a brother like Su Qiu who took care of her in every way and never let her suffer any grievances. No wonder Su Xiaoshuang has become a brother Khan. He took another look at the pills that Su Xiaoshuang had refined. It's not bad to have such an effect for the first time. Martial Arts Newcomer Competition. It is an annual event in Qingyun City, but in the past, the newcomer competitions were held behind closed doors by each school. But this time it was different. Martial arts newcomers from 13 schools gathered together to compete, and the excitement was extraordinary. The venue is in the square of number 1 middle school. And only number 1 middle school can accommodate so many students. When we arrived at the competition site, it was crowded and lively. Have you heard? This time, the martial arts newcomer competition has produced several amazing newcomers, and there is even an SSS-level martial spirit. I know that those 2 SSS-level martial spirits are from number 3 middle school. It is said that these 2 guys don't even need to compete and are directly promoted to the quarterfinals. TSK, awesome. Number 3 middle school stole the show this time. But there is also an SS-level martial spirit in number 1 middle school. It is said that he has joined Zixiao Martial Arts School and was accepted as a personal disciple by Zixiao Ho. It is said that in order to save the reputation of the first middle school, the principal spent a large sum of money to buy a second-level breakthrough pill for this SS-level martial spirit, which helped him break through. So this time, a second-level warrior appeared in the newcomer competition. How can others fight him? Everyone was talking about it. Su Qiu also heard some rumors and was a little surprised. There are actually second-level warriors. You have to know that he is only at the upper level of the first rank now. Sure enough, there are many geniuses. But he was not afraid. Although he was a top-grade first-level warrior, killing a second-level monster was a piece of cake for him, and beating a second-level warrior was no problem at all. Su Qiu. How are you? At this time, a voice came from behind Su Qiu. I saw Luo Qingxue walking towards him. The other person was wearing a blue and white robe today, which outlined his curvy figure, and his cold and beautiful face attracted a lot of people's attention. Su Qiu looked at the other person and grinned. It's been a long time since we last met. Miss Luo seems to have become even more beautiful. He just casually said hello and made a joke. When Luo Qingxue heard this, her face turned red, but then she quickly returned to normal and snorted, "Humph, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become even more frivolous." But she couldn't help but feel joyful in her heart. He actually praised me for being more beautiful. Ever since being defeated by Su Qiu last time, Luo Qingxue had to admit that she had fallen in love with Su Qiu. However, even though she was moved, she still didn't forget that her goal was to surpass the other party and get rid of the reputation of being the eternal runner-up. Once I defeat him, I will confess my love to him. Luo Qingxue thought secretly in her heart. Su Qiu, if you don't know how to flirt, then don't do it. Your tricks are outdated. A voice rang out. Li Xiang and Xiao Mei came up. Seeing these two, Su Qiu rolled his eyes and said playfully, "You two are hooking up with each other. What does it have to do with you if I talk to him?" Luo Qingxue gave Li Xiang a cold look. The other party's face turned pale, and then he said, "Su Qiu, don't be too proud too early. In this martial arts newcomer competition, do you think you can beat the heroes?" "Oh, do you think you can beat me?" "I may not be able to beat you, but my senior brother Zhang from Zixiao Martial Arts School can," said Li Xiang. Behind him, a young man in a white robe and with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes slowly came over. He looked at Su Qiu and said lightly, "Are you Su Qiu?" "Yes." "Very good, my name is Zhang Yunjie." Remember this name, because I will defeat you. Prove that I am the strongest among the martial arts newcomers in colleges and universities. Zhang Yunjie said proudly. When everyone heard his name, they started talking about it. He is Zhang Yunjie, the owner of the SS-level martial spirit. Not only that, he is also the only second-level warrior in this martial arts newcomer competition. He is a one-of-a-kind existence. TSK, the one across from him is Su Qiu, the owner of the SSS-level martial spirit Tao Tia. This is going to be interesting. When two tigers fight, one of them is bound to get hurt. Hearing Zhang Yunjie's words, Su Qiu shook his head and smiled, not intending to pay any attention to him. Ding. Facing Zhang Yunjie's provocation, you have the following choices. 1. How can a goshawk care about the provocation of an ant? Ignore the other party, and the reward is a bottle of advanced gene potion. 2. Fight back and say to the other party, if you want to defeat me, you have to practice for another 10,000 years. Reward, 1 yuan building pill. 3. Give the other person the middle finger and then fight back. Rewards, 1 bottle of advanced healing potion, 1 bottle of advanced gene potion, and 1 yuan creating pill. Su Qiu took a look at the options. He originally wanted to ignore the other party, but he immediately gave him a middle finger and said indifferently, if you want to defeat me, you have to practice for another 10,000 years. For a moment, the onlookers were in an uproar. My goodness, this guy is a bit crazy. TSK, this is an SSS-level martial spirit owner. If I were him, I would be even crazier than him. Faced with Zhang Yunjie's provocation, Su Qiu directly responded. Luo Qingxue at the side raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Zhang Yunjie's eyes turned cold. Okay, do you really think you are invincible just because you have an SSS-level martial spirit? I will let you know that martial spirit does not represent everything. When Su Qiu saw that the other party was angry, he couldn't help laughing. Good job. You can provoke others. Do you get angry when I reply to you? Who is this? What a young and frivolous boy. An indifferent voice came from behind Zhang Yunjie, and a figure slowly walked over surrounded by a crowd of people. The other person was wearing a purple robe with a retro style. He looked to be in his early 40s and had an awe-inspiring air. When everyone saw him, they gasped. Yes, it's Marquis Zixiao. Oh my god, I actually saw Zixiao Ho. The person who came was Marquis Zixiao, the top martial arts expert in Qingyan City. The owner of Zixiao Martial Arts School. A powerful 7th-level marquis. His arrival caused a commotion among the crowd, and Su Qiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, as he suddenly remembered something. I seem to have rejected the other person. The other party won't hold a grudge against me, right? No way, he is at least a 7th-rank marquis. You don't have to be so petty. Meet Marquis Zixiao. Luo Qingxue on the side bowed. Facing a 7th-rank marquis, the Luo family did not dare to be negligent. Su Qiu also followed suit and bowed. But Zixiao Ho glanced at him and said calmly, you have an SSS-level martial spirit. I can't afford your gift. Su Qiu. Depend on. Are you really that petty? Marquis Zixiao, you are too polite. Su Qiu smiled. After all, the other party is a 7th-rank marquis, so it won't be embarrassing for us to lower our posture. However, Zixiao Ho did not intend to stop when he saw this. Instead, he continued, young men, being young and frivolous is not a good thing. There are many geniuses in this world. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a high level of martial spirit. If you continue like this, you will suffer in the future sooner or later. Before you grow up, I advise you to restrain your edge. Su Qiu smiled. This old deng is really taking advantage of me. To put it nicely, it means to restrain one's edge. But in fact, it means that he has no background and should behave himself. How can this be tolerated? Can you be called a young person if you are not young and frivolous? I think it's okay to be a little arrogant if you have the ability. It's better than some people who have no ability but like to brag, right? Having said this, he glanced at Zhang Yunjie and Li Xiang. It's obvious that he is talking about the other party. The two men's faces suddenly turned ugly. And Marquis Zixiao also showed a hint of anger. "Oh, it seems you look down on my apprentice." "I didn't say that. Young man, you don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is." A surge of pressure gradually emanated from Zixiao's body. This pressure only enveloped Su Qiu, wanting to make him kneel to the ground. But Su Qiu held on and did not retreat a single step. This old Deng actually bullies the weak. So shameless. Su Qiu cursed in his heart, but the opponent's pressure was only directed at him, and ordinary warriors could not feel it at all. No one knows Zixiao's methods. "Oh, you can withstand 1/10 of my pressure. Not bad. Then add another 1/10. Marquis Zixiao looked at Su Qiu with a strange look in his eyes. But today he was determined to teach the other party a lesson. The pressure continued to increase. Luo Qingxue, who was standing by, noticed something and stepped forward to support Su Qiu, but this action also made her enveloped by the pressure from Marquis Zixiao. Her face turned pale and she almost fell to her knees. It was Su Qiu who supported her instead. "Why are you coming to help me? You look like you're about to fall down." Su Qiu smiled helplessly and put his arms around Luo Qingxue's waist. He was helping Luo Qingxue and preventing her from falling. But to others, the two behaved intimately, like a couple. Good boy, are you ready now? Are Su Shen and Luo Shen together?" "Woohoo, my CP finally came true. My goddess was snatched away by another man. I'm crying." The people watching the fun had no idea what was really going on. Zixiao looked at Su Qiu and the other men, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Can you still hold on? I want to see how far you can hold on." He will continue to increase his power. But at this time, there was a hand on Su Qiu's shoulder from behind. In an instant, the boundless pressure dissipated immediately. Su Qiu just felt his body relax, as if a mountain had been moved away. He turned around and saw a familiar figure. The leader of the bull group, Olay. She smiled and looked at Su Qiu. "Are you okay?" "Fine. I'm glad you're okay. Come on, step aside first." Olay smiled and walked towards Zixiao. Looking at the woman in front of him, Zixiao frowned. "You are." The words have not been finished yet. What greeted him was a mace. The mace whizzed out, containing immense power. Marquis Zixiao was shocked and urged his spiritual power to transform it into a 3-layer defensive barrier. But bang! 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 The 3 layers of defense barriers were all shattered almost at the same time, and the mace smashed heavily into Zixiao, sending him flying. And Olay's voice also sounded. "Have those who bullied my bulls asked me?" Olay carried a mace with a cold expression. Everyone gasped. "Good job. That's the owner of Zixiao Martial Arts School. A powerful 7th-rank marquis. Just got hit and sent flying. Are you kidding me?" The flying Zixiao circulated his spiritual power to relieve the force and stabilize his body, but even so, he still felt a surge of blood and energy. "I almost vomited blood." He stared at Olay with a hint of anger in his eyes, but after hearing the identity of the leader of the bull group, the anger turned into fear. Although he is a powerful marquis, he is not invincible in Qingyun City. There are several beings who are comparable to him, or perhaps even stronger. And the leader of the bull group, Olay, is one of them. "Captain Baonyo, you are the most arrogant and unreasonable guy among the 20 hunting group leaders in Qingyun City. Baonyo, Olay never thought that the first time you and I met would be in this situation," Zixiao said lightly. Olay looked at him while carrying the mace, and said indifferently, "Don't try to get close to me. You are such a shameless person, bullying a small member of my family. He is actually a member of your bull group. Why, you don't believe it? I'm just teaching the young people a lesson, letting them know that there are always people better than them," Zixiao said lightly. "Really? Then I'll teach you a lesson too. Let you know what it means to look at the owner before beating a dog," Olay said coldly. "Su Qiu." He took a step forward, and the pressure on his body was released. With a bang, everyone felt the ground shake violently. Behind Olay, the shadow of a giant bull appeared with bloodshot eyes, green light flowing all over its body, and emitting an extremely terrifying aura. A-level martial spirit. Sky Blue Bull Demon. Suchio looked at this scene in surprise. He always thought that Olay's martial soul was the mace in her hand. Oh, are you surprised? Lin Jian walked up from behind Suchio and said with a smile, did you think the captain's martial soul was the mace? In fact, you are not wrong, the mace is also the captain's martial soul. A-level martial soul, the Sky Tooth Club. Suchio's eyes lit up when he heard this, twin martial spirits. Twin martial souls, as the name suggests, means that one person has two martial souls. This kind of thing is very rare, but it does happen. Generally speaking, the martial arts spirits of twin martial souls are generally not of high level, and it is even rarer for a person to have twin martial souls like Olay, who are both A-level. This is even rarer than SS grade. After the Sky Blue Bull Demon was summoned, it exuded a powerful evil spirit that impacted the minds of everyone present, and everyone couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At this time, several figures rushed over. Captain O, stop it. Olay, what are you doing? Stop messing around. The captain of the third squad ran to Olay and was furious when he saw his former student. This is number 1 middle school. There are so many students. If a fight breaks out, what if we accidentally hurt students? Put away your martial spirit quickly. Upon hearing this, Olay curled her lips and retracted her martial spirit. She looked at Zixiaoho and said, you should be thankful that there are so many students here. If it were any other place, I would definitely beat you up. It's still unclear who will beat whom. Although Zixiaoho was not sure of winning. But you have to be tough. Suchio, who was standing aside, looked at Olay's back with a hint of respect in his eyes. I didn't expect the leader to be so powerful that even Marquis Zixiao would be afraid of him. She's just a crazy woman. Wang Yan, who was wearing brand name clothes and carrying a brand name bag, walked up, glanced at Olay, curled her lips and said, she's just a crazy woman who is very powerful, very protective, and makes people want to follow her. She calls me a crazy woman. But she fully recognized Olay's strength and charm. Sister Wang Yan, why are you here too? Tisk, you're a new member of our bull group. Since you're participating in this martial arts competition, of course we have to come and support you. Fortunately, we're here, otherwise you would have been bullied by that purple sky marquis. It's okay, I have an SSS level martial spirit, he doesn't dare to do anything to me. Suchio smiled. He didn't believe that Marquis Zixiao would dare to attack him in public. The worst that can happen is that you'll suffer a little loss. When he becomes stronger in the future, he will get his revenge. Oh, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. When are you going to compete? I don't know, but it seems like I was directly selected as one of the top 8. The quarterfinals. That doesn't have to wait until the afternoon. Wang Yan and others felt that they had arrived too early. After Olay and Zixiaoho exchanged harsh words, Zixiaoho left. Before leaving, Zhang Yunjie, who was beside him, looked at Suchio with eager eyes. I will beat you in the quarterfinals. Suchio didn't care at all and didn't consider the other party as an opponent at all. This attitude made Zhang Yunjie very angry. He clenched his fists and vowed to teach the other party a lesson. Suchio, when did you join the bulls? Luo Qingxue was quite curious about Suchio. Oh, that's it. Suchio simply recounted what had happened. Luo Qingxue thought about it after hearing this, then looked at him and said, I'll wait for you in the quarterfinals. The only one who can defeat you is me. After saying that, he left without looking back. Olay bumped Suchio with her shoulder and said teasingly, boy, you are really good. You have won the eldest lady of the Luo family. No, she and I are just friends. Suchio shook his head and smiled. But I just saw you hugging her waist. Even if you are friends, this is too intimate. Wang Yan said with a smile. That's not because of Zixiaoho. Don't explain. Explanation is just covering up. The corner of Suchio's mouth twitched. Forget it, I won't tell you anymore. Anyway, it's not my turn to play yet. Let's go shopping somewhere. This is his first time coming to number 1 middle school. Wandering around everywhere, The martial arts newcomer competition has also begun. This time, the competition is divided into 16 venues, and the competition will be concentrated after the top 8 are decided. Suchio went to several competition venues. The newcomers are fighting fiercely. However, most of these martial arts newcomers were of the lower first rank, and even those of the middle rank were pitifully rare, so he did not take them seriously at all. With his strength, in this martial arts competition, it's like throwing a shark into a school of fish. Not on the same level at all. Spent the whole morning strolling around. Suchio took Olay and others to have a meal in the cafeteria of number 1 middle school. While they were eating, many people were looking at them. Luo Qingxue came to Suchio with a food tray and said calmly, "I went to find out this morning. Zhang Yunjie is quite capable." "Oh, what do you mean?" "You and I are the academic gods of number 3 middle school, and this Zhang Yunjie is the academic god of number 1 middle school. He has awakened the SS-level martial spirit, the Earth Wild Bear. Not only that, he has also joined the Zixiao Martial Arts School and is the direct disciple of Zixiao Ho. In addition, number 1 middle school has always been stronger than number 3 middle school. This time, 2 SSS-level martial spirits appeared in number 3 middle school at the same time. The principal of number 1 middle school was not convinced, and spent a lot of money to buy a second-level breakthrough pill to help Zhang Yunjie break through to the second level. The purpose is to allow the other party to win first place in the competition and suppress number 3 middle school. Except that his martial spirit level is not as good as yours, his cultivation, martial arts, practical experience, and background are all better than yours. Moreover, we are still in number 1 middle school, fighting on his territory, you have to be careful." Luo Qingxue said slowly. "So you care about me so much?" Suchio held his chin and looked at Luo Qingxue and said. The other party glanced at him and snorted, "I just don't want you to be defeated by others before you lose to me." "Hateful. I just care about you." "But how can I say this?" Luo Qingxue was secretly going crazy. Suchio looked at her with a smile and said, "Don't worry, it's just a little Zhang Yunjie. Watch how I can easily take him down." A student passing by snorted when he heard this, "Arrogant. Brother Zhang's strength is beyond your imagination. Then you'll know how powerful it is." Some students began to discuss quietly. They are very confident in Zhang Yunjie, but it's no wonder, because he is the academic genius of their number 1 middle school, so they are on his side. Suchio was too lazy to bother with these people. Everything depends on strength. Soon it was afternoon. The quarterfinals begins. Suchio arrived at the venue. The seats around were already full and many people were standing. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. "Elder brother. I saw Su Shaoshuang came at some point." The crowd was cheering him on. He smiled at the other person and then walked into the venue. Inside the venue, in addition to him, the other 7 people, except Luo Qingxue, include 2 familiar faces, namely Li Ziang and Xiao Mei. These 2 have 1 A-level martial spirit and 1 S-level martial spirit. It is not surprising that they can make it into the top 8. The key is that these 2 people, like Zhang Yunjie, are now members of Zixiao Martial Arts School. "Suchio, I am no longer the same person I used to be. Maybe I can deal with you without senior brother Zhang's help," Li Ziang said to Suchio with full confidence. Suchio completely ignored him. And Zhang Yunjie also stared at Suchio, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "Everyone, I declare that the quarterfinals officially begin." A host walked onto the stage, holding a microphone and said, "First, the first match is between number 3 middle school Suchio and number 3 middle school Li Ziang." Li Ziang was slightly stunned, then he walked up to the ring with his hands rubbing, and said proudly to Suchio, "Suchio, come up and fight. Suchio, come up and fight." Li Ziang stood on the stage with a proud look. Suchio was stunned for a moment. "You are not the protagonist, why are you so arrogant? Isn't this looking for death?" He slowly walked onto the ring, and Li Ziang said with a smile, "Suchio, you always beat me in number 3 middle school before, but now that I have joined Zixiao Martial Arts School, I am no longer the same as before. Today, I will let you see the transformation of me." After saying that, he shouted, "Come out, Snow Wolf King." accompanied by a whistling sound of ice and snow. A giant silver-white wolf appeared in front of everyone. It is the A-level martial spirit Snow Wolf King. It's just that although they are both A-level martial spirits, Olay's Sky Blue Bull Demon is much more powerful than the Snow Wolf King. There are also gaps among A-level martial spirits. Superior. Li Xiang let out a low roar, and the Snow Wolf King rushed towards Su Qiu. But Su Qiu did not take off the spear behind him. Facing the Snow Wolf King that was pouncing on him, he lowered his waist and clenched his 5 fingers into fists, and domineering flames burst out from his fists. Throw a punch. Boom. The Snow Wolf King was blown into pieces. The martial spirit was shattered and returned to Li Xiang's body, but he suffered a strong backlash. He screamed, his eyes rolled up, and he fainted. Everyone was stunned. That's it. I didn't see it wrong, an A-level martial spirit was killed in one punch. Fuck, what's wrong with this guy? He didn't even use his martial spirit, and he killed an A-level martial spirit with one punch. Is an SSS-level martial spirit so abnormal? That's not right. His martial soul is Taotia, which is a support-type martial soul. It has no advantage in attack. He can defeat an A-level spirit in 1 second, all thanks to his strength. Looking at the unconscious Li Xiang, Su Qiu curled his lips and said, I thought I could fight for a few moves, but it seems I thought too much. The first match. Su Qiu from number 3 middle school wins. The host was stunned for a moment, then announced. He looked at Su Qiu in awe. As long as this kind of person doesn't die, he will definitely become a top-notch expert in the future. Haha, that's so funny. He said a lot of gibberish, but he got killed instantly by my brother. I was dying of laughter. Su Xiaoshuang held her stomach and laughed. Not far away, Olay and others also noticed her. She is Su Qiu's sister. Yes, it seems her name is Su Xiaoshuang. TSK, I like this girl. When she awakens her martial spirit in the future, I will bring her into the Bulls group. Olay said. Her intuition told her that this little girl was very interesting. Lin Jian and Wang Yan looked at each other. Does this mean we are directly becoming the reserve team for the Bulls? Wow, there are only a few people in the entire Qingyun city who enjoy this kind of treatment. Su Qiu jumped off the ring. Zhang Yinjie glanced at him and said, You are indeed extraordinary, but you only defeated Li Xiang. Don't get complacent too soon. Su Qiu looked at the other person as if he were a fool. Which eye of yours saw me being proud? If you don't need your eyes, you can give them to those who need them, like the one next to you. Xiao Mei, who was beside Zhang Yinjie, was stunned. What does it have to do with me? You are blind to have such a guy as your boyfriend. Su Qiu, you are going too far. Xiao Mei's face turned red with anger. The second match. Luo Qingxue from number 3 versus Xiao Mei from number 3. At this time, the host said. At this time, the principal of number 3 middle school in the stands was unhappy. I suspect there is something fishy going on. Why is it that number 3 middle school is always fighting against number 3 middle school? Isn't this intentionally consuming the power of the 3rd middle school? The principal of the number 1 middle school next to him said calmly, It's random who does whom. If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense. Be careful or I'll sue you for slander. Humph, you're not afraid that I'll win first place in number 3 middle school, are you? I have Zhang Yinjie in number 1 middle school. What is there to be afraid of? The principal of number 1 middle school said. What's Zhang Yinjie? With Luo Qingxue and Su Qiu here, the first place in this newcomer competition must go to our number 3 middle school. Let's wait and see. The two principals were at loggerheads. The players didn't start fighting yet, but they almost did. Xiao Mei suppressed her anger, walked onto the stage, and faced Luo Qingxue. Without saying a word, she summoned her martial spirit. S-level martial soul, Poseidon Trident. She held a trident in her hand, with streams of water swirling around her. Martial arts, Thousand Flow Spear. Xiao Mei swept out with his halberd. Streams of water rushed towards Luo Qingxue from all directions. But the next second, cold air burst out from Luo Qingxue's body, and an ice phoenix flew out from her body and circled above her head. The divine phoenix soars into the sky, and its gorgeous figure emanates endless chill, almost freezing the entire ring. The water flowing near Luo Qingxue was also frozen and could not touch her. Hiss! This is an SSS-level martial spirit. What a powerful force. On the ring, a divine phoenix was hovering above Luo Qingxue's head, with cold air flowing around her. She looked like a queen walking out of a kingdom of ice and snow. She looked at Xiao Mei indifferently. Martial spirits have different attributes, and there is a relationship of mutual promotion and mutual restraint between the attributes, and ice restrains water. Your trident of the Sea King is useless in front of me. After saying, the divine phoenix above her head opened its mouth and spit out a breath of icy air. Xiao Mei had almost no power to resist. She was blown away by the breath and fell outside the ring with a layer of frost on her body. He was shivering from the cold and his face was pale. She thought she could at least fight with Luo Qingxue for a few moves. But I didn't expect. Or he was killed instantly. So scary. The opponent's martial spirit level is not only completely above his own. The attributes also restrain myself. I can't fight at all. In the second match, Luo Qingxue wins among the three. The host said. Another instant kill. These two SSS-level martial spirits are too strong. You are worthy of being my goddess. And next is the third competition. It was Zhang Yunjie from number 1 middle school against a teenager from number 2 middle school. That teenager was not bad either, with a first-level mid-grade cultivation and an A-grade weapon spirit. But unfortunately, he met Zhang Yunjie. After seeing Su Qiu and the other men stealing the show, Zhang Yunjie naturally didn't want to be left out, so he punched out with all his strength. Mountain-splitting fist. Boom. With one punch, spiritual power gushed out as if it had condensed into a mountain. The two young men were knocked to the point of vomiting blood and fell off the stage. Great. You are worthy of being the pride of our number 1 middle school. Yunjie, I love you. Mighty Zhang. The students of number 1 middle school cheered for Zhang Yunjie. Almost the whole audience was boiling. Zhang Yunjie stood on the ring, looking proudly at Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue, and pointed at the boy he had knocked off the ring. That's what will happen to you. Wow, who is this idiot, so cocky? Su Xiaoshuang couldn't sit still when she saw someone provoking her brother. I defeated him because my cultivation was higher than his. What's there to be proud of? The people in number 1 middle school were immediately unhappy. Who is this girl? How dare she look down on Zhang Shen? I don't know, but from what she said, it seems like she's Su Qiu's sister. Oh, no wonder you're so arrogant. Humph, you little girl, you don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Being pointed at and scolded by a group of people, Su Xiaoshuang was not afraid at all. She put her hands on her waist and said loudly, "Did I say something wrong? If he could kill someone of the same realm instantly, then I might even look up to him. What's so great about a higher realm defeating a lower realm? Isn't it normal for the strong to defeat the weak? If you don't agree, refute me." She seemed as if she was going to challenge all the middle school students in the audience alone. He has a sharp tongue and is terrifyingly strong. Seeing this, Olay laughed out loud. I like this girl so much. I'll tell Su Qiu later that this girl is definitely for my bulls group. Su Xiaoshuang challenged a middle school student alone. Everyone was so angry at her that they were fuming. Some people wanted to kick her out of the venue. But a few people slowly walked out from behind Su Xiaoshuang. They were the members of the bull group. Olay rubbed Su Xiaoshuang's head and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I'm your brother's captain. With me here, you can point at Zixiao's nose and curse him, and that's fine." The innocent victim, Marquis Zixiao, widened his eyes. "Are you polite?" Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. Brother's team leader. With Olay as her support, she was full of confidence and even less timid. Luo Qingxue looked at Su Xiaoshuang below the ring, and gave Su Qiu a strange look. "Your little sister is pretty fierce." That's my sister." Su Qiu grinned. Next, it's the fourth ring match. The winner is a teenager from number 1 middle school. So far, 2 people from number 1 middle school and 3 other middle schools have advanced to the semifinals. The other 11 high schools have completely become supporting roles. Next up is the semifinals. First match of the semifinals. Suchio from number 3 middle school versus Zhang Yunjie from number 1 middle school. The host said loudly. This first game caused an uproar among everyone present. I thought these two would meet in the finals, but I didn't expect the winner to be decided in the semifinals. TSK, come on, Master Zhang, make that kid pay. This is number 1 middle school. Let him know how powerful we are. Almost all the students in number 1 middle school were cheering for Zhang Yunjie. In this case, the morale of other players is bound to suffer a huge blow, and they may even make mistakes in the battle. This is the advantage of playing at home. It is also one of Zhang Yunjie's reliances. In the crowd, Su Xiaoshuang saw that almost everyone was cheering for Zhang Yunjie, so she shouted, "Come on, brother." But her voice was too small. It was almost drowned out by the noise of the crowd. Don't just stand there, shout together. Su Xiaoshuang pulled Wang Yan, Lin Jian, and others and shouted together. Several people glanced at Olay. The other party laughed and said, "Listen to Xiaoshuang, shout louder for me, don't let people look down on our bull group." After that, she took a deep breath and yelled, "Suchio. If you dare to lose, get ready to eat my big stick." Her roar was like thunder, drowning out the entire audience. Su Xiaoshuang was standing nearby, her ears buzzing. She looked at Olay with admiration in her eyes. If I had a voice like this, I wouldn't be afraid of losing to others in arguments in the future. This is just a technique for using some spiritual power. You will naturally learn it when your cultivation improves. Empress Qiongxiao curled her lips. I teach martial arts, meditation, and alchemy. After working so hard, I finally got some admiration from Su Xiaoshuang. But it's not even as good as someone else's roar. What is Su Xiaoshuang thinking about? On the ring, Suchio heard Olay's words, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to Zhang Yunjie, "Did you hear that? If I lose, I will be beaten to death." "Humph, what a pity, you will definitely lose." Zhang Yunjie snorted lightly, and with his second-level cultivation, he burst out with all his strength, took a step forward and rushed towards Suchio, punching out and performing his martial arts. The phantom of a mountain smashed towards Suchio. A-level martial arts mountain-splitting fist. Suchio slowly took out the spear from his back and stabbed it out suddenly. It is also an A-level martial art, Thunder King Spear. But it is more domineering, stronger and faster. Bang. The two major martial arts collided head-on. The mountain condensed by spiritual power was directly shattered, and the violent lightning spear hit Zhang Yunjie, blowing him away. The opponent fell on the stage like a kite with a broken string. For a moment, all the people who were cheering for Zhang Yunjie were stunned. The principal of number 1 middle school, Zi Xiaoho, stood up from the stands. Top-level A-grade martial arts. This guy actually has such good marksmanship. A-level martial arts are extremely rare. I have never seen such gun skills in Qingyun City. Where did this guy learn it from? Even a powerful marquis like Zi Xiaoho was shocked. Not to mention other students. No. Zhang Yunjie was shot and flew away. Are you kidding me? This can't be fake, right? Oh my god. Everyone swallowed, unwilling to believe what they saw. On the contrary, Su Xiaoshuang was happy. See? My brother is the real genius. This time no one dared to refute. The battle isn't over yet. Ol said, hugging her shoulders. On the stage, Zhang Yunjie slowly stood up. He stared at Suchio. I didn't expect you to have such martial arts skills. Okay. I'll show you my trump card too. After he finished speaking, a powerful wave of spiritual energy burst out from his body. It is not the lower grade second level as rumored. Rather, second level mid-grade. Not only that, he roared, "Come out. Earth Bear." A yellowish-brown light appeared on his body. A tall, giant bear covered in stone armor appeared on the ring. It roared and a real sound wave rushed out. Cracks even appeared on the ring. A powerful aura locked onto Suchio. Compared with the huge earth bear, Suchio seemed a little small at this moment. Suchio, as far as I know, your Tautia martial spirit has no substantial attack power. And I am a second-level mid-grade warrior, plus the Earth Wild Bear. You are a first-level upper grade, what can you use to fight me? I've said before, among this batch of martial arts newcomers, I am the most powerful one. Even if you have an SSS-level martial spirit, so what? I will still trample you under my feet. Zhang Yunjie said proudly. And he does have the capital. The winner is decided. Zixiaoho said calmly. The principal of number 1 middle school also said with a smile, not bad, your cultivation and strength are overwhelming in all aspects. I don't know how I can lose. Su Xiaoshuang, who was originally full of confidence, couldn't help but panic after seeing this scene. The black bear was really too scary. The size of it is like a small mountain. One bear paw is half the size of Suchio. On the ring, Suchio looked at the earth bear in front of him and did feel a little pressure, but he did not panic. Because he also has a trump card. Bite. Faced with Zhang Yunjie's earth bear and his second-level cultivation, you who are not as good as him have the following choices. 1. Surrender decisively. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Reward, a bottle of advanced gene potion. 2. Fight to the death. Reward, a yuan-creating pill. 3. What's a mere earth bear? Summon the white tiger and show the other party what a true attack-type martial spirit is. Rewards. A second-level cultivation card plus 10 million yuan. Looking at the options that suddenly appeared in front of him, Suchio's mouth curled up. This selection system really suited his taste. The Earth Wild Bear, right? Next, I'll let you know what real wildness means. Suchio grinned. The aura on his body exploded, and a cold and murderous aura filled the air. Show me your face, little darling. Martial spirit, white tiger. Show yourself, little darling. Martial spirit, white tiger. Facing the pressure from the Earth Wild Bear, Suchio shouted loudly, and an incomparable murderous aura burst out from his body. The breath swept across the whole place. A white light burst out from his body and transformed into a white tiger martial spirit in the air. The white tiger appeared in the world for the first time and let out a deafening roar. Along with the roar, the murderous aura became more and more terrifying. Everyone present felt a chill down their spine. In a trance, they seemed to see the white tiger stepping on a sea of blood and corpses, with boundless murderous aura, as if it wanted to destroy the world. The white tiger has appeared, and everyone can't sit still. Olei, Zixiaoho, Luo Qingxiue, and all the principals stood up, staring at the tall, mighty, and murderous white tiger on the ring. This is not the Tautia martial spirit. This is the martial spirit white tiger. The white tiger that kills the world. It's also an SSS-level martial spirit. He actually has twin martial spirits. And they are all SSS grade. What kind of monster is this? Everyone couldn't help swallowing and was extremely shocked. An SSS-level martial spirit is enough to shock people. Not to mention twin SSS level. This kind of thing has never happened in history, right? What kind of monster is this? This kid is hiding so well. Olei always felt that Suchio was hiding some hidden cards, but she never expected that he had a twin martial soul like her. It's just that the opponent's twin martial souls are much stronger than his own. 2 SSS grades. She also had to say, what a little monster. So, this is his true strength. Below the ring, Luo Qingxiue opened her mouth slightly and was also frightened. She thought that she had an SSS-level martial spirit and could compete with Suchio, defeat him in the future, and get rid of the title of perennial runner-up. But I didn't expect that the other party actually had 2 such martial spirits. It's so terrifying. Zixiaoho, the principal of number 3 middle school, and others were also confused. But the most confused person now is Zhang Yunjie on the ring. He showed his second-level intermediate cultivation and summoned the Earth Wild Bear. He thought he had a sure win. Who would have thought that the other party would actually summon a white tiger? He could feel that after the white tiger appeared, his earth bear body began to tremble slightly, as if fear. The white tiger, the killing white tiger, is the well-deserved king of beasts. In front of him, what does it matter if the Earth Bear is SS level? Damn it, I don't believe it. I don't believe your white tiger is really SSS level. Twins of SSS level, there is no such thing in the world. Zhang Yunjie roared. If this is all true, wouldn't his talent, which he was so proud of, become a joke in front of Su Qiu? He couldn't accept this. Earth Crazy Bear, tear him to pieces. Zhang Yunjie gave the order. Even though the Earth Bear was afraid, it still suppressed its fear and roared as it pounced on the white tiger in response to its master's orders. Seeing this, Su Qiu said casually, "White tiger, go ahead." The white tiger licked its paws, then walked slowly towards the Earth Bear, emphasizing nobility and elegance. The Earth Bear lashed out at the white tiger with one claw. But the white tiger's figure flashed and disappeared. The next second, it came above the Earth Bear and grabbed it with its claws. The stone armor on the Earth Bear was torn apart directly. Its body was also torn with deep blood marks, and it fell to the ground with a thud. The white tiger stood on top of the Earth Bear, looking down at Zhang Yunjie from a high position, just like a king examining an ant. Flash sale. White tiger kills the Earth Bear in seconds. No, that's impossible. Able to kill the Earth Bear instantly. The white tiger in front of you is a genuine SSS level martial spirit. It's too exaggerated. How could someone have twin SSS level martial spirits? This kind of thing is totally unreasonable. Damn it. Zhang Yunjie let out a low roar, rushed towards the white tiger, and punched out, using the second-level martial arts mountain-splitting fist in conjunction with his second-level cultivation. But the white tiger was standing on top of the Earth Bear, and when he saw that this tiny ant in front of him actually dared to attack him, he roared as if he was angry. The roar was like thunder, carrying with it an aura of boundless murderous intent. Zhang Yunjie felt that his mind was under an unprecedented shock, the spiritual power in his body collapsed, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. The white tiger's murderous aura is shocking. Even a seasoned warrior might not be able to withstand this kind of murderous aura, let alone a warrior like Zhang Yunjie who had never been on a battlefield. His cultivation may be higher than Su Qiu's, and higher than Baihu at this stage. But facing the murderous aura of the white tiger, he couldn't bear it. Just after Zhang Yunjie knelt down, Baihu walked slowly in front of him, then directly hit him with a claw, and the opponent was blasted out of the ring. He fell to the ground and fainted. The Earth Wild Bear also turned into a spot of light and disappeared, returning to Zhang Yunjie's body. The whole place was dead silent. After seeing Zhang Yunjie display his second-level cultivation and summon the Earth Bear, they thought that the battle was already won. Who would have thought that Su Qiu was even more perverted? They are actually twin SSS-level martial spirits. Summon the white tiger and kill Zhang Yunjie instantly. This guy is so scary. This is the first time I've seen twin SSS-level martial spirits. Bullshit, don't even mention seeing it, this is the first time I've heard of it. Su Xiaoshuang put her hands on her hips, extremely excited. Wow, see, this is my brother's true strength. Little Zhang Yunjie, it's easy to control. This time, no one could refute her. Twins at SSS level, so shocking. Your brother's talent is indeed good. Although twin SSS level talents are not rare in the Milky Way galaxy, they are barely enough to be called geniuses. Even the Empress Qiongxiao in Su Xiaoshuang's body was a little surprised. Twin martial spirits are rare on Blue Star, but they are nothing in the Milky Way galaxy. Not to mention twin martial spirits, she has also seen triple and quadruple martial spirits. But the twin SSS does have something. Humph, just barely. My brother is the best in the world, okay. Su Xiaoshuang retorted in her heart. Empress Qiongxiao was too lazy to argue with this brother Conman. In her opinion, when Su Xiaoshuang leaves Blue Star and sees enough of the world, she will naturally understand how insignificant both Su Qiu and the entire Blue Star are in front of the huge Milky Way galaxy and the vast universe. Su Qiu put away the white tiger martial spirit and walked off the stage. The host also came back to his senses in shock. In the first match of the semi-finals, Su Qiu from number 3 middle school wins. No one applauded or cheered. Everyone looked at Su Qiu with complicated eyes. I just feel that this man in front of me is out of my reach. Only Su Xiaoshuang clapped hard, her hands turning red. Under the stage, Luo Qingxue looked at Su Qiu. You hit it well enough, but the first place in this newcomer competition will still be me, she said, and walked onto the ring. Her opponent is a student from No. 1 middle school. He is a top-grade first-class warrior with considerable strength. If it weren't for the appearance of geniuses like Su Qiu, Luo Qingxue, and Zhang Yunjie in this session, he might have been the No. 1 newcomer this time. Thinking of this, the student couldn't help but smile bitterly. He took a deep breath and looked at Luo Qingxue. Come on. Luo Qingxue didn't say anything. A cold chill swept over her body and a strong spiritual power rushed out. It's actually the second level of cultivation. Another second level. Luo Qingxue's lips curled up slightly. Su Qiu, I also have a trump card. Su Qiu was slightly surprised when he saw Luo Qingxue showing her second level cultivation on the stage. She has also advanced to the second level. Tsk tisk, it's worthy of the Luo family. They invested a lot of resources. Su Qiu was amazed. Martial arts is a very expensive thing. Sometimes, resources are more important than talent. Without resources, even the best talents will be difficult to bring into play. But if resources plus talent, then you'll be invincible. For example, Luo Qingxue is a living example. He could feel that the other party's cultivation was not inferior to Zhang Yunjie's, also at the middle level of the second stage. Even without him, Zhang Yunjie would not be able to get the first place. Luo Qingxue's cultivation level shocked everyone. These two SSS-level martial spirits are indeed extraordinary. They are so strong, no one else can compare to them. On the ring. The student's mentality collapsed when facing Luo Qingxue. My martial spirit is far inferior to others. My cultivation is not as strong as others. What a joke. I give up. The other party decisively admitted defeat. The host was not surprised and said loudly, in the second match of the semifinals, Luo Qingxue from the third team won. Next, it is the final match of this competition. Luo Qingxue from the third class against Su Qiu from the third class. The principal of No. 3 middle school in the stands was overjoyed. Oh my, the first and second place are both from our No. 3 middle school. Thank you very much. With such good results, the Education Bureau will definitely allocate more resources to their No. 3 middle school next year. Thinking of this, he smiled even more happily. In contrast, the principal of the No. 1 middle school next to him had a face as pale as liver. That's so infuriating. On the ring. Luo Qingxue looked at Su Qiu. Let's fight it out, Su Qiu. I will prove to you that I am stronger than you now. I will defeat you. Then I'll confess to you. Luo Qingxue thought to herself, becoming a little impatient. Su Qiu looked at her, thinking that she was eager to beat him up, and smiled slightly, then jumped onto the stage. I said that. As long as I'm here, you'll always be the runner-up. You'll know once you try it. Luo Qingxue said loudly. Summoned the martial spirit, the ice phoenix. The divine phoenix soars into the sky, and cold air covers all directions, extremely domineering. Su Qiu also summoned the white tiger. Two SSS-level martial spirits confronted each other head-on. Fighting spirit was high. Boom. Before the master could say anything, the two martial spirits collided with each other. Murderous aura and cold air swept across the arena, and domineering spiritual power waves spread out. The students in the stands all felt a strong sense of oppression. Those who were closer were almost hurt. Haha, these two little guys are fighting so fiercely. Olay laughed and stood up. The spiritual power in her body burst out and she grabbed in the air with her 5 fingers. Boundary martial arts. Green vine cover. The words fell. Suddenly, green vines shot up from the ground into the sky, interweaving in the air to form a huge rattan-ball barrier that covered the entire arena. Their attacks were isolated, and they didn't have to worry about hurting others. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is a barrier martial art, it's very rare. Yeah, it's my first time seeing it too. This rookie competition is really exciting. SSS-level martial spirits, twin martial spirits, barrier martial arts, these are not seen at ordinary times. Zixiaoho glanced at Olay and became more fearful. This bull captain is really very powerful. The barrier martial arts is the most challenging to control spiritual power. It is the most difficult martial arts to learn. She can perform it easily. Inside the barrier, the white tiger and the ice phoenix clashed in succession, with cold and murderous aura attacking them. And Luo Qingxue also took action. A palm strikeout, A-level martial arts, ice spiral palm. Seeing this, Suqiu thrust out a spear with lightning and thunder interweaving on it. A-level martial arts Thunder King Spear. Boom. The two martial arts collided head-on, and both sides were pushed back. Luo Qingxue said, Suqiu, your martial arts is also A-level, but it's a pity that it is of thunder attribute, and your martial soul is not of thunder attribute. Otherwise, you could fully exert the effect of this martial art, and perhaps you could be compared with me now, but unfortunately, you don't have this opportunity anymore. Suqiu smiled slightly when he heard this. You have reached the second-level middle-grade cultivation. You have made rapid progress. That's the power of money. Luo Qingxue smiled. Hearing this, Suqiu raised the corner of his mouth, secretly took out the second-level cultivation card he had just obtained and crushed it. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power burst out from his body. His breath was rising. Break through the first-level threshold in one fell swoop and enter the second level. Luo Qingxue was shocked when she saw this. You actually hid your cultivation as well. The crowd was shocked. This guy not only has twin martial souls, but also hides his cultivation. How many hidden cards are there? Is this really just a martial arts rookie? Bite. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the second level. The third martial spirit has awakened. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Suqiu's mind. The next second, a dragon roar came from his mind, and in a trance, he seemed to see a terrifying thunder dragon with a body over 1,000 meters long, flying in the dark clouds, with lightning power wrapped around its body. This is his third martial soul. SSS-level Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon, as the name suggests, is a terrifying creature that possesses the power of thunder. When the Thunder Dragon martial spirit appeared, blue lightning flashed in Suqiu's eyes, and his Thunder King spear broke through the peak in one fell swoop. Reach the state of perfection. Luo Qingxue noticed a slight change and felt that Suqiu in front of her seemed different, but she couldn't put it into words. Among those present, only the Empress Qiongxiao in Su Xiaoshuang's body noticed something strange. A third martial spirit fluctuation appeared in his body. How come this guy awakened his martial spirit again? Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but get more excited when she heard this. What? A third martial spirit? My brother is really awesome. On the ring. Suqiu felt the spiritual power surging in his body, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then the spear in his hand suddenly stabbed out like a dragon. The spear broke through the air, as if turning into an extremely ferocious thunder dragon. Luo Qingxue did not dare to be careless and blocked it with all her strength. With a palm strike, the cold air turned into a vortex. But the moment her cold air vortex came into contact with Suqiu's gun, it collapsed with a bang, and the overbearing force blasted her out of the ring. The spiritual energy in her body also became disordered and she was unable to stabilize her body. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a figure rushed down from the ring and hugged her. Then it landed steadily on the ground. It was Suqiu who came to the rescue at the last moment. When the host saw this scene, he didn't know how to judge for a moment. We can see that Suqiu and Luo Qingxue fell outside the ring almost at the same time. This situation is very rare. Let us leave it to the jury to decide who wins in the end. When everyone heard this, there was a burst of booing. Su Xiaoshuang curled her lips. My brother came down from the ring to save people. Can't you tell who won? Who hired this host? Under the ring. Luo Qingxue was held in Suqiu's arms, her heart was beating like a deer, and a layer of pink gradually spread across her face. Seeing this, Suqiu asked, Why is your face red? Are you hurt? Luo Qingxue quickly broke free and summoned the Frost Phoenix back into her body, saying, You win again this time, but I won't lose so easily next time. She was a little annoyed inside. Hateful. Lost again. If this continues, when will I be able to confess my feelings? Hearing this, Suchio smiled faintly. Okay, I'll be at your service anytime. Finally, after discussion by the judging panel, it was unanimously determined that Suchio won and became the first place in this newcomer competition. Suchio was not surprised at all. When the principal of number 3 middle school presented him with the trophy, he directly reached out and asked, "Where is my advanced gene potion?" This is his main goal in participating in the rookie competition. The principal of number 3 middle school saw Suchio being so direct, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Aren't you going to give a speech first?" Not prepared. Hee, classmate Suchio won the first place in the newcomer competition this time. "I wonder how he feels," asked the principal of number 3 middle school. "Well, I don't feel anything because it's quite simple." Everyone was silent for a moment. "Depend on." So arrogant. "Do you have anything to say to your opponents?" "Ah, what can you say to your defeated opponent?" Suchio blinked. The principal of number 3 middle school coughed and winked at Suchio, saying, "Although we won first place, can we be more reserved? It's very difficult for me to deal with you since you're attracting so much hatred. Student Sue, why don't we give them some encouragement?" "Well, then, my defeated opponents, although you all lost to me, it doesn't matter. After all, you will never be able to win in the future. Come on, practice well, and maybe you will see my back in the future," Suchio said to everyone seriously. Zhang Yinjie and others clenched their fists. "Fuck, that's too arrogant. Twins at SSS level are amazing, right?" It seems really amazing." Unlike the annoyed number 1 middle school student, Olay and others laughed out loud. "With this temper, you are worthy of being a member of the Bull group. Brother is awesome." Looking at the students from number 1 middle school whose fists were hard and ready to rush up and beat people at any time, the principal of number 3 middle school did not dare to let Suchio speak anymore. He quickly took out a set of advanced gene potions and said, "Student Sue, this is your prize. Take it well. Thank you for your speech. Don't send it out next time." Suchio rolled his eyes and said, "I didn't want to post it in the first place, but you forced me to say it. And you were not satisfied after I said it. You are really hard to please. Wouldn't this problem have been avoided if you had given me this prize earlier?" The principal of number 3 middle school took a deep breath. Hold on. After all, the other side brought glory to our number 3 middle school. After receiving the prize, Suchio did not stay in number 1 middle school and planned to go home. At the door, he saw a luxury car coming to pick up Luo Qingxue. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie got out of the car. When he noticed Suchio, his eyes lit up and he walked up to him and said, "This must be classmate Suchio. He is indeed a handsome man with a dignified appearance and extraordinary bravery." As he stepped forward he uttered a string of compliments. "Suchio, this is my father," Luo Qingxue said lightly. Luo Long, the head of the Luo family. One of the most powerful people in Qingyun City, he controls nearly 1/3 of the economic lifeline of Qingyun City. It is said that he is also a martial arts master. "So it's Uncle Luo. I've heard of your great name for a long time. Now that I see you, you are indeed a great man, still strong and majestic," Suchio said. "Haha, no problem. Forehead. Wrong. Still strong despite being old. He is only in his early 40s, how come he is still so strong and healthy? Student Sue, I often hear Xiaoxue mention you. If you have time in the future, come to my Luo family more often. Young people should communicate more." "No problem, I'll visit you when I'm free." "Oh, then I will be waiting for you." Suchio took Su Xiaoshuang and others away. This time, Olay and a few others came to cheer him up, so of course he couldn't treat them badly. Naturally, he had to take them out for a good meal. Looking at their departing backs, Luo Long smiled slightly. He is indeed a vibrant child. "Xiaoxue, you have good taste." "Dad, what do you mean?" "Haha, don't you like me?" Luo Long was stunned. "Like? When are you going to confess your feelings to me?" "Wait until I defeat him." Luo Long became more confused after hearing this. Are you young people all so extravagant nowadays? After the rookie competition ended, Suchio returned home to continue his practice. Go on missions from time to hunt exotic beasts. In battle, he made rapid progress. With the help of the advanced genetic potion he obtained in the rookie competition, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and he quickly went from just being promoted to the second level to the upper level of the second level. The speed of progress is astonishing. And this day, Suchio got up and prepared to cook as usual. But found Su Xiaoshuang actually got up before him and prepared breakfast for him. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the sun outside the window. The sun didn't rise from the west today. Why did you think of making breakfast for me today? Suchio asked puzzledly. Brother, you forgot, today is your birthday. Oh, I see. Suchio suddenly realized. Brother, hurry up and have breakfast. I have prepared a gift for you downstairs. You will definitely like it. Su Xiaoshuang said. Yeah. Suchio was a little looking forward to it. After eating the fried eggs, sausages, and the steamed buns he bought, Su Xiaoshuang pulled him downstairs, only to see a silver motorcycle. This motorcycle is full of technology and has beautiful lines, like a piece of work of art. You can tell it's expensive at first glance. Suchio was a little surprised. Is this the gift you prepared for me? Yes, brother, with this motorcycle, you won't have to take the bus or taxi when you go out. It's much more convenient. Su Xiaoshuang said proudly. This car is very expensive. It's not expensive, only about 1 million. Suchio gasped, 1 million or so. Su Xiaoshuang, what did you do? Where did you get so much money? Brother, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to be honest. In fact, I'm already a multimillionaire, and I'll be a billionaire soon. What's going on? I have reached a cooperation with Laojuan Pharmaceuticals. Su Xiaoshuang briefly recounted what happened with Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company. Suchio was surprised when he heard this, that Empress is quite useful. Empress Qiongxiao. Quite useful. I am the Empress. What? Did he think I was useless before? I, the Empress, can easily get tens of millions with my own help. Can he do that? Empress Qiongxiao snorted. Suchio sighed, Xiaoshuang, if that's the case, then I won't hide it from you. In fact, your brother is already a billionaire. After saying that, he picked up his phone and checked his balance. Su Xiaoshuang took a look at the string of zeros and was stunned. Brother, where did you get so much money? Are you going to sell yourself? Can you get so much money by selling your body? Suchio patted the other person's head and said, Who am I, your brother? With just a little effort, can't I easily get a few 100 million? Thanks to the system. So, brother, we are completely rich. Right. Suchio grinned, and both the brother and sister couldn't help but feel delighted. The hard days in the past seemed like a dream. He got on his motorcycle and put on his helmet. Come on, I'll take you for a spin. Buzz. Engine start. Suchio was driving Su Xiaoshuang on the road at lightning speed. The two came to a shopping mall and prepared to buy some things to take back for his birthday. Park the motorcycle. They pushed their carts and started shopping. At this time, a man in ragged clothes stumbled into the mall and rushed towards the raw meat area. He started to chew on the raw meat, which startled the others. Sir, what are you doing? Someone went up to stop it. But he was pushed away by the other party. The next second, the man's body began to swell, scales grew on his body, sharp horns grew on his head, and he let out a roar. Then he began to indiscriminately attack people around him. Strange beast, it's a strange beast. Damn it, how could a normal person suddenly turn into a monster? Run. The sudden appearance of the strange beast disrupted Suchio and Su Xiaoshuang's plans. Suchio curled his lips, why today? He didn't bring a gun when he went out, but he was not worried at all. Judging from its aura, the strength of this strange beast was only at the second level. He can handle it even with his bare hands. Xiaoshuang, go to the side and watch first. Suchio said. But just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed out from beside him. It's Su Xiaoshuang. She rushed directly to the strange beast, then jumped up and kicked the beast hard on the head. The kick was so powerful that it sent the monster flying more than 10 meters away. "You're asking for a beating for disturbing my brother's birthday," Su Xiaoshuang said angrily. The strange beast that was kicked away roared and stood up again. Although its head was swollen, its momentum was still very impressive. Su Xiaoshuang shrank her neck in fear. It's quite durable. She is only at the first level now. It is already very difficult for her to kick a second-level monster away with one kick, and it is unlikely to defeat the opponent completely. "Brother, it's up to you. Let you show off your abilities." Su Qiu curled his lips, then rushed forward quickly, combining the fiery fist with the white tiger's murderous aura and punched out. Bang! The chest of the strange beast was dented by his blow, and then accompanied by a burst of blood and flesh flying, the opponent's chest was blasted through. One punch, kill instantly. The strange beast fell headfirst to the ground. The scales on his body began to fall off, revealing half of his body. Su Xiaoshuang was shocked when she saw this. "Brother, this looks like a person, but why does he look like a strange beast?" Su Qiu couldn't help but frowned. "Is it an experiment with alien beastmen?" "What is the orc experiment?" "I've read about it in a book. It's an extremely cruel human experiment that transfers the power of strange beasts to humans. However, the subjects often fall into madness, are corrupted by their animal nature, and become neither human nor beast." "Oh, how scary." Su Xiaoshuang shuddered and said. Su Qiu nodded slightly. "Let's call the people in the exotic beast management department." Not long after, people from the exotic animal handling department arrived. Also coming was Wang Yan from the bull group. She received the notice and came to check. After taking a look at the orc corpse, she frowned and said, "It has been a long time since an orc appeared in Qingyun City. Looks like someone is conducting experiments on orcs again. What a bunch of bastards." In addition to the threat from alien beasts, the human race is also in turmoil. There is intrigue among the top leaders, competition among martial arts schools, and some people are even conducting uncontrollable forbidden experiments in an attempt to control the power of strange beasts. "We will investigate this matter thoroughly," Wang Yan said with cold eyes. Su Qiu nodded slightly. "Come to me anytime if you need help." After saying that, he took Su Xiaoshuang to buy some more things. When Wang Yan was about to leave, she saw the motorcycle he was riding and asked in surprise, "Is this yours? It looks like it's worth a lot of money." "Yes, this was given to me by my sister." Su Qiu grinned, looking very proud. Wang Yan rolled her eyes. "Just show off." Well, she also wants a caring sister. Watching Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang riding away on a motorcycle, Wang Yan frowned and said, "That's not right. Isn't it said that this brother and sister's family is not well off? Where did they get so much money to buy this motorcycle? That motorcycle looks like it costs hundreds of thousands. She roams around in all kinds of luxury goods. When it comes to valuables, I'm quite sensitive. That motorcycle isn't cheap no matter how you look at it." But she shook her head, didn't think about it anymore, and went back to report on the orcs. Inside an experimental base, a white-haired old man in a white coat was staring at the data on the screen, frowning. It's still impossible to fully integrate. A man in black came up and said, "Doctor, test subject number 73 caused a commotion in the mall. The people in the hunting group probably know of our existence." "A bunch of rubbish. They can't even catch a test subject." The white-haired old man snorted coldly, and then said, "Hurry up and prepare for the last experiment, and then evacuate here as soon as possible." "Yes, this is the latest list of test subjects." The man in black took out a list and gave it to the old man. The old man flipped through a few pages and said, "The test subject's martial spirit level is too low. It would be better if there was a high-level martial spirit for the experiment." At this time, an angry voice came in. "My father has spent so many years letting you do experiments, but you haven't made any progress at all. A bunch of rubbish." "It's Master Yunjie," the man in black said upon seeing this. The old man pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhang Yunjie with a smile. "Master Yunjie, in fact, our experiment has made great progress." "Oh, what's going on?" "By integrating the power of exotic beasts, we can increase the warrior's strength tenfold. Or even more, said the old man. Zhang Yunjia's eyes lit up. Really? If I could increase my strength tenfold. Then why should he be afraid of Su Qiu? I will definitely be able to make up for the face I lost in the rookie competition. Yes, but this kind of experiment requires the support of the owner of a high-level martial spirit, otherwise it will easily get out of control. The old man laughed. What about high-level martial spirit? Do you want to make me your experimental subject? Zhang Yunjia sneered. He is not stupid enough to joke with his own life. Young master is a wealthy man, so naturally he cannot be used for experiments. But isn't there a lot of people with high-level martial spirits in the Zixiao martial arts school where young master is? If I can find them to do the experiments, I can further improve the experimental data and create the most perfect orc potion, the white-haired old man said with fanatical eyes. Zhang Yunjia looked thoughtful when he heard this. Okay, I'll arrange this. I hope you won't let me down. Zhang Yunjia snorted. Please rest assured, young master. Brother, there's a delivery for you. Su Qiu and Su Shaoshuang had just returned home after buying cakes when a courier was delivered to their door. Su Qiu was stunned for a moment. I didn't buy anything. Ah, I didn't buy it either. Then who sent it? The brother and sister looked at each other in bewilderment as they looked at the delivery box. It can't be a bomb. That's often shown on TV. Su Shaoshuang said. Watch less spy movies. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. But this express delivery is indeed curious. Su Qiu carefully opened the express box, while Su Shaoshuang ran to the door, ready to open the door and run away immediately if he found anything wrong. The delivery box was opened. Inside was a watch. The watch looks very delicate and luxurious, and there is a greeting card next to it. Happy birthday. Su Qiu was stunned for a moment. Who sent this? He picked up the card and looked at it. The handwriting was beautiful. It gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wow. Man, this watch must cost a lot of money. Su Shaoshuang took a picture of the watch, searched it online, and gasped, Brother. This watch is limited to 10 pieces worldwide. The price is tens of millions, hundreds of millions, hundreds of thousands, 8 million. She was so frightened that her hands shook and her watch fell down. Su Qiu quickly caught it. My goodness, this is the first time he has seen a watch worth 8 million. Who would give him such an expensive watch? Who around him is so rich? Suddenly, a name comes to mind. Luo Qingxue. Looking at the words on the greeting card again, no wonder he felt familiar with it. Isn't this Luo Qingxue's handwriting? He and the other person had been in the same class for so long, so naturally he had seen the other person's writing. Only Luo Qingxue could give such a gift, but how did she know it was my birthday? And she gave me a gift. Could it be that she is interested in me? Su Qiu stroked his chin and thought to himself. I don't think it's impossible. After all, he is so handsome. Su Shaoshuang, who was standing by, also guessed something. Brother, the Luo family is the #1 family in Qingyun City. Why don't you just marry into their family? What are you thinking about? Su Qiu patted the other person on the head. He put the watch away, opened the classmates group, clicked on Luo Qingxue's avatar and applied to add her as a friend, which was accepted in a short while. He took a photo of the watch and sent it to Luo Qingxue. You gave it to me. Right. Why did you give me this? It's too expensive. Su Qiu, you are my rival. This watch is my respect for you. We have a long way to go in the future, and I will surpass you. Su Qiu. Give your opponent such an expensive watch. How does this woman's brain work? Anyway, this gift is too valuable and I can't accept it. I'll send it back to you. Su Qiu sent a message. Don't send it back. My Luo family doesn't lack this little money. You have to wear it carefully, otherwise you will look down on me. After saying that, Luo Qingxue also sent a series of bloody knife emojis. Su Qiu smiled helplessly, thought about it and accepted it. The Luo family is indeed a wealthy and powerful family. At worst, he can wait for the other person's birthday and give her a more expensive gift. Anyway, he is not short of money now. Luo family. Luo Qingxue, who seemed extremely cold and aloof to outsiders, was now rolling around on a large pink bed, her face flushed as she covered her pillow. Wouldn't it be too obvious if I gave you such an expensive gift? Has he discovered that I like him? Will he like me too? What if he confesses his feelings to me? How should I accept him tactfully? Will it make me seem unreserved if I agree directly? Woo, what should I do? She rolled around on the bed, feeling a little disappointed when she saw that Suchio had not sent her any more messages. At this moment, Luo Long's voice came from outside the door. Xiaoxue, your birthday is in a few days. How are you going to plan it? Are you going to celebrate it like before? Luo Qingxue wanted to answer yes, but suddenly thought of something. I want to hold a birthday party and invite some people to attend. Luo Long was slightly stunned. You know, Luo Qingxue didn't like to show off before, and she always celebrated her birthday at home alone. Why did she suddenly want to hold a birthday party? Invite some people. He thought of something and a playful smile appeared on his face. You want to invite Suchio to our house, right? Yeah, Luo Qingxue nodded with a red face. Okay, no problem, Dad will arrange it for you right away. Dad, please invite a few more people. I don't want him to know that I'm holding this birthday party just for him. Okay, you're quite reserved. Birthday party? Suchio was slightly stunned when he saw the invitation sent by the Luo family. I just had my birthday, and next is Luo Qingxue's birthday. It's a bit of a coincidence. However, I had just received such an expensive gift from Luo Qingxue not long ago. Now that it was her birthday, I certainly had no reason not to go. Luo Qingxue's birthday. Brother, can I go too? When Su Xiaoshuang saw the invitation, her eyes lit up and she asked. Let me ask. Suchio nodded, then asked Luo Qingxue. The answer was no problem. Since you are planning to celebrate your birthday, you can't go empty-handed. You have to prepare some gifts. Suchio said. Ding. Facing Luo Qingxue's birthday invitation, you have the following choices. 1. I won't go. What's a mere Luo family? I, the future rank 10 supreme, don't bother to participate. The reward is 10 bottles of advanced gene medicine. 2. My classmate's birthday is coming up, so of course I have to join in the fun. The reward is the martial arts spirit weapon, the Sea God's Tears necklace. Of course Suchio chose the second one without any hesitation. A blue necklace suddenly appeared in his system space, with an extremely gorgeous sapphire hanging on it. He played with it in his hand for a while and said, I don't know what this martial arts spiritual weapon is for. Forget it, I'll just take it as a gift. This necklace looks like a women's necklace. It's not suitable for a grown man like me to wear it. Besides, I already have a blue spirit necklace. Wow, what a beautiful necklace. Su Xiaoshuang was surprised when she saw the tears of Poseidon suddenly appear in Suchio's hand. Is this the gift you prepared? Suchio nodded, looking at Su Xiaoshuang's envious eyes. Suchio took off the blue spirit necklace from his neck. Xiaoshuang, this necklace is for you. Huh? Why did you give me a necklace for no reason? This is a martial arts spiritual tool that can store spiritual energy. However, this necklace is of no use to me. It is just right for you to wear it for your practice. Suchio said. He has the Taotia martial soul, and the speed at which he devours spiritual energy is becoming more and more terrifying. The spiritual energy stored in this blue spirit necklace is not enough for him to absorb. It would be better to give it to Su Xiaoshuang, who has just embarked on the path of cultivation. Thank you, brother. Su Xiaoshuang put on the necklace happily. However, the Queen Qiongxiao in her mind looked at the tears of the sea god and frowned slightly. This necklace is not simple. With her Empress-level vision, she could naturally see the effect of the tears of Poseidon, and became even more surprised at Suchio. Where did this kid get such a treasure? He actually gave it away as a gift. This guy has too many secrets. A tiny blue star second-level warrior. But he repeatedly surprised her, the Empress. Suchio, an interesting man. Soon the day of Luo Qingxue's birthday party arrived. As the most prominent family in Qingyun City, the Luo family naturally attracted many upper-class celebrities to the birthday party of the daughter of the head of the family. They gathered in the Luo family villa in groups of 2 or 3, chatting about everything and even talking about business worth hundreds of millions when they had time. At the entrance of the villa, the Luo family's butler was welcoming guests. Su Qiu arrived on a motorcycle with Su Xiaoshuang. Found a spot to park. Looking at those luxury cars that cost hundreds of millions, Su Xiaoshuang couldn't help but marvel at them. Then, looking at herself and Su Qiu who were wearing casual clothes, she couldn't help but imagine a scene of being stopped. "Brother, do you think we will be stopped from attending the Luo family's birthday party like this, and then have Luo Qingxue come out to deal with it, and then pretend to be awesome and get slapped in the face?" Su Xiaoshuang said expectantly. "We have an invitation, what are you afraid of?" "Oh." Su Xiaoshuang was a little disappointed. The two walked towards the door. Su Qiu said to Su Xiaoshuang, "Please take out the invitation letter." "Brother, isn't it with you?" "I put it on the table." "Didn't I ask you to take it with you?" "Ah, I didn't hear that." "Su Xiaoshuang, you didn't do this on purpose." Su Qiu said with a twitching mouth. This girl wouldn't deliberately not bring the invitation just to show off, right? He felt that with Su Xiaoshuang's personality, it was not impossible for her to do that. Su Xiaoshuang wanted to cry but had no tears. "Brother, I really didn't hear it. How about sending a message to Luo Qingxue and asking her to come out and pick us up? This must be Mr. Su, right? Come in quickly." Before Su Qiu could send a message, the housekeeper's eyes lit up when he saw Su Qiu and he immediately stepped forward. Su Qiu looked at the housekeeper and asked curiously, "Do you know me?" "Student Su is a well-known figure in Qingyun City." "Of course I know him. As the steward of the Luo family, the butler has seen the world and occasionally helps Luo Long investigate some people. How could he not investigate an SSS-level martial spirit owner like Su Qiu, not to mention that this is the young lady's favorite man? Ah, I'm already so famous." Su Qiu touched his head and said, "We forgot to bring the invitation." "This is nothing. Come in, please." "Thanks." Su Qiu brought Su Xiaoshuang into the Luo family. As soon as they entered, they were stunned by the luxurious Luo family villa. Gardens, swimming pools, palace-like buildings. "Brother, why do I feel like this is a royal palace?" "Ahem, calm down, calm down." Su Qiu said calmly, secretly telling himself that he was now a top figure, and these things were nothing. Enter the Luo family hall. What caught my eye was the magnificent chandelier and rows of servants and maids wearing white scarves. They moved around the banquet, serving fresh food and fine wine. In the crowd, people dressed in suits and ties, who looked like successful people, gathered together and chatted and laughed. Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang, both wearing casual clothes, stood out from the crowd and attracted a lot of attention. "Brother, are you sure this is just a birthday party and not a gathering of some business tycoon?" Su Xiaoshuang said. "Calm down." Su Qiu said calmly. Some people noticed Su Qiu and his sister, and their eyes showed strange colors. They started discussing in low voices. "Who are these two young men? They are dressed so casually. He must be Luo Qianjin's classmate." A sharp voice rang out from the crowd, "Oh, isn't this the first-place winner of the newcomer competition? I didn't expect you to come to Miss Luo's birthday party. But, TSK, you are dressed too casually." Li Ziang came out. Su Qiu took a look and said, "Oh, I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be my defeated opponent. You are dressed like a decent person." "You." Li Ziang wanted to refute, but the man next to him said with a smile, "This must be classmate Su Qiu, my son had some conflicts with you in school, please don't take it personally." Li Ziang was stunned, "Dad, you." Xiao Yang quickly apologized to classmate Su. "Why? Be obedient," the man said with a serious face. Li Ziang looked at Su Qiu reluctantly, "I'm sorry." Su Qiu himself was also a little confused. Why did Li Ziang's father try to curry favor with him so much? But then, not only Li Ziang's father, but people from all around kept coming up to Su Qiu and saying hello. He suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. Su Qiu quickly figured it out. Because of talent. No matter how rich or powerful these people are, what can they do? I have an SSS-level martial spirit. In time, he can become a prince, an emperor. Even the 10th rank supreme being at the top of Blue Star. By then, the so-called power and money will be nothing but clouds in his eyes. Even if he has not grown up yet, these people will still curry favor with him. After all, he has grown up and it is impossible to curry favor with him even if you want to. Tisk tisk. Su Shaoxuang looked at Su Qiu, who was surrounded by the crowd, feeling slightly proud, and then she found a place to eat. There are many things here that she has never eaten before. Soon, Luo Qingxue makes a stunning appearance. She was wearing a white evening gown, with a graceful figure, delicate features, and a cool temperament, like a fairy walking down from the moon. Many young people were moved by the scene and imagined how wonderful it would be if they could marry the other party. Luo Qingxue also noticed Su Qiu in the crowd. Her eyes lit up and she quickened her pace and walked towards him. You're here. Well, you invited me, so how could I not come? You look very beautiful today. Su Qiu praised sincerely. I've always been this beautiful. Everyone looked at Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue. Suddenly I thought of the 4 words, talented man and beautiful woman. 2 SSS-level martial spirits, they are quite a good match. TSK, if Su Qiu becomes the son-in-law of the Luo family, the Luo family's position will be even more secure, and they can even become the top family in Daxia. Yes. But I heard that they have been rivals for the past 2 days. Rivals. It's just a little fun between lovers. At this time, Zhang Yunjie came up from the side, looked at Luo Qingxue and said with a smile, Miss Luo is a beautiful woman, this is the gift I prepared for her. He clapped his hands. Suddenly someone came up holding a brocade box. The brocade box opened. There is a sword inside. There was a water blue light flowing on the sword, which was obviously very extraordinary. An old man in a Zhongshan suit in the crowd saw the sword and immediately walked up to it, exclaiming, this sword is a martial arts spiritual weapon. As soon as the words, martial arts spiritual weapon, came out, everyone was shocked. As everyone knows, even the most ordinary martial arts spiritual weapon costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Judging from the material and the fluctuations of the spiritual energy flow, this should be a low-grade martial arts spiritual weapon with a market value of around 80 million. The old man in Zhongshan suit said. Martial arts spiritual weapons are divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, best-grade and super-grade. In Qingyun City, top-grade martial arts spiritual weapons are already extremely rare. 99% of warriors can't even afford spiritual weapons. Warriors without weapon spirits can only buy some alloy weapons. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Luo Qingxue took a look and said. But Zhang Yunjie smiled and said, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Besides, there's no reason to take back a gift that has been given away. Xiaoxue, since it is Mr. Zhang's good intention, then accept it. Luo Long walked up and said with a smile. Hearing her father say this, Luo Qingxue nodded slightly. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Zhang Yunjie looked at Su Qiu again, I wonder what gift Brother Su plans to give Miss Luo. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood why Zhang Yunjie came out to give gifts at this time. It turned out that he was planning to ridicule Su Qiu. As far as they knew, although Su Qiu was extremely talented, his family background was not very good and he could not give any valuable gifts. Not to mention it can't be compared with Zhang Yunjie's martial arts magic weapon. Luo Qingxue frowned, knowing Zhang Yunjie's trick, and smiled at Su Qiu, give me the gift later, I'll show you around first. Why, is there something shameful about Brother Su's gift? Zhang Yunjie pressed forward step by step. Who said my brother's gift was shameful? At this time Su Shaoxuang walked out dissatisfied. She was eating a cake that she had gotten from somewhere, and at the same time she took out a brocade box from her bosom. This is a gift from my brother. Su Qiu was slightly stunned. What was that brocade box? How come he didn't know this beforehand? What the hell is Su Shaoxuang doing? What is that? Looking at the packaging, is it a ring? TSK, giving a ring in public. Is this a proposal? Luo Qingxue was also stunned when she saw the brocade box. No, you're not really going to give me a ring, are you? Is this progressing too fast? After all, she and Suqiu are still very young. Otherwise, let's get engaged first. A series of thoughts flashed through Luo Qingxue's mind, and Su Xiaoshuang walked up to her and smiled sweetly. Sister Luo, this is a gift from my brother. She opened the brocade box. Inside is a pill. The pill is scarlet in color and glows faintly. A refreshing elixir fragrance wafted from it. What kind of medicine is this? When Luo Qingxue saw that it was not a ring, she felt a little disappointed, but then she was attracted by the pill itself. She was born in the Luo family and had seen and taken many pills after becoming a warrior, but the one that Su Xiaoshuang took out was something she had never seen before. This is a 4th level yuan creating pill. It can quickly increase your spiritual power. Su Xiaoshuang said. 4th level elixir. As soon as these 4 words came out, everyone was shocked. Pills are divided into 9 levels, 1 to 9. Level 3 pills are already very rare in Qingyun City. Generally speaking, they are comparable to a martial arts spiritual weapon. The 4th stage. I guess ordinary martial arts spiritual weapons can't compare to it. Zhang Yinjie on the side sneered, I know about Zhao Yuan pill, this pill is only level 3 at most, and it was only launched by Laojuan Pharmaceutical not long ago. Where did you get this 4th level yuan done? Could it be a fake pill? Is there a certificate? Everyone came to their senses after hearing this. Yes. Zhao Yuan Dan has always been one of Laojuan Pharmaceutical's signature pills. The highest level is level 3. They had never heard of this 4th level yuan dan. Oh, the 3rd level yuan Zhao Den you mentioned is the one I helped Laojuan Pharmaceuticals improve not long ago. Su Xiaoshuang said lightly. Zhang Yinjie found it even funnier and thought that the other party's pill must be fake. A little kid helping Laojuan Pharmaceuticals improve its pills. What kind of international joke is this? The others couldn't help laughing when they heard this. How dare this girl say such a thing? Isn't she ashamed? Oh, you can tell such a lie that will be exposed at the first touch. As expected, a girl is a girl, she doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. How could Suqiu have such a sister? When everyone finds it funny. An energetic old man in a white suit came out. Someone recognized him and said, it's the chief pharmacist of Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company. Mr. Bai. Tsk Tisk, he's going to stand up and expose this girl's lies. Yes, after all, it concerns the reputation of our own pharmaceutical company. But old Bai said calmly, I can prove that what Miss Su said is true. The pill in her hand is indeed a 4th level yuan making pill. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Mr. Bai, do you want to listen to what you are saying? How can you tell such a lie? She's just a girl. But some people who know Mr. Bai know that he is a man who never cheats in his life, especially in his own profession. Some people already had cold sweat on their foreheads. Especially Li Xiang and Xiao Mei. They suddenly remembered that they had seen Su Xiaoshuang being picked up by Laojuan Pharmaceutical not long ago. Could it be that what the other party said was true? How is this possible? Mr. Bai continued, also, please allow me to reintroduce Miss Su to everyone. She is the pharmaceutical consultant and shareholder hired by my Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company. The 3rd level yuan making pill released not long ago was improved by Miss Su. In addition, the 4th level yuan making pill in her hand was also refined by her, and it is the pill that my Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company plans to release next. I guarantee with my professional qualifications that it is absolutely genuine. Its effect is more than 10 times that of the 3rd level yuan dan. The speech was finished. Everyone was stunned. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Xiaoshuang suddenly changed. Pharmaceutical consultant. Shareholder of Laojuan Pharmaceutical. A pharmacist who refines 4th level pills. Any of these identities would be enough to scare someone to death. All of them are concentrated on this little girl. What kind of monsters are these Su brothers and sisters? The elder brother has twin SSS level martial souls, and the younger sister is an unparalleled pharmaceutical genius. The future of these two is unimaginable. Luo Qingxue also looked at Su Xiaoshuang in shock. This girl actually has this ability. Su Qiu was also a little confused. He thought the other party was just selling a pill recipe to Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company. Who would have thought that this girl had done so many things behind his back? He thought that Su Xiaoshuang had been going out early and coming back late these days, and he thought that she was out playing with her classmates, but he didn't expect that she was out pursuing her career. Su Xiaoshuang enjoyed the shocked and disbelieving looks from everyone. There is only one word in my heart. Cool. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she couldn't help but reveal a Dragon King-like smile. Sister Luo, this pill is for you. I hope you and my brother will get married and live happily ever after, said Su Xiaoshuang. Before she finished speaking, Su Qiu covered her mouth. He smiled awkwardly and said, children are ignorant and talking nonsense. But Luo Qingxue smiled and touched Su Xiaoshuang's head. Thank you, Sister Xiaoshuang. I'll take the pill. You can come to the Luo family anytime you are free in the future. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up, and she pulled Su Qiu's hand away. Then can I eat cake and snacks as much as I want while I'm here? Of course, I have 4 chefs who make cakes and desserts at home. You can come anytime you want to eat. Luo Qingxue said. Oh yeah. No, it doesn't count. Zhang Yinjie looked at Su Qiu and said, this gift is from your sister, not from you. Everyone looked at him and couldn't help shaking their heads. Does this matter? Even if a 4th-grade pill was not given by Su Qiu himself, it must have been given by his sister for his sake. In a disguised way, it is equivalent to him giving it to you. And the potential talents of the Su brothers and sisters are too abnormal. Being able to connect with them is already the best gift. Zhang Yinjie is still forcing me, he really has no sense of tact. Looking at Zhang Yinjie with a gloomy face, Su Qiu shook his head and said, you are right. This pill was given by Xiaoshuang, not me. This is my gift. Su Qiu took out a box and opened it. The tears of Poseidon appeared in front of everyone, and when it appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy rippled and azure light flowed. The spiritual power in Luo Qingxue's body began to circulate involuntarily, and her martial soul and the tears of the sea god began to resonate involuntarily. This strange phenomenon caused an uproar among the crowd. This is a tribute resonance. This necklace is also a martial arts spiritual weapon. And it is a martial arts spiritual weapon that is very suitable for Luo Qingxue. Among the crowd, Luo Qingxue was not the only one who resonated with the tears of Poseidon. And there is Xiao Mei. Her martial soul is also the water-attributed Poseidon trident. Looking at the tears of Poseidon at this moment, she only felt that her martial soul was leaping with joy and longing. She knew that if she could obtain the tears of the sea god, her practice would surely go smoothly and her achievements would far exceed her current level. But unfortunately, this is a gift for Luo Qingxue, not for her. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret again. If she had not been so heartless and had not broken up with Su Qiu, then would this Poseidon's tears necklace have been hers? Thinking of this, she felt like crying but had no tears, and her intestines were filled with regret. This spiritual weapon. The moment he saw the tears of Poseidon, the old man in the Zhongshan suit rushed forward to take a closer look and even took out a magnifying glass. He was mesmerized by the sight. Art, this is simply art. I have never seen such a perfect martial arts weapon. This martial arts spiritual weapon is at least a top-grade one. A top-grade martial arts spiritual weapon. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed drastically. A top-grade martial arts spiritual weapon, worth at least 10 billion. And the old man in the Zhongshan suit used at least this kind of adjective. On the positive side, the value of this item is definitely not that of an ordinary high-grade martial arts spiritual weapon. Everyone was confused. Didn't we say that the Su brothers and sisters have a bad family background? Why did Su Qiu use a top-grade martial arts spiritual weapon as the first thing he did? Su Qiu himself was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that the tears of Poseidon were so precious. My dear nephew, this is so precious. At this time Luo Long could no longer sit still. He could accept Zhang Yunjia's martial arts magic weapon. After all, it was just a low-grade martial arts magic weapon, and his Luo family was not unable to repay the favor. But this Tears of Poseidon is different. As far as he knew, a top-grade martial arts spiritual weapon would start at least 10 billion, and that was just the price. The key point was that there was no market for this item. In other words, even if you have 10 billion, you may not be able to buy this spiritual weapon. Even the Luo family would find it difficult to find such a treasure. If you take this, you will owe a big favor. He was shocked. This little guy is either silent or amazing when he does make a splash. Giving a gift actually resulted in something like this. TSK, if he takes this, when he marries his daughter in the future, he will have to pack up the entire Luo family as a dowry and send it over. Now that I have given this thing away, I will not take it back. Moreover, this spiritual weapon is very suitable for Luo Qingxue. It can only play a real effect in her hands. Luo Qingxue, accept it. Suqiu said with a smile. Although the value of Poseidon's tears is somewhat beyond imagination. But he didn't feel bad. After all, he didn't put in any effort to get this treasure. The system rewarded him for attending this birthday party. It's like giving it away for free. Since it was given away for free, why should he feel bad about giving it away? It just looks different to others. Giving away a martial arts spiritual weapon worth more than 10 billion as a birthday gift, it is hard to say that Suqiu has no feelings for Luo Qingxue. They don't believe it. They must be a couple in private. She's my wife after all, so it's reasonable to give her this gift. Yes, the Luo family is going to be even more prosperous. They have 2 SSS level martial spirit owners, and one of them is double SSS level. Not only that, don't forget, there is also Su Xiaoshuang, the pharmaceutical genius. Everyone was talking in low voices. Zhang Yunjie, who was standing next to him, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. What's going on? A top-grade martial arts spiritual weapon worth tens of billions. Why could Suqiu come up with something like this? In comparison, the martial arts magic weapon he gave was completely turned into dust in seconds. Not worth mentioning. Thanks. Luo Qingxue pondered for a while, accepted the tears of Poseidon, then she thought of something and said, "Can you put it on for me?" Ah! Luo Qingxue, what are you talking about? How can you be so direct? Too unrestrained. Luo Qingxue was roaring wildly in her heart and her heartbeat accelerated. But he tried his best to control his expression and looked indifferent. Suqiu was also slightly stunned when he heard this, and smiled and said, "Glad to serve." He picked up the tears of Poseidon and walked behind Luo Qingxue. She had her hair tied up to reveal her white and delicate neck. When Suqiu put the necklace on her, he inevitably touched her skin, which was as smooth as cream. Feeling Suqiu's touch, Luo Qingxue's body trembled slightly. The people around looked at Suqiu putting the tears of Poseidon on Luo Qingxue, and couldn't help but marvel at it. Is this an engagement? This is definitely an engagement, right? Many women around looked at Luo Qingxue with envy and jealousy. Especially Xiao Mei, who felt remorseful and jealous to the point of going crazy. Then look at Li Xiang next to him. Compared with Suqiu, the other party is nothing. What on earth made me want to break up in the first place? She hates it, she regrets it. But it's all a foregone conclusion. Yeah, not bad, they complement each other very well. Suqiu looked at Luo Qingxue wearing the necklace and smiled with satisfaction. The other person is already a cool school beauty with a beautiful face, and now with this necklace, the person and the necklace complement each other. The necklace makes the person look more elegant and refined. Luo Long, who was standing by, had the urge to cry. He pulled the butler's sleeve to wipe his tears. Xiaoxue has finally found a good home. The corner of Suqiu's mouth twitched. Hello. Uncle, what are you talking about? I just gave a gift. We are innocent. The other guests also cooperated and applauded. If you don't know, you might think they were there to attend an engagement ceremony and just happened to witness the groom putting the ring on the bride's finger. Suqiu felt embarrassed and his toes were digging into the ground. No way. Did these people misunderstand something? Also, Luo Qingxue, why are you blushing? Explain it quickly. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. Please feel free to make yourself at home. Please forgive me for any poor hospitality, Luo Qingxue said to everyone. Of course, no one would feel that the hospitality was inadequate. On the contrary, they felt that their visit today was well worth it. First, I learned that Laojuan Pharmaceutical was about to launch a new medicine, and also I learned about Su Xiaoshuang, the new pharmaceutical consultant. Secondly, I saw a top-grade martial arts spiritual weapon. The birthday party continues. Su Xiaoshuang followed Luo Qingxue, calling her Sister Luo all the time, eating and drinking non-stop, looking like she was having a great time. Luo Qingxue also liked the other party very much and treated her as her own sister. By the way, Su Qiu, the rookie competition is over. What are your plans next? Luo Qingxue asked. I will stay in the hunting team for the time being and hunt exotic beasts. Then I will take the martial arts exam and go to Wuda for further studies. Su Qiu said. Well, that's pretty much what I thought. Which Wuhan University do you want to go to? I haven't figured it out yet. I want to go to Wuhan University in the imperial capital. It is the #1 university in the country. If possible, I would like to go with you. Luo Qingxue said. Then she coughed twice and said, Don't get me wrong, what I mean is that if you come along, I can continue to look for opportunities to challenge you. Well, I think so. I'll think about it carefully. Su Xiaoshuang next to her rolled her eyes. These two guys. One is a tsundere, the other is a straight man. I really don't know when we can break through that layer of window paper and be together. The birthday party was over and Su Qiu prepared to leave with Su Xiaoshuang. Luo Qingxue and Luo Long both came out in person to see them off. Looking at the figure driving away on the motorcycle, Luo Qingxue felt a little annoyed. She originally wanted Su Qiu and the other person to stay overnight. But I also felt that this was too unreserved and I couldn't say it out loud. I should have been more direct earlier. Luo Qingxue murmured. Luo Long beside her patted her on the shoulder and said, Xiaoxue, a genius like Su Qiu is so rare, you can't be so reserved all the time. Otherwise, someone else will get there first. Luo Qingxue took a deep breath and said firmly, I will work hard to practice and strive to defeat him as soon as possible and confess my feelings to him. Su Qiu drove his motorcycle and took Su Xiaoshuang home. But on the road, a red sports car suddenly caught up, and the window of the sports car rolled down, revealing a face that Su Qiu was familiar with. But Li Ziang. The other party looked at Su Qiu with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. He actually drove a sports car towards him. Su Qiu reacted quickly, dodged sideways, then braked and stopped on the road, his eyes gradually turning cold. Li Ziang's behavior just now was already considered murder. The other party is so bold. Court death. If he was alone, he wouldn't be so angry. But he was carrying Su Xiaoshuang behind him. The other party dared to do this to him. Who knows if he would take advantage of his absence next time to deal with Su Xiaoshuang and endanger the other party's personal safety. This was the first time he had such strong murderous intent towards someone. Li Ziang also stopped the car by the road, opened the door and got out. He looked at Su Qiu and smiled, Oh, Su Dashueshan has been doing really well recently. He can even afford this motorcycle worth over 1 million yuan. Xiaoshuang, wait here. Su Qiu got out of the car. Brother, why don't we call the police? No, I'll take care of it. Call the police. Li Ziang could have said that he was careless. With the capabilities of the Li family and Zixiao Martial Arts School in Qingyun City, it was highly likely that nothing would happen. That was not the result Su Qiu wanted. He wants it now. The other person's life. When Li Ziang noticed the murderous intent in Su Qiu's eyes, he was not afraid. On the contrary, he showed excitement on his face. You are angry, haha, all along, Su Xiueshan, you have ignored me, and now you are so angry. Okay, Su Qiu, let's make a break today. Li Ziang laughed. Next second, he summoned his martial spirit, the Snow Wolf King. The Snow Wolf King roared and rushed towards Suchio. Suchio stood where he was and threw a punch. Bang! The Snow Wolf King was blasted away. He felt something strange. The gap between Li Ziang and himself was so huge, why did he dare to attack? Moreover, the other party's emotions seemed a little wrong. I was so excited, it was like I was on drugs. Could it be that he was really high on drugs? Suchio thought to himself. But none of this has anything to do with him. Now, he only wants the other person's life. Ha ha ha, God Su's strength is indeed extraordinary. In that case, let's come and see this. Li Ziang roared. His body expanded rapidly and was covered with layers of scales. The whole person becomes a half-human, half-beast monster. The spiritual power in his body combined with the power of the strange beast, exuding a tyrannical aura. He stomped on the ground, making a big hole. Whoosh! Li Ziang's figure rushed out like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Suchio and punched him. Suchio raised his hand to block it, and felt a huge force coming. He stepped back several steps, and he was a little surprised. Orc! I didn't expect that Li Ziang would turn into a beastman. No wonder he dared to come to me. It turned out that he thought he had mastered the power of the strange beast and could deal with him. Suchio! Where's your white tiger? Call it out and play with me. Haha, you know me. I'm incredibly strong right now. Li Ziang laughed out loud. Suchio raised his hand and grabbed his fist, his face cold. You are not qualified for me to summon your martial spirit. Terribly strong. That's ridiculous. When competing with martial arts newcomers, his cultivation had made great progress again. Now he has reached the upper level of the second rank, close to the third rank. This Li Ziang is only of the first grade upper grade. Even if your strength increases tenfold, you are still no match for him. How come? Li Ziang's face changed. I felt that my fist was grabbed by Suchio and I couldn't move. The other party actually has such power. Even if I mastered the power of the strange beast, would I still not be able to defeat it? No. Li Ziang was unwilling to give up, and roared with all his strength. But Suchio remained motionless. He grabbed Li Ziang's fist with his left hand, clenched his right fist tightly, and with flames burning, he punched out with all his strength. Bang! Li Ziang's chest was hit and dented. The whole person flew backwards and rolled several times on the ground. This punch broke several of his ribs, causing him to fall to the ground and spit out blood. Suchio slowly walked up to him with a cold expression. Li Ziang looked at Suchio with a sad face. God Su, I was wrong, please let me go. I will never dare to trouble you again. Maybe in the next life. Suchio, you can't kill me. Killing is against the law. Oh, I didn't kill a human, I killed a monster. Suchio said calmly, punching Li Ziang on the head. Bang! The other person's head exploded and he died on the spot. Suchio snorted, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, Brother Lin, I found a beastman here. Not long after. Lin Jian rushed to the scene. He frowned as he looked at Li Ziang's body. Suchio, do you know him? Well, his name is Li Ziang, he is from Zixiao Martial Arts School. I was driving home with my sister, and he showed up halfway to kill me. I saw him turn into an alien beastman, and I killed him accidentally. Suchio shrugged and said. Well, I see. It seems that someone is really doing experiments on alien beastmen in Qingyun City. The people of Zixiao Martial Arts School may be able to investigate from here. Lin Jian thought to himself. Brother Lin, come to me if you need any help. Suchio said. Then he took Su Shaoshuang away. After returning home, Su Shaoshuang couldn't help but wonder, brother, why did Li Ziang become an alien beastman? Who knows? Anyway, just let the hunting group investigate. Suchio said that he didn't intend to interfere. He now has only one purpose. Practice, practice, and practice again. Only by mastering enough strength can he protect himself and Su Shaoshuang. Su Shaoshuang seemed to have thought of something and walked into the house. Then he took out a brocade box and gave it to Suchio. Brother, here, this is a 4th level yuan making pill. I refined more than one. This is for you. Su Qiu was a little surprised, then he smiled and rubbed Su Xiaoshuang's head. My sister has made great progress and has become a master of pharmaceutical manufacturing. Haha, that's it. Su Xiaoshuang said with a proud smile. Return to the room. Su Qiu took out the pill given by Su Xiaoshuang. 4th level Yuan Dan. Generally speaking, only those who have reached the 3rd level of cultivation can take and refine such pills, but for Su Qiu, there is no such restriction at all. Because he has the Taotia martial spirit. This martial soul can help him quickly absorb and refine various treasures containing spiritual power, which naturally includes elixirs. He swallowed the pill. Suddenly, the terrifying effect of the elixir swept out. He just felt a powerful force erupting in his body. The 3rd level bottleneck was broken. And the other side. Inside the Luo family. Luo Qingxue is also practicing. She wore the tears of Poseidon, and when she practiced, the tears of Poseidon emitted blue light, like a ball of water, enveloping her. The spiritual energy around her quickly rushed towards her. The efficiency is 10 times higher than before. In a trance, her mind entered the inner space of Poseidon's tears and saw an endless ocean. In the sea, there is a mermaid with a fish tail in the lower body and a human upper body. She has a pair of golden eyes and a strong sense of divinity. You are destined to be the successor of the sea god. The mermaid looked at Luo Qingxue and said lightly. After a while, Luo Qingxue's mind came out of the tears of the sea god. There was a hint of shock in her eyes. As her mind moved, a stream of light flew out from her body, transformed into the shape of a mermaid. If there were someone here who had done in-depth research on martial spirits, they would definitely be able to recognize that this was the SSS-level martial spirit of the Mermaid Queen. And this is exactly what Luo Qingxue gained from the tears of Poseidon. This Poseidon's tears is actually a super-grade spiritual weapon left behind by the ancient Supreme Poseidon. It contains the Poseidon's martial spirit, the Mermaid King. As long as you pass the test of the sea god, you can obtain the Mermaid Queen. Not only that, you will also get the legacy left by the sea god. Does Su Qiu know about this? Luo Qingxue was shocked. The value of this Poseidon's tear is far beyond imagination. Even if you sell the entire Luo family, it won't be worth even 1/10 of this thing. No, Su Qiu may not know about this. I must tell him. If he wants to go back later, I will send it to him. Luo Qingxue murmured and quickly sent a message to Su Qiu. The other side. Inside the Su family. Su Qiu had just finished practicing. At this moment, his cultivation has broken through the bottleneck of the 2nd level and advanced to the 3rd level. And it's not just the ordinary 3rd level, it's the middle level of the 3rd level. He felt full of strength. Bite. The host has successfully advanced to the 3rd level, and the 4th martial soul has awakened. At this moment, the voice of the system came in my mind. A brand new martial spirit force suddenly exploded in his body. A black and golden rock appeared in his martial soul space. The rock spread its wings, its body looked illusory, its eyes were sharp, and it looked up at the sky. It is SSS-level martial spirit. Kuanping. Kuanping spreads its wings and leaps 8,000 miles. Kuanping has no attribute division but represents the ultimate in speed. After this martial soul appeared, Su Qiu felt that his body was much lighter, as if he could fly with just a slight movement. What a great Kuanping! Su Qiu was amazed. Taotia, devouring everything. White Tiger, killing the world. Thunder Dragon, Master Thunder and Lightning. Kuanping, the ultimate in speed. With 4 SSS martial spirits, I just want to ask, who else is there? Of course, before he had enough power, Su Qiu would not easily expose the existence of 4 SSS-level martial spirits. After all, twin SSS-level spirits were already very shocking, but 4 SSS-level spirits. Wouldn't they be captured and sliced for research? Hey, why did Luo Qingxue send me so many messages? Su Qiu suddenly noticed the message reminder on his mobile phone. He took a look. I couldn't help but be stunned. Poseidon. Mermaid Queen. Poseidon's test. TSK. The tears of Poseidon actually hide such a secret. It is indeed a product of the system, it must be a high-quality product. When Suqiu saw Luo Qingxue said that she would return the tears of the sea god to him, he immediately became unhappy. How could he just take back something he had given away? Isn't she just an SSS mermaid queen? I have 4 martial spirits of this level. Including those who haven't awakened yet, there are 10 of us. No need to send it back, I'll give it to you. Practice hard. I gave you the tears of Poseidon because you couldn't catch up with me. Don't let me down. Suqiu casually edited a message and sent it. Inside the Luo family. Luo Qingxue was slightly stunned when she saw this information. But she secretly vowed to confess her love to Suqiu once she successfully defeated him. The other party sent the tears of Poseidon to me, is he hoping that I can defeat him as soon as possible and let me confess my love? It must be like this. He really likes me too. Luo Qingxue's face turned slightly red, and she secretly vowed to work harder in her practice. Try to marry Suqiu home as soon as possible. Another few uneventful days passed. Suqiu was looking at the computer. The computer page was filled with information about Wuhan University. Su Xiaoshuang came over to take a look. Brother, are you considering which Wuhan University to apply to? Suqiu nodded. Apply for Imperial Capital University, it's the top-ranked university, others may not be able to get in, but if you apply, they will definitely come to snatch you away. Su Xiaoshuang said, besides, I have never been to the Imperial Capital. We'll see when the time comes. There are still a few months before the college entrance examination. Brother, I heard that the martial arts college entrance examination is very cruel and requires warriors to hunt exotic beasts. Do you want to prepare for this? Hey, do you think I'm just sitting there doing nothing in the hunting group? Suqiu shook his head and smiled. After staying at home for a few more days, Suqiu received a mission notice from the bull group one day, asking him to rush there immediately. He came to the building where the bulls were located. Walk into a party room. I saw that more than a dozen people had already gathered here. Except for Lin Jian, Wang Yan, and Olay, he had never seen anyone else, but these people were all members of the bull group. As soon as Suqiu entered, everyone's eyes fell on him. This is Suqiu, the new member I told you about in the group. Olay gave a brief introduction. The new member is so handsome. TSK, little handsome boy, I will protect you from now on. Everyone looked at Suqiu and joked. They had all heard about Suqiu and were very optimistic about this young new member who had unlimited potential. Suqiu greeted everyone with a smile. Then all got down to business. After investigation, it was found that the mastermind behind this orc experiment was the Zhang group. Olay clicked on the screen. A photo of a middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Zhang Group is one of the largest groups in Qingyun City. Its business involves various aspects, the most important of which is the genetic medicine industry. The sales volume of the genetic medicine they produce is second only to Laojuan Pharmaceutical Company, and the head of Zhang Group is a 6th-level martial arts expert. However, according to our investigation, the Zhang Group has been secretly conducting experiments on alien beastmen over the years, and has achieved many results. The purpose of our operation this time is twofold. One is to destroy the alien beastman experimental base, and the other is to capture Zhang Tian, the head of the Zhang Group, and the main members of the Zhang Group, and eliminate all the out-of-control alien beastmen. Hey Zhang Yunjie. Suqiu suddenly noticed a familiar figure appearing on the screen. It was Zhang Yunjie, the owner of the SS-level martial spirit Earth Bear. Well, Zhang Yunjie is Zhang Tian's only son. Captain, the other party is the owner of an SS-level martial spirit and has great potential. What will you do if you catch him? Suqiu asked curiously. The orc experiment is a cruel experiment that violates humanity. No matter who is involved, they must be severely punished. The country will not condone him just because he has an SS-level martial spirit. Besides, the country does not need an SS-level martial spirit like him. Olay curled her lips. The level of martial spirit is certainly important. But a warrior's strength is not only determined by the level of his martial soul. For example, An SS-level martial soul that has not yet grown up is definitely not as important as an A-level martial soul owner who has grown up and made great military achievements for the country. Yes, I see. Suchio nodded. This was the daxia he liked. Suddenly, Ol received a call. After hearing this, her face turned ugly. Damn. This mission was snatched away by the Purple Lucky Cloud hunting group. What's the meaning? It is said that this encirclement and suppression of the orc hunting group is of great importance and cannot afford to fail. Our bull group has few members and is afraid that we cannot complete the task, so we have given this task to the Purple Lucky Cloud hunting group and we will assist them from the side. The Purple Lucky Cloud hunting group is trying to steal the credit. We have been investigating for so long, and now we are just one step away from destroying this experimental base, but this mission was snatched away by someone else. Everyone was outraged. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Captain, let's go get the mission back. A woman in white nun's clothes carrying a battle axe said. Suchio glanced at the other person. What a shy and lovely nun. Zhao Kiki, please pay attention and don't be so angry. This is an order from above and we cannot disobey it. Lin Jian pushed his glasses and said. This is abominable. The nun Zhao Kiki sat back in her seat sullenly. Ole was also quite helpless. No matter what, let's go first. This time, the Purple Lucky Cloud hunting group is responsible for attacking the experimental base, and we are responsible for guarding the periphery to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. We must not neglect the assistants' work either. Everyone still has something to hide. How can assisting be more meritorious than the main attack? At most, we could catch only 3 or 2 small fish. At most, we can give some funds to the Baonyo group afterwards. Where can you earn more than Purple Lucky Cloud? But it was a mission after all, so everyone prepared for a while and then went there. The residents near the alien orc experimental base have been completely evacuated and a cordon has been set up. After Suchio and others arrived, several buses also followed. Warriors got off the bus one by one. They wore a purple cloud medal on their chest. In the Purple Lucky Cloud hunting group. Compared to the bulls, they do have a lot of people, hundreds of them, and the leader has long purple hair full of exotic style, wearing an exaggerated purple jacket, purple earrings, and purple nail art. When Suchio saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched. How much does this person like purple? And this enchanting dress? Is this guy not gay? He is the leader of the Purple Auspicious Cloud hunting group. His name is Chen Zi. He is a 6th-rank martial arts master. His martial soul is the weapon Martial Soul Purple Cloud Wing. According to gossip, this person likes to keep male favorites, Lin Jian said softly beside Suchio. It's true. Suchio silently stepped back a few steps. I am so handsome, but I must not let anyone take a fancy to me. But it was too late. When Chen Zi saw Suchio, his eyes lit up and he quickly walked up to him. I didn't expect that there would be such a handsome guy in the bull group. Little handsome boy, it's boring to stay in the bulls group, why don't you come to my Purple Lucky Cloud? I'll give you double your salary. Suchio shook his head, thank you, but it's good here. Haha, handsome boy, please consider it. If you are willing, triple the salary is not impossible. Chen Zi said with her index finger raised. Looking at Suchio, he was attracted by her beauty. Hey, Chen Zi, you stole my mission and now you're trying to poach my people. I think you're tired of living. Ole walked up with a mace in hand and a sneer on her face. Chen Zi smiled slightly, and a pair of gorgeous purple steel wings suddenly opened behind him. They were his weapon spirit, the S-level purple cloud wings. Why, you don't accept it? Let's fight. You thought I was afraid of you. The two group leaders were at loggerheads. Spiritual power exploded and collided with each other. With a loud bang, the ground around began to shake. Captain, calm down. We should complete the mission first. Captain, calm down and don't bother with him. Seeing the two team leaders about to fight, members from both sides went up to stop them. Chen Zi snorted, it's important to complete the mission first. Besides, this mission is very important and 20 people from your bull group can't complete it. I took the initiative to ask Purple Lucky Cloud to complete this for Qingyun City. If this causes a riot, it will be troublesome. After saying that, he began to discuss strategy with several team members. Soon he led his men to break into the experimental base. Suchio and others were guarding the periphery, divided into several groups, guarding each street exit. There were 2 people in his group, Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki. When Zhao Kiki heard that she could be in the same group with Suchio, her eyes lit up. Suchio, I heard that you have twin SSS-level martial spirits. Do you think they are very powerful? Can you release them for me to see? Suchio, I heard that your ex-girlfriend dumped you. Do you still miss her now? Or do you hate her? Suchio, I heard that you had an affair with the daughter of the Luo family. Is that true? Suchio was speechless listening to Zhao Kiki's chattering. Why is this person so gossipy? Boom. At this time, a huge explosion occurred at the Orc experimental base not far away. Amidst the flames shooting into the sky, low roars were heard. A large number of alien beastmen rushed out from the experimental base. They look half human, half beast, and exude a tyrannical aura. Once they rush out of the experimental base, they start to destroy everything around them crazily. Everyone, pay attention. The Purple Lucky Cloud hunting group was attacked, the experimental base was destroyed, and a large number of alien beastmen escaped. The mission has changed. Annihilate all the alien beastmen, and don't let any of them escape. Olei's voice came from the bull metal. The expressions of Suchio and others changed slightly. It just so happened that at this moment, 7 or 8 beastmen rushed towards them. They looked strange. Some had scales on their bodies, some had 2 extra arms, and some had horns on their heads. But each of them is filled with an aura of tyranny. When he saw Suchio and the other 2, he immediately rushed forward without hesitation. There was a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Haha, come on. Seeing this, Zhao Kiki stopped gossiping and laughed loudly. He rushed forward with a huge battle axe and chopped it out. A strange beastman was chopped in half on the spot. Lin Jian on the side curled his lips and said, "This violent girl." After saying that, he took off his glasses. Summon your weapon spirit, the storm sword. I don't know if it's an illusion. Suchio felt that Lin Jian's temperament changed a little when he took off his glasses, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This time we have to be serious. He rushed forward with the storm sword in hand. The sword in his hand was waving. He cut a strange beast into 7 or 8 pieces in an instant. The corner of Suchio's mouth twitched. What qualifications do you have to say that others are violent? You are even worse than that. Roar. A roar came from beside Suchio. His eyes turned cold, and while dodging the attack, he quickly took out the spear, assembled it, and then stabbed it out with his backhand. The shot, which contained electric light, directly pierced through the heart of the alien beastman. The electric current surged, and the beastman's body was instantly charred by the electric shock. Looking nearby, more and more alien beastmen were gathering towards them. How many alien beastmen are there in this experimental base? Lin Jian said with cold eyes. Each of these beastmen was originally an ordinary person, but they were captured for experiments and became what they are today, neither human nor ghost. Suchio saw that when an alien beastman he killed was dying, a look of relief appeared on his face. Several people present had already cursed the Zhang group in their hearts. They must be brought to justice. Lin Jian said coldly. I think it would be better to just shoot him on the spot. Suchio suggested. I agree, Suchio, you are really my type. Zhao Kiki laughed. The 3 of them joined forces and killed the alien beastmen who rushed up one by one. Suchio's Thunder King spear was used to its full potential. The spear broke through the air, electric currents surged, and the spear light was as fast as thunder. Coupled with his 3rd-level intermediate cultivation, none of the alien beastmen could withstand 2 or 3 of his moves. Seeing this, Lin Jian couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, this guy was only level 1 more than a month ago, and now he is directly level 3 mid-grade. This cultivation speed is really a monster. Thunder King Spear. Suchio thrust out with his spear, and the violent light of the spear swept across with an electric current. A beastman that was comparable to the upper-grade 2nd-level beast had its body blasted through. It's so easy. Suqiu felt too relaxed. These alien beastmen are no match for him at all. With his current strength, he can directly take the college entrance examination and even rank among the top. I just received a message from the team leader that the head of the Zhang group is also in the experimental base and has already escaped. He is very likely mixed in with this group of alien beastmen. Everyone must be careful. If you encounter it, don't confront it head-on, notify the leader immediately. Lin Jian said. Suqiu and Zhao Kiki nodded slightly. According to intelligence, the leader of the Zhang group is a 6th-level martial arts master. The one with the highest cultivation among them is Zhao Kiki, who is at the upper 4th level, which is 2 levels lower than the others. No match at all. Maybe only a team leader can handle it. TSK, I didn't expect the people from Purple Lucky Cloud to be so weak that they couldn't even catch Zhang Long. If our bull group could catch them, then the credit would be ours. Zhao Kiki said with shining eyes. Oh, don't think about it. It's not something we can do. If you really encounter it, you'd better run away quickly. Lin Jian said. Nonsense, I'm not stupid. While they were bickering and playing around, they killed a few strange beasts. Suddenly, a spike suddenly shot out from the ground, piercing Lin Jian's chest before he could react, with blood spurting out. Brother Lin. Lin Jian. Zhao Kiki was horrified and smashed the spikes with one axe. Then a white light emanated from his hand, covering Lin Jian's chest. His injuries were gradually healed. Oh, a healing martial art. It seems that I should kill you first. A calm voice sounded, and a man in a suit and leather shoes came out. It was the head of Zhang Group, Zhang Long. Suqiu and Zhao Kiki's expressions changed slightly. No way. I actually met this guy here. Damn it, Suqiu, go. Lin Jian said to Suqiu. Then he stood up, tightly gripped the storm sword, and stared at Zhang Long. Zhao Kiki also held the battle axe tightly with a serious look in his eyes. Although they both said that they would run away if they met Zhang Long, now that they really met him, they realized how dangerous it was to rashly expose their backs in front of a 6th-level warrior. If they turned around and ran now, the ground spikes like before would pierce their bodies again. Faced with this situation, Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki made a prompt decision to let Suqiu leave first, while they stayed to delay time. None of you can leave. Zhang Long sneered and slapped the ground with his palm. A-level martial arts, ground spikes. One by one, spikes suddenly shot out from the ground. Zhao Kiki took the first step and smashed the battle axe in his hand to the ground. A-level martial arts. Flash slash. Accompanied by a burst of axe energy, the ground spikes were shattered one by one. At the same time, a strong white light burst out. Zhang Long couldn't help but cover his eyes, and Zhao Kiki took advantage of this opportunity to grab Suqiu's clothes and threw him out of the battle circle. Walk. Zhao Kiki said loudly. Light attribute martial arts. But it can't do anything to me. After the light dissipated, Zhang Long raised his hand and punched out, hitting Zhao Kiki. The opponent made a sound of bone breaking and flew out. Lin Jian on the side shouted, A-level martial arts, storm breath slash. The great sword was swung, forming a terrifying storm of sword energy. B-level martial arts, mysterious stone shield. Zhang Long was not in a hurry. He slammed his palm on the ground. Countless stones gathered towards him and condensed into a shield, blocking all the sword energy. B-level martial arts, rock explosion. Zhang Long's indifferent voice came from behind the stone shield. The shield shattered and turned into countless pieces of gravel that flew out. Every piece of stone is mixed with powerful spiritual power. Lin Jian blocked a few pieces, but was still knocked back. The gap between the 4th level and the 6th level is too big. Zhao Kiki, who was not far away, had already healed his injuries with healing martial arts. He jumped up with a battle axe in his hand and fell down with one powerful move, splitting Huashan Mountain. Die for me. Zhang Long sneered, earth spikes. A thick spike shot out from the ground, blasting Zhao Kiki away again, and at this moment a bloody hole was blasted in Zhao Kiki's abdomen. Blood was gushing out and he looked like he was dying. Suqiu, who was far away, saw this scene and his pupils trembled. Reason told him that if two fourth-level warriors attacked together, they would be defeated. What would it matter if he was a third-level warrior even if he had an SSS-level martial soul? Not to mention, Zhang Long hasn't even used his martial spirit yet. But looking at Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki falling to the ground, he couldn't just sit there and watch. The communication has been sent out, the leader will be here soon. I just need to hold him here. Su Qiu couldn't bear to see Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki die. Ding! When faced with the life and death of your comrades and an opponent far stronger than you, you have the following choices. 1. Leave. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Reward, 10 third-level yuan making pills. 2. Attack. Isn't he just a 6th-level warrior? Go. Fight with all your might and protect your comrades. Reward, Martial Soul Combination Skill. Martial Soul Fusion. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. He knew this skill, the fusion of martial souls, which was an ability that only a 7th-rank marquis could master, fusing himself with his martial soul. Unleashing a combat power far beyond that of a single party. The stronger the martial soul, the more powerful the power after fusion. You can give it a try. Su Qiu chose 2 and rushed forward immediately. At this moment, Zhang Long walked in front of Lin Jian. He raised his hand indifferently and condensed a stone thorn. Go to hell. Stone spikes shot out. Lin Jian smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to die here, how aggrieved. But at this time, a sound of thunder suddenly rang out. Thunder King Spear. Boom. The spear broke through the air and knocked the stone spike away. Zhang Long also took 2 steps back, looking at Su Qiu who suddenly appeared in front of him with some surprise. Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki also felt helpless seeing this. This idiot. But they couldn't help feeling moved in their hearts. At this moment, they completely regarded Su Qiu as a comrade in arms who they could trust with their life and death. Oh, you are such an idiot. These two tried their best to give you a chance to escape, but you actually ran back again. Zhang Long looked at Su Qiu and laughed. I heard that you are a twin SSS-level monster, and you defeated my son. Come, let me see. As you wish. White Tiger. Su Qiu said indifferently. The White Tiger appears, bursting out with murderous intent. But that's not all. Thunder Dragon. Crackle. As thunder and lightning danced wildly, a ray of lightning burst out from Su Qiu's body and turned into a thunder dragon more than 10 meters long with bared fangs and claws. The momentum is no less than that of the White Tiger. Zhang Long's pupils shrank. How is this possible? SSS-level martial spirit thunder dragon. You are not a twin SSS, you are a triple SSS. Zhao Kiki and Lin Jian were also confused. Is there such a thing in the world? Su Qiu ignored Zhang Long's shock. Kill. The White Tiger and the Thunder Dragon, the 2 martial spirits, one on the left and one on the right, rushed towards Zhang Long. White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, 2 SSS-level martial spirits attacked Zhang Long together. Although Su Qiu is only at the 3rd level now, these 2 martial spirits are SSS level after all, and the power they unleash far exceeds that of ordinary 3rd-level spirits. It is not inferior to the 4th level. Murderous aura, thunder and lightning, all locked onto Zhang Long. Zhang Long couldn't help but his face changed wildly. Even though he was a 6th-level cultivator, he didn't dare to be careless at all. After all, a monster like Su Qiu was too extraordinary. Who has seen the Sansheng SSS martial spirit? Show yourself, Wuhuan, the black-armored giant bear. Zhang Long roared. A stream of light flew out from his body and transformed into a giant bear wearing black armor, which was the A-level martial spirit, the black-armored giant bear. Although he is only A-level, Zhang Long's cultivation is high. The power unleashed by the A-level martial spirit is not inferior to Su Qiu's 2 SSS-level martial spirits, and is even more powerful. Haha, Su Qiu, the martial soul level only represents potential, not strength. How strong your martial soul is closely related to your strength. It's a pity that you are only a 3rd-rank warrior now. Even if you have an SSS-level martial spirit, what can you do? You are not my opponent at all. Today, I will kill you. Zhang Long's eyes revealed a hint of bloodthirstiness. Killing a genius like you must be a very fulfilling thing. After saying that, he condensed a bunch of thorns and stabbed them towards Su Qiu. But then Su Qiu's figure flashed and he burst out at an extremely fast speed. Avoided one thorn after another. This speed is wrong. A third-level warrior cannot have such a speed. Is this some kind of body movement skill? Zhang Long was a little surprised. But he snorted coldly and slammed the ground with his palm. A-level martial arts, ground spikes. 6th level cultivation explodes. His black armored bear followed his lead and slapped the ground. A large number of ground spikes exploded, covering an area of 100 meters. No matter how fast Su Qiu was, he couldn't dodge in time and was blown away. The Thunder Dragon and the White Tiger were also pierced through the body. Zhang Long smiled coldly. Su Qiu, did you see that? The absolute gap in cultivation cannot be made up by martial spirits. Go, die. He blasted out another ground spike. Su Qiu swept out with his spear, smashing the spikes, but his arm was still numb from the shock. He growled and used his trump card. Martial Soul, combine. The White Tiger martial spirit let out a long roar and rushed towards Su Qiu, merging with him. Gradually, a terrifying murderous aura emanated from him. A powerful force swept out. The word King also appeared on his forehead. That is the characteristic of the White Tiger. Martial Soul Fusion. A powerful marquis. No, you are only at the 3rd level. How can you possibly master the Martial Soul Fusion ability that only the marquis masters can master? Zhang Long took a breath of cold air. Even he doesn't have this ability. After merging with the White Tiger, Su Qiu felt an extremely terrifying power surging in his body, far exceeding the 3rd level. But he knew that this was not enough to kill Zhang Long. He shouted, Thunder Dragon! Come! Roar! The Thunder Dragon roared, turned into a raging thunder and rushed out, landing on Su Qiu's body. The two SSS-level martial spirits merged. This kind of thing is extremely rare throughout history. Because there have been very few twin SSS martial spirits throughout history. At the 3rd stage, one can master the ability to combine martial souls. There has never been such a thing in history. It can be said that Su Qiu was making history at this time. It's a pity that few people have seen this battle, otherwise Su Qiu would definitely be recorded in history and provide valuable experience for later generations to study martial spirits. The two SSS martial spirits merged into his body, murderous aura flowed through Su Qiu's body, thunder leaped, and the word King symbolizing the White Tiger appeared on his forehead. There is lightning leaping on the surface of the body, representing the power of the Thunder Dragon. If you look closely, you can see the scales of a Thunder Dragon faintly on his skin. But he is only at the 3rd level after all. Although the fusion of two SSS-level martial spirits brings him unparalleled power, it is also an extremely terrifying burden. He cannot last in this state. And every time he moved, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. But in order to deal with Zhang Long, he couldn't care less. Zhang Long, are you ready to die? Su Qiu growled. The sound coming from the throat is like a dragon's roar or a tiger's roar. Whoosh! His figure flashed and turned into a streak of lightning. He rushed out at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. He came in front of Zhang Long and stabbed him with a gun. Thunder King Spear burst out with all its strength. Mysterious Stone Shield. Zhang Long condensed a stone shield. But in front of Su Qiu's shot, the stone shield exploded with a bang. Zhang Long was blasted away. Black Armored Bear, kill him. Zhang Long roared. The Black Armored Bear slapped Su Qiu. Little A-level spirit, get out of here. But Su Qiu did not dodge or evade. Instead, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. The domineering power of thunder combined with the murderous aura of the White Tiger fell on the bear's paw. Accompanied by a shrill howl. The Black Armored Bear's claws were shattered. His body staggered and flew backwards. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Qiu was filled with deep fear. At this moment, in the eyes of the Black Armored Bear, Su Qiu was no longer a human, but a terrifying monster that combined the power of 2 SSS-level beast spirits. Damn it. Zhang Long's face changed drastically as he looked at the black armored bear that was blown away. A-level martial arts, ground spikes. He slammed his palm down on the ground, and spikes from the ground stabbed towards Suqiu. But he rushed out like lightning and stabbed with his spear. A very deep thorn was completely crushed. B-level martial arts, rock explosion. Zhang Long used his martial arts again, and the broken stones around him blasted towards Suqiu, surrounding him and shrinking to form a stone ball. Next second, violent lightning erupted from the stone ball. The stone ball exploded, and Suqiu rushed out unharmed. B-level martial arts, mysterious stone shield. Zhang Long shouted softly, and stone shields appeared in front of him. Thunder, King, gun. Suqiu roared and poured all his spiritual power into the spear. The alloy spear trembled with a buzzing sound, and the power of thunder and lightning made the spear hot as if it was about to be melted. With a thrust of the spear, the overbearing thunder and lightning turned into a terrifying thunder dragon with bared fangs and claws, tearing apart the black stone shields. Boom. The bullet hit Zhang Long, who screamed miserably. His chest caved in and he flew backwards, crashing through one concrete wall after another. Finally he fell in the ruins, vomiting blood. Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki were both stunned. A third-level warrior. He actually beat a sixth-level warrior in front of them. Are they not seeing things? They're not dreaming, are they? In the ruins, Zhang Long, who was vomiting blood and dying, suddenly took out a bottle of green potion and drank it. A trace of madness appeared on his face. I want you to die, you die. The medicine enters the body. Veins began to bulge on Zhang Long's body, and he began to twitch. Then he swelled up and turned into a bloated giant. 2 animal horns that did not belong to humans grew on his forehead. Obviously. The bottle of potion that the other party took was exactly the orc potion. Suqiu, you are very strong. You have mastered the ability of martial soul fusion at the 3rd level, you are simply a monster. But now I am more of a monster than you. Zhang Long roared at Suqiu, with the hideous blood vessels on his face exposed, and his bloated and huge body made him look extremely terrifying. Suqiu grinned, I admit that you are indeed a monster now. He gripped the spear tightly, electricity flowing through his body. Just when he was preparing to fight Zhang Long to the death again, and at worst to merge with Kunpeng's martial spirit again, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the side effects of the martial spirit fusion appeared. Zhang Long laughed loudly when he saw this. A 3rd-level cultivator forcibly uses the martial soul fusion ability. Suqiu, do you really think you can bear it? Not to mention, you have fused an SSS-level martial spirit, and the pressure on your body is unimaginable. You should be unable to move now. Suqiu grinned, come and try if you have the guts. Come and try it if you dare. Suqiu looked at Zhang Long and grinned. Although he felt a lot of pressure, he still had no intention of giving up. It is still unknown who will win. He secretly took out a bottle of healing potion that he had been rewarded with before from the system space. Drink it down. The power of the healing potion repaired the damage to his body. It relieved some of his pressure. Healing potion. Zhang Long saw the potion Suqiu was using and rushed forward. Even if you use the healing potion, you are still no match for me. Go to hell. Suqiu tightly grasped the alloy spear, ready to fuse with Kunpeng martial spirit again. No matter how much pressure the body is under. This is the only way now. If so, now is his limit. Then. Push your limits. Just when he was preparing for his last fight, a whistling sound suddenly came from the sky, and a figure fell from the sky. A huge mace hit Zhang Long hard from the sky. The opponent screamed and his body was smashed to the ground, causing the ground to cave in. The person holding the mace is none other than Olay, the leader of the bull group. What are you trying to do to my lovely members, you bastard? Olay looked at Zhang Long who was under her feet with a grim smile. And Zhang Long roared, get up. The power that burst out from his body far exceeded that of an average 6th-level warrior, and was even approaching the 7th-level Marquis realm. But when Olay saw this, her smile became even more ferocious. Get down. She swung the mace in her hand again. This time it was even more powerful than before. With a bang, it directly smashed Zhang Long's bones. The other party was lying in the pit, growling loudly. He didn't expect that even though he took the orc potion and his strength increased more than 10 times, he was still so vulnerable in front of Olay. The leader of the bull group in front of him was even more terrifying than the rumors said. He had fought with Chen Zi, the leader of the Purple Auspicious Cloud group, in the laboratory base before, and thought that he should be similar to the leaders. But now he knows. Olay is completely different from the leaders of other groups. Earth spikes. Zhang Long still wanted to struggle and slam the ground. One by one, spikes shot out from the ground and hit Olay, but were smashed to pieces by Olay's stick. At the same time, the shadow of a giant green bull appeared behind her, and its hoof stepped hard on Zhang Long. The other person screamed in pain, and I don't know how many bones were broken by being stepped on. Then the bull demon roared, and green vines spread out from the ground, binding Zhang Long's limbs tightly. Would attribute binding-type martial arts, green vine entanglement. Seeing Olay coming, Suqiu breathed a sigh of relief, then his body relaxed, his martial soul fusion state was released, and he fainted. Hey, Suqiu, please don't die. Olay's face changed slightly, and she quickly asked someone to come and treat her. She took out a bottle of healing potion and poured it into Suqiu's mouth. Not far away, Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki were also looking at her with their last breath. Captain, there are still us. TSK, everyone, go back and train harder. Forget it, Captain. Just let me die. Lin Jian rolled his eyes when he thought about joining Olay's training. I think dying would be more comfortable. If you have to die, you'd better die in my training. Ol said with a grin. At this time, Chen Zi, with a pair of purple cloud wings behind her, also arrived at the scene. Seeing Zhang Long being tied up by Olay, she frowned. How did you catch him? Hee, I'm sorry, this achievement was made by the hard work of my bull group, so you guys from the purple cloud group should not think about it. Ol said. Chen Zi glanced at the unconscious Suqiu, Lin Jian, and Zhao Kiki, and frowned. How could they stop Zhang Long? Why? You don't believe it. Humph, you guys are lucky this time. Tisk, it's your fault that you, Purple Lucky Cloud, are incompetent and caused such a big commotion. You should go back and think about how to report this to the mayor. At this point, Chen Zi's face turned ugly. Damn, who would have thought that Zhang Long was so crazy that he buried so many bombs in the experimental base and blew up the entire base directly, creating chaos and escaping. Thinking of this, Chen Zi became angrier and angrier. She looked at Zhang Long and gritted her teeth and said, Olay, how about letting me beat him up to vent my anger? That won't do. I've beaten him half to death. If I let you vent your anger again, he'll probably die. Depend on. Chen Zi's face turned pale and he left cursing. The mission continues. Purple Auspicious Cloud and the Bull Group are hunting the alien beastmen. As for the injured, they were quickly sent back to the hunting group base. Old Zhao, how is he? Inside the medical room of the bull's base. Olay said as she looked at a girl wearing glasses and a white coat. And the person lying on the hospital bed was Suqiu. The girl with glasses put her hand on Suqiu's chest, and a green light flashed. She said calmly, you know my martial spirit. As long as the person is not dead, I can save you even if you only have half your life left. This little guy is fine. It's just that his body has been under too much pressure and is in a weak period. He will be fine after a few days of rest. But, I need to tell you something. I detected the fluctuations of 4 martial spirits in this kid's body. Speaking of this, the girl with glasses couldn't help but tremble in her voice. What? 4 martial spirits? Olay couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki, who were lying on the bed next to them, were also terrified. They thought it was outrageous enough that the other party had 3 SSS-level martial spirits. Unexpectedly. Not 3. Yes, 4. What kind of monster is this? 4 SSS-level spirits, and they have mastered the ability to combine spirits at only the 3rd level. Captain, you should know that this is simply impossible. But this impossible thing happened. This means that this little guy is a miracle in himself. Once this matter is exposed, I don't know how many people will target him. The girl with glasses pushed her glasses and exclaimed in amazement. Olay hesitated for a moment and said, "Old Zhao, don't tell anyone about this." Understood. The girl with glasses looked at Olay deeply, then nodded. "Since you said so, I will naturally keep it a secret, but this little guy is not something that the bulls can accommodate. Sooner or later, he will leave here." "Ha, it doesn't matter. But as long as he is a member of my bulls group, I, as the leader, have the obligation to protect him." Ol laughed. When Suqiu woke up, he saw a strange ceiling and the smell of disinfectant all around. "Is this a hospital?" He was a little confused. "Looking at myself again, I was wrapped up like a mummy." Lin Jian and Zhao Kiki were also lying on the beds next to them. It's just that the two people looked at him in a strange way, as if they were looking at some rare animal. Suqiu could probably guess it. After all, the fact that he possessed several SSS martial spirits had been exposed to these two people. "I guess Olay should know this too." "That me?" Suqiu still wanted to explain. Lin Jian interrupted him. "Suqiu, no need to explain, this is your secret, we won't ask any more questions. All we know is that you are a member of the bulls and you saved us. Don't worry, we will keep this secret for you." Suqiu nodded slightly. "Thank you." "You're welcome. But I need to remind you that our days ahead won't be easy," Lin Jian said with a wry smile. "Why?" "The commander said that she plans to personally train those who were injured during the mission this time," Lin Jian said with tears in his eyes. "Ah, the captain is giving us special training, isn't that a good thing?" Suqiu asked with some doubt. "Haha, that's because you don't know how perverted the captain's special training is. Let me tell you this, if you participate in the captain's training, you might die." Suqiu took a breath of cold air. "Is it so exaggerated?" Looking at Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki's face was solemn. He also felt a little uneasy. At this time, the news was being broadcast on TV. It's about the Zhang group. Just yesterday afternoon, the Purple Lucky Cloud Hunting Group and the Violent Bull Hunting Group jointly cracked a case of alien beastmen experiments and successfully destroyed an alien beastman experimental base in Qingyun City. The mastermind behind this experimental base was Zhang Group, one of the largest local companies. Today, Zhang Long, the head of the Zhang Group, has been arrested, and almost all of Zhang's top brass have been captured or executed on the spot. The only one who is still at large is Zhang Yunjie, the young master of the Zhang Group. This man has an SS-level martial spirit and unlimited potential, but it's a pity that he has gone astray. The hunting group has issued a reward. Whoever can capture Zhang Yunjie can receive a reward of 100 million yuan. In addition, Zhang Yunjie is the direct disciple of Zixiaoho, the owner of Zixiao Martial Arts School. Although Zixiaoho said that he did not know about the alien beastman experiment, this incident still dealt a heavy blow to Zixiao Martial Arts School. According to the information obtained by the reporter, just yesterday, nearly one-third of the martial artists at Zixiao Martial Arts School announced their withdrawal from the school. Watching the news on TV, Suqiu was a little surprised. Zhang Yunjie actually ran away. Yes, we just found out that Zhang Long used himself as bait to attract fire and helped his son escape. Lin Jian said, "It's a pity that if the SS-level martial soul had grown up, it would have great potential, but it has embarked on the path of evil. For a person like this, the more talented he is, the more dangerous he is. TSK, I think he is very likely to join some evil cult when he is desperate." Zhao Kiki said. A demonic cult is a criminal organization that conducts illegal experiments, practices forbidden martial arts, or colludes with strange beasts. They often possess considerable military force and power. They are traitors to humanity and a cancer in society. Hearing this, Suqiu became thoughtful. He and Zhang Yunjie had a grudge against each other. If the other party joined the evil cult, he wondered if he would seek revenge on him in the future. Never mind. In short, just practice first. As long as you are strong enough, you won't care about 10 Zhang Yunjies. No matter what, he gained a lot this time, and the ability of combining martial souls brought him a substantial breakthrough in combat power. Although the side effects are somewhat severe, it is definitely a life-saving trump card. With this trump card, he can challenge any warrior below the 7th rank. Once I advance 1 or 2 levels, I can fight at level 7. Brother. With a bang. The door to the medical room was knocked open. Su Xiaoshuang rushed in, looked at Su Qiu who was wrapped in bandages, and pounced on him. Brother, please don't die, woo woo woo. Su Qiu was hugged tightly by the other party and almost couldn't breathe. Little girl, let go quickly, cough cough, do you want to strangle your brother to death? He was so angry that he slapped the other person on the forehead. He was able to survive a fight with the 6th level warrior Zhang Long. It would be funny if he was strangled to death by Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshuang covered her head and smiled at Su Qiu who was still able to hit her. I'm glad you're okay, brother. I'm glad you're okay. Why are you here? It was the big sister who brought me here. Su Xiaoshuang said. Big sister? Who is that? Your leader. The leader is the leader, why call her big sister? Hee hee, she looks like a big sister. Su Xiaoshuang smiled. Olay just walked in. It doesn't matter how you call me. I thought Xiaoshuang would be worried about being alone at home, so I took the initiative to bring her here. Thank you, Captain. It's okay. You 3 should get better soon. In 3 days, come and join my special training with the others. Olay grinned. Lin Jian, Zhao Qiki shuddered. She said to the girl with glasses next to Olay, Sister Zhao, I feel like my injury won't heal in 10 days or half a month. Yes, Sister Zhao, how about you let us stay here for a while longer? Sister Zhao smiled slightly, 2 days, at most 2 days, I guarantee that you will be able to get up and participate in the special training in good spirits. Oh, no. Haha, I knew Sister Zhao would definitely stand with the leader. Su Xiaoshuang was a little curious, Big sister, what kind of special training is this? Can I join in? I also want to become stronger. Xiaoshuang, don't do that. You will regret it. Lin Jian quickly stopped him. Hiss girl, I respect you as a warrior. Zhao Qiki took a deep breath and gave the other party a thumbs up. Only Olay laughed loudly and reached out to hold Su Xiaoshuang's head. Very good. Xiaoshuang, join my bull group. She extended the invitation directly. Really? Can I join? Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up. No problem. Also, what is your martial spirit? Ah, this. Su Xiaoshuang was a little hesitant. Her martial spirit is that of an empress, but if you tell them this, I guess no one will believe it. Besides, no one else can talk about this kind of thing except close people. Seeing that she was hiding something, Olay narrowed her eyes. These 2 brothers and sisters each have a secret. She smiled faintly and said, if you don't want to say it, that's fine. From now on, you will be a member of my bulls group, and you will be included in the special training. Yes, big sister. Soon. Under Sister Zhao's treatment, Su Qiu, Lin Jian, and Zhao Qiki recovered quickly. During this process, Su Qiu also learned Sister Zhao's full name. Zhao Xiaoyun, deputy leader of the bull group, is also the chief physician of the bull group. Her martial soul is the wood-attributed S-level plant martial soul flower of life. The combat ability is not strong, but the healing ability is first class. As long as you have breath left, there is a high probability that you can be pulled back from the gates of hell. Such talents should not be placed in Qingyun City. Even in the whole of Daxia, there are only a handful of them. A healing spirit. I don't know if any of my remaining 6 spirits have this type. It would be great if there is one. Su Qiu was somewhat looking forward to it. By the way, Su Qiu, before you attend the special training, I want to take you to meet someone first. Olay said, suddenly thinking of something. Su Qiu was a little curious, who are you meeting? Mayor of Qingyun City. Mayor, the supreme ruler of Qingyun City. Why should you go to see the other person for any reason? Su Qiu was a little nervous. Olay patted his shoulder and said, relax, you have made a great contribution to destroying the Orc experimental base and arresting Zhang Long. It can even be said that it was because you delayed him that we were able to arrest him, so the mayor wanted to personally praise you. So that's how it is. Su Qiu suddenly realized. Soon he followed Olay to the City Hall building, took the elevator to the top floor, and arrived in front of the door of a conference room. When I pushed open the door, there were more than a dozen people in sight. They were wearing all kinds of uniforms and medals on their chests. Among them was Chen Zi, the leader of the Purple Lucky Cloud group, whom Suqiu had met before. Suqiu guessed the identities of these people. These people are the leaders of the 20 hunting groups in Qingyun City. It also represents the highest official combat power of Qingyun City. When Suqiu walked into the meeting room, the leaders of the hunting groups present all looked at him with curiosity in their eyes. He is the legendary owner of 2 SSS martial spirits. TSK, a genius that is rarely seen in a century. Tisk, that's interesting. I heard that he held back Zhang Long. It's incredible that a 3rd-level warrior could do this, even if he is double SSS level. How on earth did he do that? Olay is such a tight-lipped person. No matter how we ask, she won't reveal anything. She even got physical when we asked her questions. What kind of person is she? Everyone was talking about it. Some people even showed fear when they saw Olay coming. Obviously, Olay is somewhat special among these group leaders. Olay brought Suqiu to an old man in his early 60s wearing a Zhongshan suit and introduced him. Suqiu, this is the mayor of Qingyun City. Hello, mayor. Suqiu nodded. It was the first time he had met such a powerful person. But still calm. After all, he is not an ordinary person now. Oh, you're welcome. Olay has already told me about you. You have a bright future. The main reason I called you here this time is to present you with a Medal of Honor and to include you in the honor roll. Mayor Qingyun laughed. Every city has an honor list, and all those who can be included in the honor list, without exception, are people who have made great contributions to Qingyun City. Even if there are 20 hunting groups, only a few people can be included. And Suqiu, at such a young age, was able to be included in the honor list. This honor is enough for him to walk around Qingyun City with his head held high. It will even have the effect of adding extra points to future martial arts college entrance exams. The mayor is too kind. As a member of Qingyun City, it is everyone's responsibility to protect the citizens, eradicate the strange beasts, and capture the criminals. Olay next to her said, being on the honor list will not only make you famous in Qingyun City, but you will also receive an additional reward of 10 million. Mayor, please be sure to give me this Medal of Honor. I will definitely work harder in the future and strive to make more contributions to Qingyun City. Suqiu said solemnly. Joke. 10 million. Don't miss it. Although he is rich, who would complain about having too much money? Haha, young people are really full of energy. Mayor Qingyun laughed. Then he asked someone to take out a golden medal, and he personally put it on Suqiu's chest. Suqiu, I hope you will keep up the good work. The future of mankind belongs to you young people. I hope you remember that with great ability comes great responsibility. Suqiu. This sounds so familiar. Am I Spider-Man? Yes. Mayor. Suqiu echoed. Okay, now that we've met the people and received the medals, it's time for special training. Mayor, we'll take our leave first. Olay pulled Suqiu away. Wait, where's my 10 million? Someone will transfer the money to your account. My account number is 5127888, don't make a mistake. Suqiu shouted and was dragged out of the city hall by Olay. The leaders of other hunting groups shook their heads as they watched. As expected, the members of the Bulls group are all weirdos. As rude as Olay. Take Suqiu away from the city government. Olay drove directly to the suburbs. By the way, Captain, we are going to special training. What if a strange beast appears in District 16? Suqiu asked. Don't worry, not all of our Bull group members have gone. I left some people in District 16. There are also people from other hunting groups. Olay said, holding the steering wheel with one hand. Where are we going? My home. Suqiu was a little looking forward to it. What would Ole's home look like? Then, the two of them came to a forest in the suburbs. The forest was filled with an eerie aura, and one could faintly hear some shrill ghost howls, which made one shudder. It was hard to imagine that people could actually live here. But soon Suqiu discovered that although this forest looked eerie and scary, the spiritual energy around it was extremely rich, several times that of other places. At the forest entrance, Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, and Su Xiaoshuang were also there. When they saw Suqiu coming, they hurried over. Su Xiaoshuang looked at Suqiu with admiration. "Brother, you've made it onto the Qingyun honor list." "Ah, how did you know?" "It was just announced online, and now the internet is going crazy about it." Su Xiaoshuang picked up the phone and said. Suqiu took a look. "Oh my god. He's still in his 3rd year of high school and he's already on the Qingyun honor list. Are you kidding me? This is officially released, so it shouldn't be wrong. It says that Suqiu was active in the previous case of the alien beastman experimental base, and he also has 2 SSS martial spirits, so he is given this honor. TSK Tisk, that's awesome. I dare to predict that as long as this guy doesn't die prematurely, within 10 years, my great Xiao will have another emperor. Emperor, there are only 3 of us in Daxia right now, Suqiu is very likely the 4th one. The discussion on the internet has been overwhelming. In the underground training room of the Luo family, Luo Qingxue was fighting with a Luo Long. As the patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Long was a powerful 7th-rank marquis. Not many people know this. With such a powerful marquis as a sparring partner, and the tears of the sea god, Luo Qingxue's progress was rapid, and she had just broken through to the 3rd level. After fighting for more than an hour, Luo Qingxue prepared to take a break. Luo Long looked at Luo Qingxue with satisfaction. "Xiaoxue, your progress is beyond my imagination. In 5 years, no, 3 years, you will surpass me. Whether my Luo family can become the top family in Daxia depends on you." Although the Luo family is not weak in Daxia now, there is still a certain gap compared to those forces with several marquises or even kings in charge. But Luo Long believes that Luo Qingxue will definitely surpass them in the future. Become a figure at the level of the Queen of Daxia, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 3 great emperors. I will try my best. Luo Qingxue nodded. Growing up in the Luo family, she was naturally willing to do something for the Luo family. But in addition to helping the Luo family become a top family, she also wants to catch up with Suqiu, defeat him, and marry him into the family. Thinking of this, Luo Qingxue felt a little excited. "Miss, please take a look at the Qingyun honor list." At this time, the butler walked into the underground training room. "Honor list? What's wrong?" Luo Qingxue curiously picked up her phone and opened the honor list to take a look, only to see an extra name on it. The owner of 2 SSS martial spirits, Suqiu. She gasped slightly. How did he get on the honor roll? Read it carefully. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. Stop the 6th-level warrior Zhang Long and severely injure him. He is actually so powerful. Luo Qingxue was silent for a moment. Luo Long on the side was secretly shocked. Then he looked at Luo Qingxue with some worry, wondering if his daughter would be devastated. He is indeed the man I have chosen. Luo Qingxue smiled, then stood up and walked to the training ground. Said to Luo Long, "I'm taking a break, Dad, let's do it again." "Ah, Xiaoxue, you just rested for a while." "It's okay. Some people are already far ahead of me. How can I stand still?" Luo Qingxue's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. "Oh. Damn it, damn it." In a dark alley, a figure was roaring continuously. Looking at the photo of Suqiu in the phone, his eyes were full of resentment. There were flashes of red light in his eyes, like a wild beast dominated by hatred. This man was none other than Zhang Yunjie, who was on the wanted list. The owner of an SS martial spirit who originally had a bright future. But at this moment, he was like a rat crossing the street, not daring to show his face. "It's all your fault that I ended up like this. Suqiu, I must kill you, kill you." Zhang Yunjie growled. He never thought at all, if the Zhang family had not conducted inhumane experiments on alien beastmen, would the Zhang family have been wiped out by the hunting group? Will Zhang Long be caught? No. He wouldn't think so at all. To a self-centered person, it's everyone else's fault. Especially Suqiu. If he hadn't intercepted his father, how could his father have been caught? If the other party did not have twin SSS martial souls, how could he try to gain power with the help of the alien beastman experiments out of jealousy? Now I have become a pariah, while the other party has made it to the Qingyun honor list. Why? Why? Just when Zhang Yunjie was feeling angry, an old man in a white coat walked out from behind him, and Zhang Yunjie immediately became alert. After seeing who it was, he said in surprise, "It's you, Dr. Wang." The other party was none other than the doctor from the Orc experimental base. Unexpectedly, the other party also escaped. Dr. Wang looked at Zhang Yunjie and smiled. "Master Zhang, now that you have fallen to this point, have you ever thought about taking revenge on the high-ranking officials in Qingyun City?" "I do. I think about it even in my dreams. Especially Su Qiu, I want to cut him into pieces and make him die a miserable death." Zhang Yunjie growled. "Oh, in that case, then join us." "You?" "Yes, we are the Demonic Heaven Sect." The Demonic Heaven Sect, one of the most notorious demonic sects in Daxia. Over the years, no one knows how much trouble it has caused within Daxia. Zhang Yunjie had heard of this sect, but he never imagined that Dr. Wang, who had been working for the Zhang family, was actually a member of this sect. But when he thought about his current fate, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, as long as I can gain the power of revenge, I am willing to join." "Very good, Master. You will become my most perfect work." Dr. Wang smiled slightly. Suburbs. Su Qiu took a look at the honor list and was amazed. "I didn't expect the authorities to act so quickly. I just received the medal and now I'm on the list." "Okay, enough nonsense, let the special training begin. First, you must cross this forest and get to your residence in the center of the forest. Lao Zhao and I will be waiting for you there." Olay said, and then took Zhao Xiaoyun into the forest. Seeing this, Lin Jian said calmly, "Should we escape now?" He had just finished speaking. Olay's voice came from the forest, "By the way, there are basically no vehicles passing by here. If you want to escape and I catch you, I will let you experience the weight of my sky tooth rod." Everyone swallowed. After looking at each other, they could only walk towards the forest. But before he had taken a few steps, he heard rustling sounds all around. A huge vine sprang out from all directions, tied up Lin Jian and hung him in midair. He quickly took out the storm sword and cut the vine. But the vines around are one after another. They approached them like a swarm of snakes. "What are these? Do these trees move by themselves?" Su Qiu tore a vine that was thrown at him with a gun, and the knowledge of exotic beasts he had learned over the years emerged in his mind. These are first-level plant-based exotic beasts, green devil vines. They parasitize on some big trees and absorb nutrients from the trees to grow. Also, don't get entangled by them, they are very strong. Once entangled, even steel bars may be bent by them. Fire, they are afraid of fire. Who among you knows fire-attributed martial arts? I'll do it. At this time, a member of the bull group came out, shouted loudly, and blasted fireballs with his hands. B-level martial arts, fire cloud palm. Boom, boom, boom. The flames exploded. Force the green devil vines to retreat. The group continued to go deeper into the forest. Then I saw huge flowers. Su Qiu swallowed his saliva and said, "If I'm not mistaken, these should be the second-level plant-type alien beastman-eating plants." Just as he finished speaking, a muffled groan came from the side. "You guessed right, save me." Lin Jian saw that half of his body had been stuffed into the mouth of a giant carnivorous plant, and Zhao Kiki next to him hurriedly went over to pull it out. But the carnivorous plants around them had awakened and rushed towards them, with their buds opening wide, juicy mouths. Everyone killed their way forward. But this is just the beginning. First-level exotic green devil vines, second-level exotic man-eating flowers, second-level exotic hunting grass, third-level exotic blood peony, third-level exotic seven-leaf sword grass. Most of the plant-based monsters that Su Qiu had seen in books could actually be found here, and they had overcome many obstacles along the way, becoming exhausted and out of breath, and their minds were extremely nervous. No one knows whether the seemingly unremarkable grass or flower next to it is some terrifying beast. How terrible! How terrible! The leader actually lives in a place like this. Doesn't she have to fight these plant-based monsters every time she comes back? No wonder the leader is so strong. There is actually such a place in the suburbs of Qingyun City. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a psychic zone. Su Qiu said. Everyone looked at him. They now realize how powerful the third middle school god is. The strange beasts they didn't know, the knowledge they didn't know. They popped out of Su Qiu's mouth one by one. Well, the psychic zone, as the name suggests, is a place where spiritual energy gathers. Such places often give rise to some abnormalities due to the high concentration of spiritual energy. These plant-based beasts in the forest should be born from the high concentration of spiritual energy, Su Qiu said. I see. Yeah, I heard about the psychic zone, but I can't remember it right away. I've been out for so long, I should have returned this knowledge to the school a long time ago. Hee hee, I'll make sure none of you guys stop studying. Everyone suddenly realized. The group continued to go deeper into the forest. Sudden. The ground in front of them suddenly shook, and a huge tree rose up from the ground and stood up. There were patterns on the trunk that resembled a human face, and then it rushed towards them, waving its thick branches. Su Qiu took a breath of cold air. A fourth-level plant-based monster, the war treeman. The leader is too cruel. He even arranged for a fourth-level monster to be sent. Everyone swallowed a sip of water and dodged several attacks from the war tree people. Then Lin Jian shouted and rushed forward, swung the storm sword in his hand, but it landed on the tree man with a clanging sound of metal. This tree man's body is actually invulnerable to swords and guns. Look at me, fire cloud palm. The fire-attributed member of the bull group blasted out with a palm. Spiritual energy gathered to form a big fireball. But the explosion directly dispersed on the body of the war tree man, and it most only burned a few leaves of the opponent, without causing much damage at all. Now even the fire that restrains the wood attribute is useless. The fire cloud palm hit the war treeman repeatedly, but did not cause much damage to it. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Martial spirit, martial arts, exotic beasts. Most of them are divided by attributes. Attribute restraint is an extremely important part of combat. This war treeman, no matter how you look at it, is a plant-type monster with wood attributes. And the most suitable attribute to fight against the wood attribute is the fire attribute. But now, the fire attribute has no effect on this war treeman. One can imagine the power of this war treeman. The captain is too cruel. This must be a fourth-level monster. They've arranged for the fourth-level monsters. Wow, how scary. The branches of the war treeman swept out. The member of the bull team who performed the fire cloud palm was knocked flying directly, with a crackling sound, as if all his bones were broken. Everyone was stunned. Too cruel. Seeing this, Su Qiu rushed out with an alloy spear in hand. Thunder King Spear. His current cultivation level is at the upper third level. But the Thunder King Spear is an A-level martial art, and it is an A-level martial art that has reached perfection. The power of this spear is no less than that of the fourth level. Bang. War is like a big hole being blasted out in a person's body. Then he fell to the ground with a groan. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but smile. Well, you are indeed Su Qiu. Haha, this Thunder King Spear move is beautiful. Brother is awesome. Everyone cheered for Su Qiu. But then, there were bursts of vibrations coming from the surrounding jungle, and then one after another, the war tree men stood up. There are so many of them, there are actually 7 or 8. 7 or 8 fourth-level strange beasts besieged everyone. There was even a war treeman's aura among them, whose size was larger than the previous treeman, and it was a fourth-level upper grade one. Everyone in the bull group swallowed a small sip of water. Captain. You want to kill someone? Help. Su Qiu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Now he finally understood why the members of the bulls looked so desperate when they mentioned participating in Olay's training. The other party really dares to be ruthless. If you are not careful, you may really lose your life. Su Qiu, cooperate with me. Lin Jian said yes loudly. He took out his martial soul, the storm sword, and rushed towards the strongest war treeman, with the sword in his hand emitting bursts of light. There are war tree people who want to stop him. But before he could make a move, Suchio moved. The alloy spear in his hand stabbed out, lightning and thunder flashed. The power of the Thunder King spear completely explodes. Zhao Kiki also let out a low roar, picked up an axe, and chopped at a war tree man, knocking it to the ground. She carried an axe, stood on the remains of the war tree men and said, "Look at how cowardly you are. Look at Suchio, he has only been in our bowls for a short time and has such a record, and he has already made it to the honor list. Don't you know shame? Cheer up, everyone. Aren't they just a few fourth-level monsters? Beat them up." When everyone heard her words and looked at Suchio, who was holding a spear and knocking down several war treemen, the corners of their mouths twitched. There is still a difference between us and those who hang on the wall. But as the seniors of the bulls, they certainly felt a little uncomfortable seeing a newcomer acting so powerful in front of them. We, the bulls, didn't get to where we are today by relying on new talents. We can't rely on the newcomers, but we definitely can't hold them back. Come on, everyone. Suchio, let me help you. Wow, the war treeman is awesome. Look at my fire cloud palm. The fighting in the forest was in full swing. Look deeper into the forest. In a villa next to a lake, Olay was holding a bottle of wine and drinking it in sips, while Zhao Xiaoyun was sitting next to her reading a book. Occasionally, he heard the noise coming from the forest and smiled. "How many war tree men have you deployed? Aren't you afraid of any accidents? Don't worry, this amount of force won't kill them. Besides, don't you have you here?" Olay grinned. "I am very confident in Zhao Xiaoyun's abilities." "Oh." Zhao Xiaoyun smiled and said nothing. I don't know how long it took. As evening approached, Suchio, Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian and others supported each other and walked to the door of the villa in a panic. "Woo-woo, we're finally here. I almost thought I was going to die in the forest. So scary." Olay came up with a bottle of wine, looked at Suchio and the others and said loudly, 4 hours. It took you 4 hours to get here. Among the people I've trained before, you're the worst. Suchio. Zhao Kiki. Lin Jian. Everyone, I really want to hit someone. But I can't beat him. Captain, can the lecture wait a little longer? How about we let Sister Zhao treat us first? Lin Jian said cautiously. You want treatment, right? Sure, let's go to the lake over there. Olay pointed to the lake not far away. Everyone walked over. All I saw was Zhao Xiaoyun standing on the water with her feet. Everyone watched in amazement. What kind of martial art is this? This is not a martial art, this is the use of spiritual power. When the use of spiritual power reaches the pinnacle, you can do this. Everyone looked at Zhao Xiaoyun eagerly, waiting for her treatment. Zhao Xiaoyun smiled slightly, a white light appeared on her body, and then a lotus slowly bloomed under her feet. Exudes a strong breath of life. It is the wood-attributed S-level martial soul, the flower of life. Blessing of life. Zhao Xiaoyun mobilized her spiritual power. The flower of life fell on the water, and the strong force of life was injected into the water, and the whole lake became full of vitality. This lake has been blessed by me. It has become a healing potion. You can just come in directly. Zhao Xiaoyun said. Suchio was stunned. Turning an entire lake into healing potion. That's too much. If we sell healing potions, we will be rich. Lin Jian pushed his glasses aside and said, it's not as simple as you think. The reason why this entire lake has a healing effect is because of Sister Zhao's flower of life. Once Sister Zhao puts away the flower of life, the water will turn back into ordinary water. The same will happen to the lake water without the flower of life. Suchio suddenly realized. But this cannot conceal Zhao Xiaoyun's strength. Everyone jumped into the lake to receive treatment. But soon, they discovered something was wrong. This lake looks ordinary, but it is. It's freezing cold. Once the body is touched, it feels like it is frozen into ice. What kind of water is this? Everyone couldn't stand it anymore and quickly climbed out of the water. Olay came up at this time. He kicked everyone into the water one by one. Everyone, stay in there. There is an extremely rare cold crystal under the lake. The cold crystal has the effect of tempering the body, which will be good for you. Woo, it's too cold. I'm going to freeze to death. With Lao Zhao's flower of life watching over you, you won't die. Olay smiled, then took out the mace and stood by the lake. Besides, if you don't want to freeze, then come up and let me smash you to death. Everyone lost their temper. Although I was freezing in the water, at least I was still alive. Go up and fight with Olay. They don't have the guts. Inside the icy lake, everyone was shivering with cold. If it weren't for the support of Zhao Xiaoyun's flower of life, several of them would have been stunned by the cold. Su Qiu was in the lake, feeling the cold air entering his body. If it was just pure cold air, it would definitely cause harm to the body. However, this cold air is very special. There is a breath of life mixed in the cold air. While the cold air destroys the body, the breath of life repairs the body, making the repaired body stronger than before. Destroy, repair, destroy again, repair again. In this cycle, Su Qiu feels that her physical fitness has improved significantly. Looking at Olay standing by the lake, carrying a mace, he suddenly felt an impulse in his heart. Why don't he go up and fight with the leader? He has always wanted to know how strong Olay is. The other party dared to beat Xi Xiaoho. The attitude of the leaders of the 20 hunting groups towards him was full of dissatisfaction and fear. Obviously it is also because of Olay's strength. It seemed that he sensed Su Qiu's thoughts. Select reappear. Bite. As a warrior, you have a heart that wants to challenge the strong. Facing Olay, who is far stronger than you, you have the following choices. 1. Stay in the icy lake and practice honestly, don't go up there to get bullied. Reward, double your physical fitness. 2. The strong will draw their swords to fight against the stronger. Don't be afraid even if it's the leader. Anyway, Olay won't kill you, go up and challenge her. Reward, physical fitness is enhanced tenfold. Su Qiu chose the second one without hesitation. He walked slowly from the lake to the lakeside, and seeing his movements, everyone couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Su Qiu, what are you going to do? Su Qiu, you are so brave, do you really want to practice with the leader? Come on, Su Qiu. Down with the leader. Overthrow the leader's tyranny. Some people were surprised. Some people enjoy watching the fun. And Olay noticed the burning fighting spirit in Su Qiu's eyes, her eyes narrowed slightly, and then she couldn't help but grinned, you want to fight me? This moment, Su Qiu suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. He is like a little lamb being stared at by a tiger. He was almost frightened into retreating into the lake. But he just took a step back, then gritted his teeth and took several steps forward, rushing directly to the shore. Captain, please teach me. Ha ha ha, good. Boy, you have guts. Olay was a little excited. A figure holding a mace flashed in front of Su Qiu, and then smashed him with the mace directly, so fast that Su Qiu almost couldn't react. He quickly raised his spear to block. Bang. The alloy spear in his hand bent directly, and the huge force knocked him flying. He slid for dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. So fast. So strong. The spear in Su Qiu's hand was vibrating and buzzing. You know, he has the Kunping martial spirit in his body. His speed was far beyond that of people at the same level, but even so, he almost didn't react, which shows how terrifying Olay's strength is. Good boy, you have already defeated half of the bulls since you were able to block this stick. Olay walked slowly towards Su Qiu carrying the mace. But from Su Qiu's perspective, Olay is no longer a human being. Instead, it was a war beast that exuded a pitch-black aura, as if it had walked out of a battlefield. It was terrifying, appalling, and horrifying. A strong sense of oppression rushed towards him like a tide, and he was like a boat swaying in a storm, which could be overturned at any time. This feeling of oppression is too abnormal. This is definitely not spiritual pressure, but another kind of force that seems to be directly attacking the spiritual will. Su Qiu swallowed. He believed that, not to mention a third-level warrior like him. Now, even a fourth-level or even fifth-level warrior might not be able to stand steadily in front of Olay, let alone take action. On the lake, Zhao Xiaoyun noticed something, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. I didn't expect this kid would actually make Olay want to fight. Su Xiaoshuang also asked Queen Qiongxiao curiously, what do you mean by fighting spirit? Is it very powerful? Well, the fighting spirit I'm talking about is not an adjective, but a real power. This power can strike at the spiritual will, and when it reaches a certain level, it can even distort reality. This kind of power can only be honed in countless battlefields, and the chance is very small. But those who can master the will to fight are all rare fighting geniuses without exception. They were born to fight. They died to fight. Fighting is an instinct engraved in their bones. And this Olay in front of us is this type of warrior. Her martial soul talent may not be top-notch, but her talent and will in fighting are definitely more precious than most martial soul talents. It was the first time that Su Xiaoshuang heard Empress Qiongxiao speak so highly of someone, and she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, she really deserves to be the big sister. Aren't you worried about your brother? Don't worry, big sister won't really hurt me, and I believe in my brother, he won't lose easily. Empress Qiongxiao was speechless. One is at the 3rd level, and the other is at the 7th level who has mastered the will to fight. I don't know where you get your confidence from. By the lake. Su Qiu felt the boiling fighting spirit in Olay, and with a low shout, he took the lead in attacking. His spear turned into a flash of lightning and shot out. There was a hint of strangeness in Olay's eyes. Faced with her will to fight, I still have the courage to take the first step. This kid has the fighting instinct in his bones. In the future, he will be able to master the fighting spirit like himself. Thinking of this, Olay became more and more excited. She looked at Su Qiu as if he were a fellow human being, and smashed the mace in her hand at Su Qiu's spear. With a bang, Su Qiu was knocked back again. Olay continued to attack. The mace was swung continuously, and Su Qiu was not willing to be outdone. He swung his spear like a dragon, and used the Thunder King spear to the fullest. Bang, bang, bang. The spear and the wolf-sheep stick kept colliding, creating sparks from the friction. Olay clearly realized that Su Qiu's strength and speed were constantly increasing during the battle, and his growth rate was astonishingly fast. This surprised her very much. Could it be that this kid has been hiding his abilities all along? You bring me more and more surprises. Su Qiu, recruiting you into the bulls was the wisest decision I ever made. Ol laughed. Su Qiu was constantly increasing his strength, and so was she. Su Qiu, aren't you able to combine your spirits? Use it and let me see it. Olay said expectantly. Hearing this, Su Qiu shouted, White Tiger, Thunder Dragon. A light shout. The two martial spirits, White Tiger and Thunder Dragon, appeared together. With a roar in the air, it merged into Su Qiu's body. With Zhao Xiaoyun around, he was not afraid that the fusion of his martial souls would put a burden on his body. After all, the other party would definitely be able to save him. The martial souls merged, and abundant power once again filled Su Qiu's whole body. Captain, be careful. Su Qiu grinned. In this state, he can even beat a 6th-level warrior. Brat. I'm afraid your two martial spirits aren't enough. Olay carried the mace without any fear. The fusion of martial souls is an ability that only 7th-level Marquis Masters can use. Of course Ol will too. However, she would not use such a trick against Su Qiu. After all, she was only at the 7th level. It would be a huge loss if she had to combine her spirits to deal with Su Qiu. Not to mention Su Qiu, she might not even use it even if Zi Xiaoho came. Su Qiu fused the two martial spirits of White Tiger and Thunder Dragon. The characteristics of the two martial spirits gradually emerged on his body. A word, King, appeared on the forehead. There were arcs of electricity interweaving on his body, making crackling sounds. Next second, his figure flashed and disappeared like a ray of lightning. After coming in front of Olay, he suddenly stabbed out with the spear in his hand. As powerful as a dragon, extremely domineering. Olay stood where she was, then reached out with her big hand and actually caught the spear that was thrusting towards her with her own hand. The flashing electric light from the gun scorched her palm, but she still didn't let go, grinning, Boy, you're too slow. When she grabbed Su Qiu, she hit him with a stick. Bang. Su Qiu seemed to be hit by a mountain. He flew out and crashed into the forest, knocking down countless large trees. Strange plant-like beasts surrounded him from all directions. But the next second, it was torn to pieces by the lightning that exploded from his body. He looked at Olay, who was not far away, and complained, "Captain, you are too cruel. You broke all my bones. On the battlefield, do you want your enemies to show you mercy?" Olay said, her fighting spirit rising again. "Keep your feet slightly bent." Rushing out like a cannonball, before Suchio could react, the opponent appeared in front of him. His pupils shrank and he blocked the attack with his spear. Clank, clank, clank. Blocked several attacks in succession. But Ol was too fast. It was so fast that the thick mace left behind a lot of afterimages. Too slow. Is this the only strength of an SSS-level martial soul fusion? Suchio, can you be a little more powerful and let me have more fun? Ol said loudly. Everyone in the lake swallowed their saliva as they watched the battle. This is totally not on the same level as them. This is not good. It seems the leader is a little over the top. TSK, Suchio is not going to be beaten to death, right? Don't worry, Sister Zhao is here, you won't die. Suchio, who used the combination of his two martial spirits, was severely beaten. This made him feel a little frustrated. Damn, he really is worthy of being the leader, he is so powerful and brutal. Suchio sighed secretly. He almost suspected that Olay was the strongest warrior in Qingyun City. The key is, Olay has twin martial souls. She is currently only using the A-level spirit, the Sky Tooth Stick, and she still has an A-level spirit, the Azure Bowl Demon, that she has yet to use. It's just an A-level spirit, but I feel that even an SS-level spirit of the same realm would be beaten by her. She's so strong. Suchio was amazed. Olay's strength is not reflected in her martial spirit. But it's her amazing fighting ability. Martial arts, fighting spirit, fighting instinct. All of them have reached an impeccable level. Looking at Olay, who was shouting at him to speed up, Suchio gritted his teeth and said, "You want speed, right? Then come on." A black gold light shot up into the sky from his body. SSS-level martial spirit, Kuanping. Kuanping appeared and merged into Suchio's body. Behind him, a pair of dark golden wings suddenly spread out. His figure flashed and his speed increased 3 times. The spears kept thrusting out, and the spear light swept across like raindrops. Olay also danced wildly with the mace. The aftermath of the fight between the two tore the surrounding trees into pieces. Even if a 4th-level war treeman was involved, he would die tragically in the next second. The entire forest was almost razed to the ground by the battle between the two. If the war breaks out in the city, wouldn't it tear down several streets? Lin Jian swallowed and said. It was unknown how long the battle lasted, but in the end, even with the combined power of 3 SSS-level martial spirits, Suchio was still knocked unconscious. Olay carried him back and threw him into the lake. Zhao Xiaoyun's Flower of Life ability was activated to repair Suchio's injuries. She checked and said in amazement, "Captain, you are a bit cruel. 5 or 6 bones are broken. If it weren't for me, he would have to lie down for 10 days or half a month." Ol didn't say anything. Standing by the lake in silence. Zhao Xiaoyun noticed something was wrong and asked the others to go into the villa to rest. She walked up to Olay and asked, "What's wrong?" She found Olay's body was actually trembling slightly. She stared at the unconscious Suchio, her eyes flashing with a ferocious look like a wild beast, as if she wanted to continue fighting with Suchio. No, or rather, fight. Zhao Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly slapped Olay on the head. "He is only a 3rd-level warrior, you really got carried away." Olay gradually returned to normal. She looked at her slightly trembling hands. "Old Zhao, do you know? When I was fighting him just now, I almost couldn't control myself several times and wanted to really fight him. During the battle, his strength, speed, and reaction have been constantly improving, as if he has evolved in the battle. This kind of talent makes me so excited that my whole body is shaking. Old Zhao, just wait and see. Within 5 years, no. Within 3 years, he will be at the top of the world." Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes at Olay, who was looking fanatical. Since you know how powerful he is, can't you restrain yourself a little? If you kill him by accident, wouldn't that mean that Daxia will lose a future strongman? Hey, he was born for battle just like me. If he was killed like this, it would only mean that I made a mistake. Olay grinned, clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and completely suppressed her boiling fighting spirit. I'll wait. When he reaches the top of the world, I will definitely fight him with all my strength. Oh, you violent girl. Zhao Xiaoyun curled her lips. I don't know how much time passed. Su Qiu woke up. Looking at the strange ceiling, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seems that he fainted due to the fusion of his martial spirits before, and then he stayed in the treatment room when he woke up. This is, it should be the captain's villa. Su Qiu looked around. The room was huge. But it is very monotonous and has no decoration. He felt his body and didn't feel anything serious. It was obvious that he had been treated carefully by Zhao Xiaoyun. Recalling the previous battle with Olay. My 3 martial souls have all merged, although it only lasted for less than 3 minutes. But within those 3 minutes, I could fight even a 7th rank marquis. But I couldn't even force out the captain's 2nd martial soul. Captain Olay, you are really awesome. Su Qiu even suspected that the other party might be more than level 7. Even if he is really at level 7, he must be a genius who can challenge opponents of higher levels. Bang. At this moment, the door of the room was kicked open. Olay walked in carelessly. Su Qiu. How long are you going to sleep? Get up and train. Su Qiu glanced at the door that was kicked away and the corner of his mouth twitched. Captain, you must have spent a lot of money on decoration. No matter how good the house is, it can't withstand what you build. Don't talk nonsense to me, come and train with me. Olay said, and walked up to Su Qiu, holding his collar and carrying him out of the villa like a chicken. Su Qiu saw that at the edge of the lake, everyone was wearing swimsuits and swimming in the lake, and Su Xiaoshuang was among them. Look at Zhao Kiki, Zhao Xiaoyun, and Wang Yan again. Wearing a bikini, her curvy figure, straight thighs, and white skin look so delicate in the sun that they seem to be as delicate as a baby's. Su Qiu's eyes lit up. Captain, is today's training swimming? Although the water in the ice lake is freezing cold. But Su Qiu is different now. After yesterday's battle, his physical fitness improved tenfold. Not afraid at all. This is their training, it has nothing to do with you. Ol said calmly. Then he continued to carry Su Qiu and walked towards the other end of the lake. Su Qiu looked at the beautiful Zhao Kiki, Zhao Xiaoyun, and Wang Yan who were getting further and further away from him, and felt a little sorry. After all, everyone loves beauty. Who doesn't like to look at beautiful women? Olay carried Su Qiu to a base, which was made of cast steel. Olay came to the gate, entered the password and opened the gate. That moment. Su Qiu's hair suddenly stood on end. I felt waves of evil energy coming towards me. Looking inside the base again, it was pitch black, as if there were pairs of green eyes staring at him, mixed with bursts of low growls. Su Qiu swallowed his saliva and said, Captain, this is my pet base. Ol smiled. Su Qiu suddenly remembered that Wang Yan once said that Olay had her own pet base, but the pets inside were all kinds of exotic beasts. Just look at the first mission he encountered after joining the bull group. The 2nd-level alien beast, the venomous Fang dog, was captured from the opponent's pet base. Captain, let's go here. Su Qiu hadn't finished speaking yet. The whole person was thrown into the base by Olay. Next second. The gate is closed. Su Qiu was confused. What the hell? The lights in the base were on, and the scene that came into view made him gasp. There were cages in the base, and in the cages were locked up ferocious beasts, saber-toothed tigers, storm wolves, black phosphorus snakes, snake leopards, and so on. The lowest level is also level 2. There are even quite a few 4th-level creatures among them. The venomous dog that Su Qiu had seen before looks like a chihuahua here. At this moment, these strange beasts were drooling and staring at Su Qiu. It's like looking at a delicious meal. Su Qiu. There are 100 strange beasts here. Defeat them all and I will let you out, but you cannot use your spirit fusion ability. Although this ability is powerful, it has significant side effects on you now, and you are still in the growth stage. If you rely too much on this ability, it will cause immeasurable losses to your growth. Ole's words came through the loudspeakers in the base. Suchio thought about it and felt that there was some truth in it. Although the combination of martial souls is powerful, it is just a trump card for him at this stage. Don't use it casually unless it is absolutely necessary. But looking at the 100 strange beasts in front of him, Suchio swallowed his saliva, without using the martial soul fusion. Captain, you want me to deal with the 100 strange beasts here? You think too highly of me. He is only at the upper 3rd level. But here, there are quite a few 4th level exotic beasts. Believe in yourself and squeeze out your potential. If this is your limit, then surpass it for me. Beyond the limits. It's not that easy. If the limit is so easy to surpass, it wouldn't be called the limit. Suchio rolled his eyes. But at this moment, there were bursts of dripping sounds coming from all around. 100 cages containing strange beasts were opened. Hundreds of ferocious beasts. Out of the cage. Suchio took out his spear and immediately entered combat mode. Struggle hard, you little brat. I won't help you. If you die, I won't collect your body. Just wait to become the feces of these strange beasts. Ole said with a laugh. Suchio understood that Ole was probably not joking. If I really can't bear it, the other party really won't take action. If you want to defeat these 100 beasts without using the spirit fusion, there is only one way, as Ole said. That's beyond the limit. Roar. A ferocious leopard pounced towards Suchio. Fuck. Captain, when I become stronger than you, I will beat you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you. Suchio roared and also went forward. In a room on the other side, Ole smiled slightly as she watched Suchio fighting with the monster on the screen. That's something I'm really looking forward to. Besides, I've been wandering the streets since I was a child. I'm an orphan. My mother has long since disowned me. Inside the base, the roars of strange beasts and the crackling of thunder and lightning were endless. With a spear in hand, Suchio charged into the herd of strange beasts. Although he is very powerful and can challenge the 4th level monsters, and even the best 4th level monsters, there are no less than 24th level monsters here. He wanted to eliminate them one by one in the siege. To others, it is simply an impossible thing. Suchio had a clear understanding of his own strength. If he fought head-on, it wouldn't take long for him to be covered in bruises. At that time, I can only use the ability of soul fusion. But if that happens, I won't be considered to have passed Ole's training. He is a strong-willed person. I said I would never use my spirit fusion ability if I didn't use it. You can't fight head-on, you have to use your brain. Suchio glanced at all the strange beasts in the field, and the knowledge he had learned about the various strange beasts in school came to his mind one by one. Let me show you how powerful the god of the 3rd grade is. A 2nd level snake leopard beast with a snake-like tail. It is fast and good at claw attacks. Its weakness is its tail. Cut off its tail and it will collapse to the ground, unable to move. There are 12 of them in total. Venomous Fang Dog, a 2nd level alien beast, can spray venom. There are 8 of them. There are so many alien beasts here, we can use its poison to affect other alien beasts. Saber-toothed tiger, a 3rd level beast, with teeth as sharp as swords, great strength, and a body that is invulnerable to swords and guns, but slower than other beasts of the same level. The storm wolf is a 4th level monster. It is as fast as the wind and can condense wind blades to attack the opponent. It's quite tricky. The phantom leopard is a 4th tier exotic beast, and a rare dark-type exotic beast. It can hide in the shadows and wait for an opportunity to attack the opponent. It is hard to guard against. We must find an opportunity to deal with it first. The information about the exotic beasts present flashed through Suchio's mind. Quickly formulate strategies based on their levels, strengths, and weaknesses. He wielded his spear like a dragon. He overturned, defeated, or killed each strange beast. Ole watched the battle on the screen, her eyes flickering with deep admiration. In such a short time, you quickly formulated a battle plan based on the weaknesses of the alien beasts, and turned the knowledge you learned into combat power visible to the naked eye. Haha, the god of the 3rd grade is worthy of his reputation. He is not the kind of nerd who only knows how to study but can't show his abilities on the battlefield. It was a beautiful fight, with courage and wisdom. Roaring sounds continued to be heard from the pet base. Outside the base, Su Xiaoshuang, Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian, and others gathered together, listening to the noise coming from inside, and shuddered. TSK, the captain is so cruel. How many strange beasts are there in here? The captain actually threw him in like this. Although we are not afraid of someone getting killed with Sister Zhao here, this is too bold. Hey, training under the captain, escaping death is commonplace, but this time the captain was indeed a little more ruthless to Su Qiu. Everyone gathered around the pet base and talked about it. Olay walked over, looked at everyone and said, "What are you all doing here? Don't you want to train anymore?" "Big sister, we have adapted to the temperature of the ice lake." Su Xiaoshuang stood up and said proudly. Although her cultivation was the weakest among those present, she had great talent and was secretly guided by Empress Qiongxiao. His progress is the fastest among everyone present. In a short period of time, he had adapted to the temperature of the ice lake. Olay looked at her unexpectedly, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Not bad, not bad. Just like her brother, they are both monsters. But then her expression straightened up. Do you think you can just adapt to the temperature of the ice lake? How naive. Follow me. Everyone looked at her back and looked at each other in confusion. What is the captain planning to do? I have a bad feeling. Everyone has a certain understanding of Olay. The opponent will definitely not let them have an easy time during training. They will definitely find ways to torture them. I saw Olay walked into the villa and pulled out a box. Coin. Everyone was stunned. Does the other party still want to give them money? Then, Olay threw the box of coins into the air above the icy lake, and then swung her stick, and the box exploded with a bang. A large number of coins were scattered and fell into the icy lake. I just threw out a total of 1,000 coins. I want you to fish these 1,000 coins out of the icy lake before sunset. Everyone gasped. The deeper you go in the icy lake, the colder it gets. Not only that, the deeper the water, the higher the water pressure. Asking them to go deep into the icy lake and salvage 1,000 coins is much more difficult than adapting to the temperature of the icy lake. I knew the leader would never let us off easily. Everyone swallowed. Oh, by the way, there is one more condition. Each of you can only salvage 1 coin at a time. Ol added. Everyone's faces became even more bitter. Can you only salvage 1 at a time? What this means is that they have to go deep into the bottom of the lake again and again. It is already very difficult to go deep once, and going back and forth again and again is repeatedly torturing their physical strength, endurance, and willpower. Captain, we can't do this. Wang Yan felt like crying but had no tears. Sorry, these 3 words are not in the dictionary of the Bull Group. Olay took out the mace and grinned, get down here. Boom. Olay's spiritual power exploded, and the terrifying spiritual pressure swept out like a hurricane. Everyone ran towards the ice lake with mournful faces. Thump thump thump. One by one, everyone jumped into the ice lake and went to the bottom of the lake to salvage coins. But after going back and forth 2 or 3 times, everyone was a little out of breath, lying on the lakeside to catch their breath, and even worse, their faces turned pale. Olay stood in front of them, grinning, are you tired? Tired, tired, this is our limit. Then go beyond the limit for me. You bastards. Olay kicked one at a time, kicking the people resting on the lakeshore back into the lake. Zhao Xiaoyun watched from the side and smiled helplessly. If other groups saw your special training, they would definitely complain about your inhumanity. Hey, there is no humanity on the battlefield, only animality. Ol grinned. She looked at Zhao Xiaoyun. Besides, you are still here, right? With you here, these bastards won't die. What should I be afraid of? That's right. Although Olay is crazy, she is not so crazy that she does not take human life seriously. On the contrary, she cherishes every member of her group. It's because of Zhao Xiaoyun. Only then did she dare to train the members of the bull group to death. If Olay, who trains everyone, is absolutely bestial and wild, then Zhao Xiaoyun is her humanity. Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and said, with a team leader like you, I will be exhausted sooner or later. No matter what, you have to give me a raise. It's okay to give you my share. Ol laughed. She didn't care about money. Time passes. Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, and others didn't know how many times they had gone deep into the ice lake. Thanks to their efforts, a small pile of coins gradually appeared by the lake. Su Xiaoshuang dragged herself out of the lake, placed a silver coin on the pile of coins, and then lay on the ground with a pale face and trembling body. Zhao Xiaoyun went forward to treat her with a trace of heartache on her face. Xiaoshuang, take a break. No, no. The big sister said that we have to go beyond the limit. Don't listen to that crazy woman's nonsense. Does she really think everyone is as crazy as her? Zhao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. Let me get a few more. You're trying too hard. Zhao Xiaoyun said with concern. Su Xiaoshuang looked in the direction of the alien beast base. She knew that her brother was fighting with a large number of alien beasts that she could not contend with. If I don't try my best, I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up with my brother. After saying that, she patted her little cheek. With a splash, he dived into the water again. Olay walked over, looked at the water and chuckled. I said this girl is just my type. She's hardworking enough. She'll definitely be at the top in the future. It's you who has led people astray. Zhao Xiaoyun said while holding her forehead. Time passes. The sun is setting. There are more and more coins on the lakeside. Until the sun went down, no one had salvaged all the coins. Lin Jian counted them. 817 pieces, 183 pieces to go. They looked at Olay, feeling a little nervous. The other person walked up with a cold face, his hands folded, and threw all the coins back into the lake. Everyone was stunned to see the coins they had fished out for an afternoon being thrown away. Olay, you won't ask them to go back and fish it out, right? It's better to kill them. 10 push-ups for each. That's 1,830. Do them now. After you're done, go back and eat, take a shower, and rest. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. 1,830 push-ups. That sounds like a lot. But it's much better than going back to fish for the coins again. And you can rest after you finish. This whole day of torture is over. They felt like crying. Woo woo woo, the leader still has some humanity. Great, I can finally rest. Hurry up and finish it, and take a rest. Everyone stepped up to do push-ups. Squeezing out the last bit of strength from the body. Bang. At this time, the gate of the pet base in the distance slowly opened. Everyone looked over and saw a bloody figure walking out. Behind him were a group of strange beasts lying on the ground, unable to move. Su Qiu had a terrifying aura, like a god of war returning from the battlefield. He looked at Olay not far away and grinned. I succeeded. I defeated all 100 alien beasts. Su Qiu walked out of the pet base. An extremely strong murderous aura emanated from his body. Like a general returning from the battlefield, he stood with gun in hand, grinned at everyone, and then fell silent. Olay and a few others hurried forward to check, only to find that the other person was standing there motionless with his eyes closed. He had actually fainted while standing. Everyone was amazed. My goodness, you can get dizzy even when standing. I'm really exhausted. He really defeated all of these 100 strange beasts. Nyopai. Everyone hurriedly brought Su Qiu back to the villa. Let Zhao Xiaoyun treat the other party. Night. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they began to rest and lie on their beds. Everyone felt like they were in heaven and had an urge to cry. Finally I can rest. Woo woo woo, that's great. And the other side. Olay was watching the video of Su Qiu fighting with the alien beasts in the room. She grinned. Old Zhao, this brat not only didn't use his spirit fusion, he didn't even summon his spirit to defeat 100 alien beasts. His performance once again exceeded my expectations. Zhao Xiaoyun watched the video and rolled her eyes. The leader of the bull group is already a lunatic, and now, there's another little lunatic. Haha, it's better to be a little crazy, it's better to be a little crazy. Ole laughed. The next day. Everyone has almost recovered. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel a little stronger than yesterday, and the spiritual power in my body has also increased a little. Yeah, I feel that way too. After resting for a whole night, everyone noticed changes in their bodies when they woke up in the morning, and the effects of the special training began to show on them. This discovery cheered them up. Although Ole's training is exaggerated and terrifying. It's almost like training them to death. But the effect is also incredibly good. They couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, they are all warriors, so of course they would be happy if their strength could be enhanced. Bang. The door of the villa was kicked open by Ole. She shouted, "Everyone get up and continue training." Zhao Xiaoyun looked at the door that was kicked away, veins throbbing on her forehead. "Can you please stop being so violent when you're calling people? Who made this door so fragile? I'll replace it with an iron one next time." Ole grinned. Then continue training everyone. Lin Jian, Zhao Kiki, Su Xiaoshuang and others continued to go down to the ice lake to fish for coins. As for Su Qiu, after he woke up, he was once again brought to the pet base by Ole. He saw that the 100 strange beasts that he had defeated with great difficulty yesterday were now lying in their cages, alive and well, staring at him. But when he saw Ole behind him, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. As if seeing some monster, he curled up in the corner. In front of Ole. They seemed to have really become pets. Haha, yesterday I asked Lao Zhao to treat these strange beasts. Now they are fine again. Come on, continue fighting them. Ole laughed. Su Qiu held up his gun and grinned, "It's a piece of cake." After yesterday's battle, he felt that he would definitely be able to do better today. "By the way, let me see your gun." "Oh, okay." Su Qiu gave the gun to Ole. But the other party took it and left, locking him up in the base. Su Qiu was stunned. Captain, my gun." "Hey, today, you can play with them with your bare hands." Ole gave him a devilish smile. As the gate of the base slowly closed, Su Qiu felt like crying but had no tears left. He had such a hard time fighting with a spear yesterday, but today he had to fight these strange beasts with his bare hands. That's too exaggerated. Ole seems to be pushing him to death. Let's fight. Looking at the strange beasts that had already been released from the cages, Su Qiu decisively took the initiative to attack. Fortunately, after yesterday's battle, he was well aware of the abilities and weaknesses of these strange beasts, which helped him a lot. After most of the day passed, he lay on the ground panting. Next to him were a bunch of strange beasts that had been knocked to the ground by him. He won once again. And the other side. Ice Lake. Su Xiaoshuang and others also successfully salvaged 1,000 coins from the lake. Everyone is making rapid progress. But Ole's training intensity is also increasing as they progress. If 1,000 coins are not enough, then 3,000. Everyone complained bitterly. The days go by. Su Qiu became more and more adept at dealing with strange beasts. He was even able to kill 100 strange beasts without any harm. This day, Ole brought him to the pet base again, but Ole did not leave. Instead, she opened another door inside the base. That door leads directly underground. Seeing this, Su Qiu suddenly had a bad feeling. He walked down. Then I saw more and stronger beasts. I forgot to tell you that this base has 5 floors in total. Except for the 5th floor, the number of exotic beasts increases by 100 with each floor. And the overall strength will also increase accordingly. When you can break through these 5 floors, this special training will be over. Ole smiled faintly. Su Qiu swallowed. 5 floors. With each level down, there are more and stronger beasts. Oh my goodness. How many strange beasts did Ole capture and lock up? Could this be where she usually trains herself? No wonder she is so strong. So crazy. Su Qiu secretly sighed, and at the same time, his fighting spirit was ignited in his heart. If the captain can do it, I can do it too. He let out a low roar and charged into the second floor. But not long after, he was fished out by Olay with bruises all over his body. "Captain, there is a fifth-level beast on the second floor." Tsuchiyo wanted to cry but had no tears. "He is only at the upper third level. Let him fight at level 5. It's too exaggerated." "Oh, yes. There are 3 level 5 beasts on the third floor, about 20 level 5 beasts on the fourth floor, and all of them on the fifth floor are level 5 beasts, and there is even a level 6 beast," Olay said with a faint smile. Tsuchiyo rolled his eyes and almost fainted. "How to fight this?" Olay held up his clothes and grinned. "Don't think you can't beat me. As I said before, find a way to surpass your limits for me." "Captain, no matter how far you push your limits, there should be a limit. Don't worry, when you reach the 5th floor, I will allow you to combine your spirits." Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up. "This way I feel more confident. By the way, after you defeat the strange beasts, you must practice with me for an extra round." "Ah." Tsuchiyo let out a strange cry. "Are you kidding me? It's tiring enough after defeating the strange beast. I still have to face the big devil Olay. I will teach you how to control your fighting spirit. Willing to fight?" Tsuchiyo's eyes lit up. Was he referring to the strange power in Olay? "Only if you master the will to fight, will you be qualified to compete for the pinnacle of martial arts." Ol said calmly. "Yes, Captain," Tsuchiyo said loudly. "Very good, very energetic. Let's get started now." Olay threw Tsuchiyo to the ground. Then he punched the other person. Tsuchiyo was covered in bruises and was tortured beyond recognition again. Zhao Xiaoyun was horrified watching from the side and was ready to treat him at any time. Fortunately, although Olay is cruel, she still knows when to act. He just broke a few of Tsuchiyo's bones and made him faint. Time passes. A month passed. 2 months passed. In the forest, Tsuchiyo is fighting with Olay. The spear in his hand flashed with electric light, with great power, and the spear shot out like a dragon. An ordinary third-level warrior would be defeated in one move when facing such an attack. But it was easily blocked by the mace in Olay's hand. "Not enough, not enough. You want to master the fighting spirit, but this level is not enough." Olay smashed out with a stick. Tsuchiyo was blown away and broke several large trees. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Xiaoyun went up to treat him and looked at Olay with a complaining look. "You guy, you always hurt people so badly. Hey, this is a grind." Then, she walked up to Tsuchiyo, thinking, "No, if this goes on, you won't be able to control your fighting spirit in a short time. You are missing a true life and death test." Tsuchiyo was stunned for a moment. "In your hands, I feel like I'm always hovering between life and death. Isn't this a true test of life and death? Although I have trained very hard, you know in your subconscious that I am not your real enemy and I will not really kill you. In this situation, it is difficult for you to truly grasp the will to fight. If you want to comprehend this thing in a short period of time, you must go through a real life and death crisis," said Olay. "If you can't master it in a short time, then take your time," Zhao Xiaoyun said as she was treating the patient. In her opinion, Tsuchiyo and Su Xiaoshuang are still big kids. She felt distressed seeing them being tortured by Olay every day. "The sooner you master it, the better. If war breaks out suddenly, the battlefield won't give you the chance to take your time," said Olay. "How can war come just like that? No one can say for sure. In addition to Daxia, there are hundreds of countries on Blue Star, big and small. Let's not talk about those small countries for now. As for the other 4 major countries that are on par with Daxia, who knows what they are thinking? Especially the United States, which tests new weapons and conducts military exercises every day and frequently interferes in the internal affairs of other countries. Who doesn't know about its wolfish ambitions? I wouldn't be surprised if he suddenly went crazy and started a war one day," Olay said with a pout. Zhao Xiaoyun was speechless for a moment. She really couldn't refute this. Some even agreed. Olay looked at Tsuchiyo and said, it seems that if I want you to quickly understand the fighting spirit, I have to rely on that guy on the 5th floor. Suchio's eyes flashed, the 6th-level beast on the 5th floor. Yes, but you'll know when you meet him. Night. Suchio was practicing in the room. He was meditating on the picture of Immortal holding the sun and the moon in his mind, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered towards him. Others noticed the strange movement of spiritual energy and tacitly stopped practicing. Suchio is practicing again. We can't compete with him for spiritual energy at all. Everyone knows that the other party has the Taotia martial spirit. So when the other party is practicing, they will stop first. Anyway, the other party will only meditate for more than an hour at most. They will practice after the other party has finished practicing. But this time, something was wrong. The other party has been practicing for 2 hours, and the endless spiritual energy is still flowing towards him, with no sign of stopping. In the room, Su Xiaoshuang held up her chin and asked, "Brother, why did you practice for so long this time? He may be about to break through." Upon hearing this, Empress Qiongxiao said calmly. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up, "Brother is going to be awesome again." Olay was not surprised by this. After being tempered by me for so long, it's time for a breakthrough. In the room, Suchio absorbed spiritual energy with all his strength to break through the bottleneck of the 4th-level warrior. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the spiritual energy in his body surged, sweeping through his limbs and bones. 4th-level warrior, breakthrough. Bite. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 4th-level warrior and awakening the 5th martial soul. Congratulations to the host for awakening the SSS-level martial spirit Ghost Kirin. Ghost Kirin. Suchio blinked. He had read the Encyclopedia of Martial Souls and seen hundreds of martial souls, but he had never heard of a martial soul like the Ghost Kirin. This is a kind of martial spirit that has never appeared before. Suchio's eyes lit up. There are thousands of martial spirits, and they vary from person to person. It is not uncommon for someone to awaken a martial spirit that they have never had before. But the one that was awakened was an SSS-level martial spirit that had never been discovered before. This was a major event that would go down in history. After all, SSS-level martial spirits have huge potential. Once it grows up, it has the power to change the world. The SSS-level martial spirit that has never been seen before represents an unknown power. No one knows what impact such power will have on the world. Suchio began to observe this new martial soul in his body. This is a qilin, but it is different from the qilin in myths and legends that represents auspiciousness. This qilin is as black as ink and exudes a gloomy and ghostly aura, but its dark golden eyes reveal a strong majesty. Like a king high above. Relevant information about Ghost Qilin emerged in Suchio's mind. Ghost Kirin, attribute, darkness. The qilin is the supreme beast among all animals. It is a symbol of good fortune and possesses the power to control the 5 elements. Moreover, the qilin is full of treasures. Its meat can prolong life, its scales can be used to make magical weapons, its blood can enhance cultivation, and its pills can give people supernatural powers. Because of this, qilin was coveted by people and suffered a devastating disaster. After the qilin was killed, the resentment continued and gathered in the dark underworld, giving rise to the Ghost Qilin, a different species among the Qilin clan. The Ghost Unicorn abandoned the power of the 5 elements and mastered the power of the netherworld due to extreme resentment, and can command all ghosts. Suchio looked at the information that appeared in his mind and was secretly surprised. The power of the underworld. Command all the ghosts. It sounds powerful. He tried to mobilize the power of the Ghost Qilin, and saw a ball of black gas appearing in his hand. This black gas combined with his own spiritual power caused his power to surge, which made him feel a little excited. If this netherworld power is combined with the White Tiger's murderous aura, his fighting power will definitely increase to a higher level. With 5 SSS-level martial spirits in hand, even though my cultivation is at the 4th level, I can easily defeat the 5th level. Even some 6th-level warriors are no match for me. If they can use their martial spirits to combine and become a 7th-level marquis, I can kill them. Suchio's self-confidence swelled unprecedentedly. He even wanted to find Olay and have another good fight now. But then he shook his head and said, "I'm a little too arrogant. The captain's strength is unfathomable. He is definitely not an ordinary 7th level marquis. Even if I advance now, I probably won't be his opponent. According to his estimation, he wanted to really fight with Olay. He has to reach level 6. And you also have to understand the fighting spirit that Olay mentioned. The next day, Suchio arrived at the gate of the pet base and started a new round of challenges. The first level, passed without any damage. Second level, passed without any damage. The third level, passed without any damage. The fourth level was a bit difficult, but I passed it easily. Those 5th level monsters on the 4th floor were no match for him at all. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the 5th floor. Compared with the previous 4 floors, the entrance to the 5th floor is an alloy door. Even before he walked in, he could feel the strong evil spirit emanating from it. It seemed as if some devil was sealed behind this door. Suchio, there are only 20 strange beasts on the 5th floor. These include 19 5th level beasts and 1 6th level beast. I allow you to use your spirit fusion ability. In addition, I will not take action in this battle. You can either kill the 6th level beast or die in there. Olay's cold voice sounded. Suchio understood. The other party wants to take advantage of this opportunity to gain the will to fight. He also knew that if Olay said she wouldn't take action, she would definitely not do it. As if Suchio's pressure wasn't great enough, Olay continued, also, yesterday, I asked Lao Zhao to go back to District 16 first. That means no one can treat you. The corner of Suchio's mouth twitched. Do you really want to make it so big? Brother, come on. If you die, I won't live either. It was Su Xiaoshuang's voice. She is also with Ol now. Hearing her words, Suchio took a deep breath. It seems that I have to pass this level. He pushed open the door to the 5th floor. I saw that the inside was extremely spacious, with alloy walls all around, and 20 birdcage-like cages hanging in the air. There are 20 strange beasts imprisoned inside. The strange beast in the middle exuded the strongest aura. It was covered with white hair and was an upright beast similar to a monkey. Suchio's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of solemnity. Among the strange beasts, there is a characteristic. That is, the more a beast looks like a human, the stronger it is. Among them, the monkey-like beasts are the most difficult to deal with. It is said that some exotic beasts can even evolve to the point of becoming humans. Like an ancient myth. Transformation. Tisk, isn't it that crazy bitch Olay who came? At this moment, the strange beast in the cage suddenly spoke. Suchio's pupils trembled slightly. This strange beast actually has intelligence. It can even speak. According to the book, this is an ability that only 7th level or even 8th level beasts have. But Olay said that this beast is only 6th level. White Demon Ape, I'm tired of having you locked up for so long. Now I can give you a chance to be free. At this time, Olay's voice came from the loudspeaker in the 5th floor base. She was obviously talking to the strange beast, the Demon Ape. Ol. When the White Demon Ape heard Olay's voice, he immediately became furious and grabbed the cage bars and roared, "You crazy woman! You brought me here and used me as a training target and tortured me for 3 years. 3 years. For the past 3 years, I have lived a life worse than death, without seeing the sun. Just wait for me, I will kill you when I get out." Kill you? Suchio couldn't help but feel a little sympathy when he saw the White Demon Ape roaring in pain. The others got scared after fighting with Olay a few times. This White Demon Ape was actually imprisoned and tortured by Olay for 3 years. TSK, how miserable. However, this also indirectly illustrates the strength of the White Demon Ape. Otherwise, given Olay's personality, why would she lock him up and train him for 3 years? Shut up! Ol yelled angrily. The White Demon Ape was so frightened that its body trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. Don't look at how loud he was shouting just now. But in the past few years, he had been tortured by Olay, and the fear of her had been engraved in his bones. Olay's roar almost scared him to death. Do as I say. Kill the guy in front of you and I'll let you go. I keep my word, said Olay. There was a glimmer of hope in the White Demon Ape's eyes. He took a closer look at Suchio. Good job. It's only the 4th level. In front of me, I am just like an ant. You can kill him with just the movement of your fingers. Ole, what's the difference between this and just letting myself go? However, the white demon ape understood Ole and knew that things were definitely not that simple. But the opportunity was right in front of him, and he would definitely not let it go. Suchio, let the other exotic beasts play with you first. Ole said. Then press the button in the control room. Suddenly, the other 19 cages opened, and strange beasts fell from the sky. They exuded a strong murderous aura, and they roared at Suchio, then pounced on him without saying a word. Among them is a mantis with sword-like arms whose hands are as sharp as swords. With both hands swung out, the sword energy can easily tear through steel. There are also fire lizards that are invulnerable to swords and guns. There is also a huge bull demon as big as a mountain. 19 kinds of exotic beasts. Each one is different. But all of them. Level 5. And among the 5th level, it is not weak. At least it is much more powerful than those ordinary 5th-order monsters on the 4th floor. They are all at the middle or upper 5th level. If it was any other 4th-level warrior, he would be beaten to death by these strange beasts in the first encounter, not to mention fighting. Facing one of the bloody giant tigers that was pouncing on him with its bloody mouth wide open, Suchio thrust out the spear in his hand. With a flash of lightning, it pierced into the opponent's mouth and went straight through the back of the opponent's head. The giant tiger's head exploded and it died on the spot. Killed the 5th-level monster in one move. This powerful strength made the white demon ape narrow his eyes slightly. No wonder, he turned out to be a top genius among the human race. But, there are still 18 5th-level monsters. No matter how talented you are, they are only 4th level. Let's see how you kill them. Maybe I don't even need to do anything. The white demon ape thought to himself. Facing the remaining 18 5th-level alien beasts, Suchio was not careless. Under the horrified gaze of the white demon ape, he summoned his martial soul. White Tiger. Thunder Dragon. Kuenpeng. 3 SSS-level martial spirits appear together. The white demon ape clenched the cage bars with both hands and roared, 3 SSS-level martial spirits, there can't be such geniuses in this world. Impossible. It's fake, it must be fake. He didn't want to believe what he saw. You know, the monsters and humans have been fighting for so many years, and they have long been at loggerheads. Now, suddenly a monster with a 3 lives SSS martial spirit appears. This is simply too outrageous. He couldn't even imagine how severe a challenge the other party would bring to the survival of the alien beast once it grew up. The thunder dragon roared, lightning raged, the white tiger roared, murderous aura shook the sky, and Kuenpeng flapped his wings, so fast that even the 5th-level monsters could not react in time. The 3 martial spirits joined forces to kill into the herd of strange beasts. He chopped them like chopping vegetables and melons. Most of the dozen or so strange beasts were killed in a short while. Inside the control room, Lin Jian and his companions were stunned. They knew that Suchio had 4 SSS-level martial souls, but when they saw these martial souls appear together, they were still shocked. Is this still a human being? It's terrible. As expected of you, brother. Su Shaoshuang was fascinated and extremely excited. If you don't know, you might think that the person killing everyone is her. The Empress Qiong Xiao in her spirit space was also a little confused. This guy has more SSS-level spirits in his body. What's going on with this guy? If the other party had so many SSS-level martial spirits at the beginning, she would not be so surprised, but the other party had an extra martial spirit every once in a while. This is too exaggerated. Who knows if this guy will awaken more SSS levels in the future? Pet base, inside the 5th floor. Suchio held a spear in his hand and summoned 3 martial spirits, the White Tiger, Thunder Dragon, and Kuenpeng to protect his body, wreaking havoc among the 5th-level alien beasts. The combat power exploded far beyond that of a 4th-level warrior, causing a group of 5th-level beasts to jump up and down and scream in pain. It was surprisingly easy for him to fight across levels. The 6th-level alien beast, the White Demon Ape, was terrified. He was a little more apprehensive about Suchio. No wonder, No wonder Olay dared to make such a decision. I understand now. She wanted to use me as a whetstone. Snap. At this time, the 5th level monsters were killed one by one. Before Suchio could catch his breath, the cage holding the white demon ape was opened and he rushed out. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Suchio and punched him. Badeo's punch was like a mountain. Suchio blocked it with his gun, but there was a loud bang and the gun in his hand was bent. Suchio felt an unprecedented force coming at him, and he flew backwards and slammed hard into the wall of the base. The alloy wall was actually cracked. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the escaped white demon ape with a serious look. Good, what a 6th level beast. It's really terrifying. He was sure that the other party was definitely not an ordinary 6th level monster. Being able to speak, having wisdom, and having such power. No one doubted that he was at the 7th level. Boy, Olay wants to use me as your whetstone. But, she overestimates you. Even if I am at the 6th level now, I was once close to the 8th level. It's only because I was tortured by Olay in the past 3 years that I have weakened to this extent. Even so, killing you is still easy. The white demon ape said in a cold voice. Suchio finally understood why the other party was intelligent and able to speak. It turned out that the opponent was not a level 6 monster, but was once a monster close to level 8. However, it had been imprisoned here for 3 years and had been hit by Olay, causing its level to drop. Suchio. Let me introduce you to this white demon ape in front of you. He was once a quasi-beast king close to level 8. Did you know that he once massacred 3 towns and killed tens of thousands of Dashia's people? Later I caught him and imprisoned him here as a sandbag. But if you can't kill him, I will have no choice but to let him go. When he escapes and devours the flesh and blood, he will soon recover to his original level. I wonder how many casualties he will cause to Dashia. Suchio, the survival of the people of Dashia is in your hands. Ol's voice came from the speaker. Hearing her words, Suchio's mouth twitched. The other party is putting pressure on me again. The 6th level beast, Zhao Xiaoyun, was transferred away. Su Xiaoshuang's speech, now he is using the survival of the people of Dashia to pressure himself. Depend on. If I don't win this battle, the consequences will be disastrous. Captain, you are so fucking cruel. Suchio yelled. In the control room, Olay grinned and shouted loudly, then beat him for me. Don't let me look down on you. You humans are so noisy. The white demon ape didn't care about that. After knocking Suchio away with one move, he stretched his body and finally managed to free himself from the cage. Then he rushed out again with a whoosh. Its speed is incredibly fast, which is simply incomparable to that of ordinary 6th level monsters. But there is a light that is faster than him. Yes, Kuenping. Kuenping rushed to Suchio in the blink of an eye at a speed of swiftness, but it was not to resist the white demon ape, but to merge with Suchio. Martial Soul Fusion. After merging with Kuenping, Suchio suddenly spread a pair of black and gold wings behind him, and dodged the attack of the white demon ape at an extremely fast speed. But that's not all. The Thunder Dragon and the White Tiger, the 2 martial spirits, rushed towards Suchio at the same time. Martial Soul, reunite. Roar. A low roar that was not like that of a human came from Suchio's throat, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, like a beast king descending on the battlefield. Even a powerful being like the white demon ape could not help but be knocked back a step or two by this aura. Martial Soul Fusion. He can actually use the methods of a 7th rank Marquis, and 3 SSS level martial spirits have merged. What the hell is going on? The white demon ape's pupils shrank slightly. But then he rushed forward and punched out with both fists. Suchio was not willing to be outdone. He thrust out the spear in his hand, the power of thunder and lightning contained in it, as if he had transformed into a roaring thunder dragon. Boom. The forces of both sides collided. Each of them was shocked and retreated. But the next second, the spear in Suchio's hand snapped and turned into fragments. This gun could no longer withstand Suchio's strength, nor could it withstand the extremely strong impact brought by the confrontation with the white demon ape. Several people in the control room couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this scene. Captain, Suchio has no weapons left. Do you want to continue? Yes, Captain, if we continue like this, our lives will be in danger. But facing the doubts of several people, Olay remained unmoved. It's life-threatening, that gun can't hold up, I knew it a long time ago. But only under such adversity can he have a chance to master the will to fight. Everyone looked at each other. Captain, what if? No chance of that happening. Olay looked at Suchio with sharp eyes. He can definitely do it. I will never make a mistake in choosing him. But Lin Jian wanted to dissuade him. But Zhao Kiki stopped him. Believe it, Captain. Also, when Sister Zhao left, she left behind a life Yuan Dan condensed from her martial spirit. Even if there is any accident, Suchio can be rescued. The reason why the team leader didn't say anything was just to provoke Suchio. Lin Jian heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Look inside the base. After the spear in Suchio's hand was broken, he did not get discouraged. He attacked the white demon ape with his bare hands. The two sides engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand fight. After the fusion of his martial souls, Suchio's strength and speed both increased significantly, far surpassing the 5th and even 6th level. Infinitely close to the 7th level of Marquis. Fighting with the white demon ape, punches hit flesh and the sound of bang. The bones and flesh of both sides had been hit countless times by each other. As time passed, both sides suffered severe damage. However, although Suchio's martial soul fusion skill is powerful, it has a time limit after all. Although the white demon ape is only at level 6, it was once a terrifying beast close to level 8. Now its level has dropped, but its combat power is no worse than that of level 7. Time passes. Suchio felt that the burden brought to his body by the fusion of martial souls was getting heavier and heavier. The body's speed and strength began to decrease. Bang. He was hit in the chest by a punch and flew out. The white demon ape panted and stared at Suchio, who was lying on the ground. Boy, I admit that you are strong, but unfortunately, you are not strong enough. After all, you are only at the 4th level. Even if you use your martial soul fusion ability to reach the 7th level, you won't be able to hold out for long. As he said that, he looked around and shouted, Olay! I have defeated this guy, open the door and let me go. In the control room, Olay looked at Suchio lying motionless on the ground, was silent for a moment, and then pressed a button. I saw the door slowly open. There was a look of ecstasy in the white demon ape's eyes. That's great, that's great. Finally leaving this damn place. He walked towards the door, and everyone in the control room stared at Suchio, who was lying on the ground, dying, with his martial arts fusion ability fading. At this moment, it seems that the result has been decided. Captain, go and rescue Suchio. Wait a minute, look. Suddenly, Zhao Kiki exclaimed while looking at the screen. Inside the base. After being beaten to the ground and covered in blood, Suchio slowly stood up. The white demon ape walked towards the gate, as if he saw freedom waving at him. He cursed as he walked, as if to vent his anger. Olay! Just wait. When I get out of here and recover to my peak, I will definitely find a chance to take revenge on you. Don't even think about having an easy time. Not only you, but also the entire Qingyun city, I will completely destroy it. And your group, I will kill everyone without leaving a single one alive. Damn humans. The white demon ape cursed and walked towards the door. His face became more and more delighted. But suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind him. Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished fighting yet. The white demon ape's pupils shrank slightly and he turned around to look. Suchio, covered in blood, slowly stood up from the ground and looked up at him, emitting a completely different aura. Even if the opponent is covered in blood, even if the opponent looks unstable, even if the opponent is at the end of his strength. But it brings a strong threat to the white demon ape. Because Suchio's eyes seemed quite familiar to him, and reminded him of the crazy woman who had brought him here. That look revealed a crazy, bloodthirsty fighting spirit. More brutal than strange beasts. Inside the control room, Ol grinned, done. There was also a hint of surprise in the eyes of Empress Qiongxiao in Su Xiaoshuang's body. I didn't expect that he would actually realize the fighting spirit. And he actually used such an extreme method. Are this Olay and this brat both crazy? Empress Xiongxiao murmured. She suddenly felt that this little blue planet was full of talented people. Why can you still stand up? Why? I am only one step away from leaving here and gaining freedom. Why did you come to stop me? The white demon ape roared at Suqiu madly. Then, he bent his legs slightly, and shot out like a cannonball. This time, I will definitely kill you. Suqiu grinned. Who's afraid of who? Whoosh. He rushed out as well. The martial soul power that had originally dissipated gathered on him again. Not only that, he had just realized the will to fight, and although he was not familiar with this power, he could still feel it. This power is a blessing to myself. Let your emotions enter a state of excitement, even ignoring the physical pain, the limit of what you can bear. Use 120% of your strength. Bang. Suqiu and the white demon ape's fists collided with each other. A terrifying gust of air exploded in the air. But then, waves of air exploded in the air one after another. Neither side retreated or avoided, and their fists danced wildly. Like a strong wind, like a rainstorm. Bang, 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 bang. Neither side knew how many punches were thrown and how many punches were received. They only know that it will not end until one side falls. Go to hell. The white demon ape roared and punched out again. Suqiu took the punch head on, then grabbed the white demon ape's hair with one hand and gathered all his strength in the other fist. He punched out fiercely, the power of thunder and lightning, the murderous aura of the white tiger, and the newly acquired ghost unicorn netherworld power, all gathered together. This punch hit the white demon ape's head hard. The opponent's facial features were almost distorted, and he flew out and hit the wall of the base, causing the entire wall to cave in. The cracks continued to spread, extending to almost half of the base. The entire base is almost falling apart. Even Olay and others in the control room felt the vibration. Oh my, this base is going to collapse. That's too much. Compared to the panic of the others, Olay seemed much calmer and even laughed. That's a powerful punch. The others were speechless for a while. Big sister. It was your base that was destroyed. How come you are so happy? In fact, no one knows how excited Olay is right now. Over the years, she fought with strange beasts, gained insights into the will to fight, and found a way to surpass the growth of martial arts souls. In the eyes of others, she has twin martial souls and is a genius. But in her own opinion, what twin martial spirits? That's all bullshit. Only the will to fight can overcome everything. She honed her fighting spirit through fighting, hoping to find a warrior like herself, but she had seen other warriors who had realized the fighting spirit. Those people are quite strong. But she wasn't very excited. Because she knew that she would surpass them in the end. But now, she found Suqiu, a person she trained personally and who also mastered the fighting spirit. The opponent's fighting spirit is still immature and his cultivation is still low. But it made her see unlimited potential. She felt that she could surpass everyone, including the emperors revered by everyone on Blue Star, and even the ancient supreme beings in history. Although Suqiu's opponent is not her match yet, she feels that the opponent will surpass her and she may not be able to catch up with him. This feeling made her fighting spirit leap with excitement and enthusiasm unlike anything she had in a long time. Suqiu, I'm looking forward to seeing how far you can grow in the future. Ol laughed. Then he led everyone out of the control room. The base was almost in ruins. Suqiu stood there, panting, and not far from him, the white demon ape was already lying in the ruins, with a distorted face and fainted. He won this battle. He felt weak and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, a white and tender little hand supported him. Dude, you're so heavy. Su Shaoshuang supported Suqiu, her eyes slightly red with tears. Looking at Suqiu, who was determined to fight but covered in blood, she felt excited, proud, but also distressed. Hey, isn't he awesome, bro? Awesome. In my heart, you are the best. Su Shaoshuang nodded repeatedly, then she took out a white pill and handed it to Suqiu. Brother, take this pill quickly. Suqiu trusted Su Shaoshuang very much, so he took the pill and swallowed it. The majestic breath of life sweeps through the whole body. Suqiu felt that his injuries were recovering at an extremely fast speed. He was slightly stunned. What a powerful pill, did you make this? No, this is the life essence pill that Sister Zhao left behind before she left. It is condensed from her martial soul. I heard it is very precious. Not many can be condensed in a year. One costs hundreds of millions on the market. Su Xiaoshuang said. Su Qiu was stunned for a moment. He just mentioned several hundred million. Is it too late to spit it out and sell it now? Okay, let's get out of here, it's going to collapse. Zhao Kiki, Lin Jian, and Wang Yan came up. What are you afraid of? Olay walked up and took a step forward, martial arts, green ivy cover. Moment. A huge vine rose from the ground and spread across the entire base, like a pillar, supporting the entire base that was about to collapse. Su Qiu had seen this martial art before. This is a martial arts barrier technique. In the martial arts newcomer competition in the past, when he fought with Luo Qingxue, Olay used this martial arts barrier technique to cover the arena to prevent the aftermath of their fight from affecting others. And now the opponent used his strength again, but he single-handedly supported the entire collapsed base. Then, Olay walked in front of the white demon ape, and the other party seemed to sense her coming, opened his eyes, and murmured, "Olay, you bastard, if I really defeat that guy, will you really let me leave?" Ol grabbed his neck, lifted him into the air, and grinned, "No." Snap. The white demon ape's neck was strangled and it died completely. Olay threw the body aside like trash. I only keep my promises to humans. I have no credibility with you beasts. After taking the Life Yuan pill, Su Qiu recovered quickly. The others surrounded him and celebrated him like the moon surrounded by stars. Su Qiu, congratulations, you have finally mastered the fighting spirit. Yeah, that's great. In our bulls group, you and the leader are the only two of you who have the will to fight. Woohoo, how enviable. Su Qiu, you are worthy of being me, awesome. TSK, Su Qiu, there's something wrong with the way the captain looks at you. It seems like he's been targeting you. I'm sure the captain will look for you to spar with him more often in the future. You'd better take care of yourself. Lin Jian patted Su Qiu's shoulder and sighed. Su Qiu took a breath when he heard this. Then look at Olay. The other person was also looking at him, with a hint of excitement in his eyes, and couldn't help but grinning at him. That smile made him shudder. If this is true, won't I have to suffer every day? Although he has made great progress now, he can even defeat the 6th-level monster like the white demon ape with 7th-level combat power. Cool. But he beat the white demon ape from a nearly 8th-level beast to only a 6th-level one. They are not on the same level at all. He doesn't think he can compete with the other party now. Olay walked up to him, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "You did a good job. This training ends here." Su Qiu and others breathed a sigh of relief. Olay added, "Let's find another time to continue." Everyone's faces fell again. Wow, Captain, please don't do this kind of training. 1 or 2 times is fine, but if it's more than that, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. TSK, what are you afraid of with your sister Zhao around? But anyway. The training ended successfully and everyone was happy and prepared to go home. Finally home. Su Qiu and Su Xiaoshuang returned home and lay down on the bed. I just feel that my soul has been sublimated. These few months of training have been so tiring. Sure enough, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. Su Xiaoshuang sighed. Well, you take a rest first. I'll go buy some groceries first. Su Qiu said. Su Xiaoshuang, brother, are you still human? You are so tired and you don't order takeout, but you want to buy groceries and cook. Not bad. Su Qiu said with a smile. I went out, drove my motorcycle and headed straight to the vegetable market. We passed a martial arts hall on the way. Bang. There was a sound of breaking glass in the martial arts hall, and then a figure was thrown out of the window and fell to the ground. Su Qiu quickly braked and looked. Then, martial artists from the martial arts school fell down one after another. The corner of Su Qiu's mouth twitched. What's going on? Immediately afterwards, a graceful figure jumped out from the martial arts hall. Unlike the others who fell to the ground, she landed gracefully with a dashing posture. Looking closely, she is wearing a white sportswear and a high ponytail, with a slim and curvy figure, but she is wearing a fox mask on her face. But the other person's figure made Suchio feel extremely familiar. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a necklace around the other's neck. Isn't that the Poseidon's tear that he gave to Luo Qingxue? Looking at the masked girl in front of him, he finally understood why she looked so familiar. This was Luo Qingxue. What kind of game are you playing? Suchio asked. Luo Qingxue was silent for a moment. You got the wrong person. Suchio. Please. Even if you want to hide your identity, at least wear a voice changer. This is exactly the same voice. Are you telling me you have the wrong person? Also, I haven't even told you who you are yet you're rushing to deny it. Isn't this just trying to cover up the truth? Damn fox. You can't run away. At this time, a large group of people rushed out of the martial arts hall. They surrounded Luo Qingxue and Suchio beside her. I was just passing by to buy groceries. Suchio said as he picked up a bag of vegetables. No, he's my accomplice, he's here to pick me up. Luo Qingxue said. Suchio glared at the other person fiercely. Didn't you say I recognized the wrong person? I know I can't fool you. Depend on. Suchio cursed inwardly. The people in the martial arts hall looked at the two with cold expressions, especially the leader who said in a cold voice, Don't even think about leaving today. Come on, everyone. The man waved his hand, and the people around him rushed towards the two of them. Even summoned their martial spirits. Suchio parked the motorcycle on the side and gave a whirlwind kick to a warrior who was rushing towards him, kicking him away. Then he used 3 punches and 2 kicks to knock down the warriors who rushed up one by one. After Ole's training, these warriors are now as weak as chickens in front of him and can be easily defeated. Luo Qingxue also noticed this and was secretly surprised. This guy has become stronger again. And it's not a little bit stronger. After a while, all the warriors present were knocked down by the two. The leading warrior swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene, but it would be embarrassing if he didn't take action after seeing his men being knocked down. He then summoned his martial spirit. That's a heavy hammer. He gripped the sledgehammer tightly and rushed towards Suchio. Take my hammer. Bang. The heavy hammer fell, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind. Suchio threw a punch. It was mixed with the power of thunder and lightning. The heavy hammer martial spirit was directly blown up. The warrior's martial spirit was shattered and he suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood, took a dozen steps back, and lay on the ground shaking. So scary. I have a B-level martial spirit, but it was blown up by just one punch. How could he dare to continue fighting? There was a hint of fear in his eyes. You guys are awesome, let's go. They fled one by one. Suchio looked at Luo Qingxue. What are you doing? Luo Qingxue knew that her identity was exposed, so she took off her mask and said calmly, I came to challenge the owner of this martial arts gym, but I didn't expect that after he lost to me, he would lose his martial arts ethics and get angry and bring everyone in the gym to beat me up. I see. Suchio suddenly realized. Are you buying groceries and cooking? Right. Is Xiaoshuang at home? Yes. Does she eat with you? Yeah, otherwise I could ask her to order takeout. Speaking of which, it's time for dinner, and I'm a little hungry. Luo Qingxue said calmly and looked at Suchio. Suchio was stunned. Oh, are you hungry? Yeah. Luo Qingxue nodded, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. If you're hungry, go find something to eat. Suchio drove away. Luo Qingxue's mouth twitched, and she stamped her feet in anger. I've hinted so clearly, this blockhead. She was just about to leave. At this time, there was a roar of an engine behind him. Suchio drove back again, looked at Luo Qingxue and said with a smile, I just bought too much food. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my house to eat some? From expectation to disappointment, and then from disappointment to joy, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but smile, okay. As if she felt that she was being too obvious, she coughed twice and said, actually, I mainly want to go see Xiaoshuang. Well, Xiao Shuang misses you too. Su Qiu smiled slightly. He threw the helmet to Luo Qingxue. After she got in the car, Su Qiu took her hand and put it around his waist. Sit tight. Luo Qingxue said with a red face. This guy. When did you become so good? Xiao Shuang, look who's here. Su Qiu returned home after buying groceries. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up when he saw Luo Qingxue behind him. He ran up to hug her and said, Sister Luo, I missed you so much. I miss you as well. Luo Qingxue touched the other person's head. And Su Xiaoshuang chuckled. Do you miss me more or my brother more? What do I want him to do? Luo Qingxue said in a low voice. Su Qiu, who was standing by, was holding some dishes. You guys chat first, I'll go cook. He went to work in the kitchen. Luo Qingxue and Su Xiaoshuang were chatting in the living room. After a while, they picked up the game console and started playing games together. Although Luo Qingxue was not very good at playing, she still tried her best to play with Su Xiaoshuang with a smile on her face. Su Qiu took a look in the kitchen and suddenly felt it would be nice to have one more person in the family. While he was cooking, Su Xiaoshuang came in, patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Brother, you have made progress. Everyone knows to bring people home, which is great. I am very relieved. Su Qiu rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about all day long? Can't I just invite my friends over for dinner? Of course, we can have more dinners like this in the future. Do you need my help? Luo Qingxue walked to the kitchen door and said. Su Xiaoshuang's eyes rolled, and before Su Qiu could say no, she quickly said, Yes, yes. Sister Luo, can you wash vegetables? No problem. Great, you can help my brother wash the vegetables here. Su Xiaoshuang gave up her seat and said, I'm going to go out and buy some drinks. Su Qiu knew what this girl meant. It was clearly to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. Luo Qingxue also noticed it, coughed, and said with a smile, Xiao Shuang is quite clever and eccentric. Oh, I think he is a little devil. You make it sound like you are several years older than she is. I'm different from her. I've been in charge of the family earlier and my mental age is at least 4 or 5 years older than her. Su Qiu said lightly. So that's so much older than me? Yes. Oh, Luo Qingxue said, wondering in her heart if there would be any barriers in dating a man who was several years older than her. Should I learn to be more mature? Etc. What are you thinking about? Why are you thinking so much when you haven't even started yet? Su Qiu thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, why are you in that martial arts gym today? I'm training myself. Recently I've been hiding my identity and going to various martial arts halls in Qingyun City to challenge various martial artists in order to improve myself. So that's it. Su Qiu suddenly realized. This is a good idea. Do you want to try it yourself? Recently, a woman wearing a fox mask appeared in Qingyun City and challenged the masters of various martial arts halls. According to relevant sources, the woman is very powerful and has defeated the masters of 13 martial arts halls in a row. This even includes a 4th-rank martial arts gym owner. Some martial arts gym owners have announced the temporary closure of their gyms due to the influence of this woman. At this time, news came from TV. Su Qiu smiled and said, You are now famous. You can even defeat a 4th-level warrior. It seems that you have made great progress during this period of time. You're not bad either. I can sense that you've advanced to the 4th level. It was just broken through a while ago. Su Qiu smiled and did not hide anything. In fact, it doesn't matter even if his realm is exposed, because his strength cannot be measured by realm. With 5 SSS-level martial spirits, even without using the martial spirit fusion skill, he can easily defeat martial artists with higher realms than himself. An urgent news interruption, a beastman incident occurred on Dongyun Street in District 17 of Qingyun City. The hunting team has gone to deal with it. However, residents living nearby are advised not to go out casually. It is better to be cautious. When Su Qiu heard the news, he couldn't help but frown. Why are there still orcs? Could it be that it escaped from the alien orc experimental base that you dealt with last time? Luo Qingxue asked. Not sure, maybe it could be. I'll ask the leader then. Su Qiu said. I always feel that there is something odd about things. Not long after, Su Qiu prepared the meal, and Su Xiaoshuang came back after buying drinks. The three of them sat at the table and ate while watching the news. A happy look. Recently, someone claimed to have seen a ghost in the cemetery. The following is the interviewee's description. An old man wearing a straw hat said, "That day, I cleaned the cemetery as usual and was about to leave. But suddenly I heard some noise in the bushes, and then I saw a figure walking back and forth in the cemetery. When I went up to find him, he disappeared again. Not only that, I saw more and more people appearing. They were wandering around the cemetery, a bunch of ghosts, and then I fainted, and when I woke up it was already daytime." The old man described it in an exaggerated way. Su Xiaoshuang listened with great interest. Ghost? Are there really ghosts in this world? Su Qiu and Luo Qingxue looked at each other, unable to answer this question. The corners of Empress Qiongxiao's mouth and Su Xiaoshuang's body curled up slightly. People from Blue Star are just so ignorant. There are indeed ghosts in this world. There is even a netherworld where ghosts gather. But it is called a ghost, but in fact it is a kind of spiritual energy body. As far as I know, some dark and spiritual spirits can even control ghosts. But this kind of spirit is quite rare. Even if there is one on Blue Star, it is probably only B or A level. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshuang suddenly realized that cemetery is haunted. Could it be that someone is causing trouble? I don't know. I wasn't an eyewitness. Empress Qiongxiao said calmly. She has a lot of experience. But not omniscient. The topic of ghosts was discussed by several people for a while, and then they ignored it. After dinner, Su Qiu drove Luo Qingxue home. When they arrived at the Luo family, Luo Long enthusiastically invited him to stay, but Su Qiu suddenly received a notice from the Bull Group and left. Bull's building. Su Qiu came to the meeting room. Olay was sitting with her legs crossed, with Zhao Kiki and Lin Jian beside her. When she saw Su Qiu coming, Olay said directly, "I have a task for you to complete. You all know about the recent haunted incident in the cemetery, right?" "I saw it on the news." Su Qiu nodded. "People from other hunting groups have investigated and found that there seems to be someone behind this. You go to the cemetery in District 16 today and see if you can find any clues." Olay said. Zhao Kiki was so scared that her face turned pale. "Captain, what if it's really haunted?" "I'm scared." "What are you afraid of?" "Even if it's a ghost, just chop it up for me. Besides, you have these two with you." Olay said. "Woo-woo, but I'm still scared." "Lin Jian, take this useless girl away. Let her go to the cemetery to build up her courage." Olay said directly to Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't hesitate and walked out grabbing Zhao Kiki's clothes. Su Qiu also wanted to go on the mission, but then he thought of something and asked, "By the way, Captain, what's going on with the alien beastman in District 17? "Well, we're still investigating, but it's probably the one that escaped from the alien orc experimental base last time," Olay said. "Oh." Su Qiu didn't ask any more questions. District 16, Cemetery. Su Qiu, Lin Jian, and Zhao Kiki arrived. "I plan to stay here for one night to see if I can gain anything." Since it was still broad daylight, Zhao Kiki was not that scared. "Hey, that person looks familiar." Suddenly, Lin Jian saw a familiar figure standing in front of a tombstone. He went over to take a look and was a little surprised. It's Marquis Zixiao. The person standing in front of the tombstone was Zixiao Ho, the owner of Zixiao Martial Arts School. And Marquis Zixiao also noticed Su Qiu and the others. With a cold snort, he turned and left. Su Qiu and his companions walked to the tombstone where the other party had stood before and took a look. The photo on the tombstone was of a young girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. Lin Jian seemed to be thinking about something. "I heard that a few years ago, a daughter of Marquis Zixiao died at the hands of a strange beast, and Marquis Zixiao was so grief-stricken that he almost wanted to close the museum. It seems that his daughter was buried here. No one thought much about it. And time passes. Gradually. Night falls. The night wind was howling, and the whole cemetery seemed a little eerie. Zhao Kiki huddled behind Suqiu and said, Suqiu, if anything happens later, remember to protect me. Don't worry, Sister Coco, there aren't so many ghosts in this world. Suqiu said. Before he could finish his words, the night wind howled all around, and there seemed to be some sobbing sounds in it. Suddenly, green dots of light appeared in the tombstones, and then condensed into somewhat illusory human figures. In a blink of an eye, the entire cemetery was filled with countless figures. Ghost, ghost. Zhao Kiki screamed, then her eyes rolled back and she fainted from fright. Suqiu and Lin Jian also became alert instantly. Good job. There really is a ghost. They looked at the illusory figures emitting green light around them and did not dare to be careless. However, these figures did not react at all after seeing Suqiu and the others. Their eyes were confused and they were ignorant and unconscious. They gathered in a certain direction. It's like being summoned by some kind of existence. Suqiu and Lin Jian looked at each other and stretched out their hands to grab the figures. But the palms seemed to penetrate the air and the human figures. Brother Lin, you stay here and watch over Sister Kiki. I'll go over and take a look. Suqiu said. Follow the figure walking in a certain direction. Although Lin Jian knew Suqiu's strength, the scene before him was still a bit weird, so he told him to be careful. Then he looked at the fainted Zhao Kiki and twitched his lips. How timid. He was so timid. He could shout and rush forward when facing a strange beast, but he fainted when facing a few ghosts that had no attack power at all. Suqiu followed the cemetery ghost in a certain direction. Finally he came to the square of the cemetery, where he saw a man in black. On his head was a skull holding a sickle and with green flames in its eyes. It looked like a martial spirit. Dark attribute A-level martial spirit, skeleton ghost. Suqiu immediately recognized the martial soul in front of him. This is an extremely rare martial soul. Due to its rarity, there is very little information about this martial soul and it is unclear what its abilities are. Are the ghosts in this cemetery related to each other? Heh, I didn't expect that I would attract people from your hunting group. The young man in black under the skeleton ghost smiled slightly and looked at Suqiu with a strange look in his eyes. Oh, I've won the jackpot. The hunting group member I met turned out to be your first twin SSS martial spirit in history. Suqiu looked at the other person and said indifferently, Who are you? Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu. One of the 8 guardians of the demonic heaven sect. Yu, the young man in black, bowed and saluted. As soon as the 3 words, Demon Heaven Sect, came out, Suqiu's pupils shrank slightly. Most people have heard of this sect. Because this sect is so notorious in Daxia. An entire town was massacred just to please an unknown monster. Hundreds of children were abducted and used as sacrifices to summon ghosts and gods. He once launched a suicide attack and destroyed a city hall. In order to study martial spirits, various inhumane experiments have been conducted. There are countless examples like this. In Daxia, anyone has the right to kill a member of the demon sect. Execute him on the spot. There is no need for legal trial. What these people have done is enough to deserve death 1,000 times. Bite. Faced with the sudden appearance of the demon cult, you have the following choices. 1. Although the people in the demon cult are notorious, the strength of this person in front of us is unknown, and his purpose is unclear, so it is best to leave first. Reward, A-level martial arts Tianlong fist. 2nd, the demon cult's members are notorious. Their presence here must be a conspiracy. We must not let them succeed. Fight him. Reward, the ultimate martial arts spiritual weapon, the Panlong Pajuan spear. The ultimate martial arts spiritual weapon. Suqiu took a deep breath. In Qingyun City, an ordinary low-grade spiritual weapon is considered rare. Only the powerful and wealthy can possess mid-grade spiritual weapons. Top-grade martial arts spiritual weapons are extremely priceless. As for the best, not to mention Qingyun City, it is extremely rare in the entire Daxia. Suqiu already has an A-level martial art. And now, he just needs a gun. The Panlong Pajuan spear in front of me arrives at the right time. Without saying anything, Suqiu directly chose the second option, then rushed towards you on the opposite side and punched him. bang. This punch even made a sonic boom in the air. But Yu was not in a hurry and also threw a punch. The two fists collided and both were pushed back. Suchio looked at him in surprise. Level 5. To be able to block his punch, one must be at least level 5. But to his surprise, Yu on the opposite side was shocked. How could this happen? According to the intelligence, you were just promoted to the 2nd level during the rookie competition. How come you are now the 4th level? This speed of progress is incredible. He looked at Suchio with deep fear in his eyes. You will definitely be the enemy of the Demon Heaven sect. You must die. After saying that, the martial spirit skeleton ghost behind him growled, and swung the sickle in his hand in the air, tearing open a black space cracks. Suchio gasped when he saw this. Tearing space. So scary. Then, he saw eerie black air coming out from the black cracks in the space, and then hundreds of black shadows walked out. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from them. It's like a demon from hell. Yudanma smiled. S-level dark martial arts, netherworld summoning. This is a forbidden martial arts that only dark martial arts souls can learn. It can summon evil spirits from the netherworld. However, performing this martial art requires a lot of soul energy. These days, I have been wandering around various cemeteries just to absorb the residual soul energy from these dead people. Now, all these evil spirits I summoned are 4th order existence. Suchio, what can you use to resist it? You looked at Suchio as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. After I kill you, the leader will definitely reward me greatly. He waved his hand, and the evil spirits around him rushed towards Suchio. Seeing this, Suchio suddenly had a spear in his hand. The spear is dark gold in color, with a dark gold, lifelike dragon pattern on it, as if it will fly out of the spear in the next second. It was the top-grade spiritual weapon he had just obtained, the Panlong Pajuan spear.